My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
She got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Backroad you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. From the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, and under green. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forced in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess. This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your Dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you. Oh, I try to hide this feeling from myself, but I'm in love with you, baby. I don't want nobody else. I try to forget you, but you're always on my mind. From the minute I wake up in the morning till I lay my head at night. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away
you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect.
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show 'em all that you're gonna shine like a star. 'Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. 'Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, 'cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
Such a good time. California was so cool.
know I am not gonna wanna leave. No, no, not me. A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end? A beach blonde girl from Albuquerque, toes in the sand, watching the surfing boys go by. Why, oh, why does summer have to end? Got my suntan, got my music playing. Life is so good, and I'm just saying, why, oh, why does summer have to end?
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like like you because they don't. I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound.
We are that summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night, with the smell of sweet magnolias. Back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. We are the Texas skyline, breaking in a pair of boots. We're a sweet Carolina. If there's nowhere else to go, with a country music song playing on your radio. On the riverbanks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains, Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the free. This country's you and me. This country's you and me.
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. 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 We were forged in fire. We were born in. We were born in. We were born in. Born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. out of this hot mess. You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me. It's up to me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. At 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see you red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer rolls to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong.
try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just
所有荣耀皆始于梦想华人的一刹。
对于 LNG 来说，确实今天遭逢一个0-2的一个大败。JDG 来讲，MSI 归来后的第一场比赛没能获得胜利。
猛火千锤，无惧失败，方能百炼成钢。
一个大招配到旁边 Scout， 安迪直接把 A 波给击杀掉了。现在的找机会有双接一，要不要泰坦？泰坦直接被秒了。
唤起胜利的渴望，冠军之志势不可挡。
这样的话，这个5杀是可以稳稳的做到嘎啦的身上。Pentakill， 嘎啦，这一脚
5杀有没有5杀？随着如尔的5杀落袋，我们恭喜 JDG。
无论是谁都阻止不了我们京东的3连冠。
我们以前不是常规赛出席了我们的，希望他们谨慎一点。
是敢于破局，奋起挑战。
这一座 LPL 就大trận了，这次我将以挑战者的姿态去总决赛面对 JDG。
还是披坚执锐，不负众望。
26分钟，京东要3比0率先晋级到我们 LPL 夏季赛的总决赛了。
来吧，纵雄战歌！
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English broadcast of the LPL Grand Finals. We're kicking some things off, fixing some things on the stage to get you going, and at least here in the Chujang Sports Centre. I've got it right, Kitty. Is that
yes?
Yes, good.
Nailed it.
Waiting for the nod of approval. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Kitty, of course, to welcome you into our grand final between JDG and LNG for this historic occasion. And Kitty, for our 12th anniversary, of course, of League of Legends.
Yeah.
It's good to have you here.
Of course, and it's been a very hot and sweaty past few days in China in particular because we are currently experiencing summer, but I'm sure that the game that we are about to witness will also be extremely spicy for the audience.
You and I coming from winter, I know. It's 37 degrees right now in Xi'an. It is hot as anything, and in a suit, do not go outside. But ladies and gentlemen, as we get towards our finals, or at least the welcome and the warm-up, to the opening ceremony, we want to take a bit of a flashback on what playoffs has been for this 2023 summer split. And Kitty, to open up the bracket here, the road so far, we have to talk a little bit about the journey that was made by teams like EDG, but teams including LNG, but teams like NIP beating RNG. It was, I think, one of the craziest playoffs I've ever experienced.
Yeah, and something that surprised me was we didn't really have a dark horse narrative until we reached LNG beating BLG and then replacing them as the finalist for tonight's match, of course.
Yep.
But of course, we've had a lot of spicy games throughout the playoffs, and we have a couple of highlights just to show the audience. But I feel like coming into this summer playoffs, we've had one of the most competitive kind of remaining 6 teams, being Top Esports, EDG, LNG, Weibo Gaming, JDG, LNG. And it's just been such a ride.
How crazy is it? So many game 5s yet again. I feel like every LPL playoffs, we go the distance with the majority of our games. But as you said, you know, teams like Top Esports stepping up, EDG making a bit of a run, and that then securing them a spot for the 3rd seed, or at least the qualification match, and a second lifeline in the regional finals. That we'll have from day 2 onwards. Remember, this is just grand final day. Day 1, day 2, and day 3 of regionals follow suit in the upcoming days. So again, it's just been so great, and the fact that we have 4 days packed of League of Legends, starting with our grand final today, is all we could wish for. As Kitty, we take a little bit of a look back now on what has been with our playoffs, and I have to say, like, some insane team fights, a fun meta on 13-13, and again, to say the least.
Yeah, like we all started into the playoffs with the new patch 13-13, and it reintroduced bruises and melee supports into the LPL, and that's exactly what our LPL players thrive off.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I feel like it did cause several teams to their demise, as we didn't really expect them to fall this hard, especially not being able to reach the round 3 or round 4. But it all started off with this insane teamfight turnaround from the jungle of OMG, where Aki found a 4-man Rel ultimate in that jungle position, and Cream, on the other hand, I really wanted to highlight him about how his growth has been this year from spring to summer, because even in this series, OMG unfortunately lost, but you could see that when Cream was popping off, he was the core reason why OMG was able to pick up wins.
True, again, you know, looking at OMG, it's sad they're not in regionals, it's sad they can't go to Worlds, but again, so much improvement there. I think on the other end, you know, this was one of my favorite series, Top Esports versus BLG, Kitty. I think the best series in the past 2 to 3 years for me personally, considering how action-packed it was and how individuals like Jackie Love, Elk, really stepped up to the plate and showed us what our top 4 in the LPL looks like.
Yeah, and this was the first pentakill that we received in the summer playoffs, and it was a series-defining engage from On's Alistair that won them this entire 5th game. But, I believe it was the 4th game, actually. But I also wanted to highlight how that game was the epitome of why overseas regions are so afraid of LPL 80 carries. They are just so bloody, and I believe at one point, Elk ended the game with 17 kills.
Yeah, no. Kitty, I won up, but it was 18 in the end. I thought it was the most. But Viper already hit previously 19. Like, again, it was insanity. You're right. LPL 80 carries hit different. In a meta where we're seeing things like the Tristana here, we're also seeing the Ophelia still prevalent too. It's stuff we can talk about heading towards this grand finals, but just another note, another pentakill as well. In the LPL, we're not shy of them, and especially when Ruler picks them up as well, we're just like, another day in the office. I guess Gala the same thing, right? Both Gala and Ruler are just like the pentakings now of the LPL.
It was a very close encounter for JDG when they did match up against LNG in that 4th round, which was a double elimination. So LNG, of course, made the losers bracket run by playing 4 consecutive best of 5s, coming into their 5th one. So I'm getting a little bit worried because, yes, the mojo's there. Munchables will definitely be like, the mojo's, it's on the rise, the stocks invest into it. But there's also a thing to consider, which is exhaustion and prep coming into tonight.
Oh, we can really divulge into that shortly because, again, LNG versus JDG is where our head now lies. And let's quickly talk about the journey of LNG. If anyone's tuning in for the first time, this is not the team we expected in the grand finals. Everyone thought it's going to be JDG, BLG again. Kitty, I'm sure you thought the same thing. BLG was a favorite of mine to get their redemption arc against JDG, but they're not here. Instead, it's the 3rd seed from hell in LNG that have surprised everyone.
Yeah, especially with how BLG looked in an extremely convincing way, winning against Top Esports. It was always going to be a 2-horse race by the end of the finals. But like you said, BLG eliminated by LNG in that lower bracket finals and making their way, or at least proving themselves that they really deserve a spot in this finale. But of course, we also need to highlight how we have so many key members coming into tonight, which specifically I wanted to highlight how Gala and Scout's addition into this LNG roster for 2023 was a very big risk for the organization to take because this was the first finals LNG have ever been able to make.
True, that's right. I mean, it's such a big deal. And again, LNG have been building up to this, Kitty, because we've had Scout and Tarzan together for quite a while now. Remember, again, that previous year, it was Duanby in the roster. We were really hyped about. We thought, again, another super team, especially when Icon was disappointing. You step up. And then again, apparently, Scout is a better Korean mid, at least in this form, than Duanby was. Hey, it's not drama. But again, that duo's been fantastic. As you said, additions have come in. As we look at their recent standings and at least their recent finishes, I love that you mentioned this is their first finals because, yes, it is, but it's the furthest they've gone by far, considering that LNG have now been in the LPL for quite a long time since their rebranding as Snake and have now finally hit their pinnacle for their first split.
Yeah, and I wanted to go back to my point where it was a massive risk for the entire organization because you're taking Scout away from EDG, and you also have Gala parting ways with RNG, 2 of the most merchandised players we have in the LPL. And before Gala joined for this summer split, we have Scout not being able to push the entire roster to this finals position where they stumbled around that 5th, 6th position in the spring playoffs. But this time around, with Gala in the conversation, they were able to make that final push and really get there at the end.
It's star power, isn't it? I mean, Gala has been one of the best LPL 80 carries for a while now. He's up with the realms of the Jackie Loves of, you know, I guess I was going to say the Ruler, but Ruler's only come in this year, but still the point stands. Where Gala is quickly becoming a household name, and alongside Scout, who already has been since coming over from SKT as a sub behind Faker in 2016. Now we're just like, holy crap, this roster is stacked, and it is showcasing massively as we need to take a deeper look into Scout, Kitty, because this mid laner, as we're alluding to, as we're getting onto the hype train about, has been carrying the squad, has been the best player in the regular season. Kitty, you found this stat. That's a crap load of MVPs throughout the whole year.
Yeah, he is breaking records left and right. He already broke the record in spring by having 14 MVPs under his name, but this time around, I believe sitting on at least 20 coming into the summer finals, but in total, 31 MVPs throughout the year 2023, and even so being the finals MVP back when EDG won Worlds in 2021, there's a reason why this player is so recognized in the entire scene, and I gave him a bit of a nickname. It's just the most valuable team player. He is exactly what LNG needed. He's the final piece to really solve the puzzle, where if you look at the statistics that we provided, jungle proximity sitting at second, I believe RNG was sitting at first, but that kind of says how much Tarzan and Scout is going to be able to impact these games in the early game.
And I think First Blood participation for me is the most interesting, because that just shows that Scout is always involved. Scout gets the game rolling, and Scout and Tarzan build a bridge for LNG to walk across. I like this because Scout, again, has just been such a highlight player, especially in playoffs, Kitty. As we look through some of the clips, I mean, again, he was the way that that LNG could stop, as Kadra would say, one more wave of domination. This got them to this position now where Weibo took them to that Game 5, and it was a very close end.
Yeah, bouncing of 2 series wins as well from the losers bracket, and this was what started the entire journey for LNG in the playoffs. But I also wanted to say that it was a very pleasant surprise to see that Scout is still letting Nico work, even though a lot of players and a lot of teams has decided to drop this champion because of the recent nerfs in 13-13. But when you have such a consistent player who is going to get that mid priority and also find consistent 3 to 4 man ultimates, I mean, give him Nico, give him Manny, he's going to pull anything off.
There's a plethora of champions. Scout has always shown he goes forever with the range available in the current meta. Scout is a key player for a reason. We know that with LNG. We know that LNG's, the underdogs, are still showing fierce competition. But on the other side, we now have to talk about JDG, because Jingdong Gaming have quickly become the most dominant team in recent history of the LPL. And Kitty, we have to talk about this again, like we did 5 years ago with RNG in 2018. Old LPL fans will know what I'm talking about. It is the golden road to glory that JDG are now paving once again with a championship win today. All they'll need to do is win Worlds, which, just win Worlds. But still, that's the golden road. No team's ever done it in history.
Yeah, and without a doubt, I mean, I think everyone can agree with me on this. This is probably one of the most impressive rosters any organization has been able to put together in the LPL in particular, and that's all thanks to the mid laner and AD carry of JDG being crowned as the best double carries we've seen so far in this year, of course. But JDG, I mean, they're looking for their 3rd title, bouncing off the spring finals, getting that, and then also getting the MSI champions.
Oh, yeah.
They were the highest of dogs coming into summer. They were the top dogs, I would say.
Not even close. Remember, the BLG MSI finals wasn't close. JDG stomped them. And so showing that they are the best team in the world by far. Right now, they're creating their new legacy. And again, as we talk about the history of these two teams, especially with JDG, Kitty, we need to remind people how dominant they've been in recent history, because this is their 10th playoffs for a team that joined in 2017 summer that wasn't really in the conversation until 2019 spring with the Imp, Zoom, Yagao roster. JDG quickly becoming one of the biggest menaces to Kitty. This is just so impressive that they have to get the 100% on the mojo meter to top it off as well.
Yeah, most definitely. And I just want to do a bit of a throwback back to 2022 JDG, because that was probably JDG's best Worlds run so far.
Yep.
But it was unfortunately cut short by T1 in the quarterfinals, I believe losing in a 1-3. But now, coming into 2023, they reconstructed the entire roster and brought Knight over from Top Esports, and of course importing Ruler from the LCK, and they found massive success so far. And everyone has been hyped up ever since the start of the year, saying that this is the team that is expected to win Worlds.
I mean, they are. They're built to win, right? I mean, I'm trying to think. No, JDG's phrase, Kitty, I'm completely lost in it. I'm trying to think. Made to win? What's the JDG phrase? Either way, it is now. Every team has a phrase. I can remember OMG's is Sunshine's Glow and Stars
Planets
Glory.
Sparkle.
Yeah, there you go. Fixed it for me. But on JDG, again, it's an impressive resume while we look at their key player. Remembering that we looked at Scout on the other side, it is only natural to look at Knight here, who, again, is a recent star. And, Kitty, I like the dichotomy between these two, because Scout has been in the LPL for a while. Knight has been in for even less so, but his resume is still looking as impressive as possible.
Yeah, and this is no doubt Knight's best year so far in his competitive career, just bouncing off getting the finals MVP at MSI alongside JDG, where that was just a swift journey for them. I mean, they haven't dropped a single best of 5 this year so far, but I also wanted to kind of highlight how Knight has always been very notorious for having a outstanding performance in domestic tournaments and in the LPL, but unfortunately it never really translated onto the international stage. But with the MSI Championship going to JDG, he can finally prove to everyone else and himself that he is worthy of being recognized as one of the best standalone mid laners we have in the league.
And finally seeing it on the international stage, as you were saying, it's a relief because I think a lot of LPL casters like myself and a lot of LPL fans try to tell the world about Knight, and everyone goes, oh, well, you know, he's not really talking about, but Knight is clean. He's a great player, and the fact that we've seen it on MSI now gives a little bit more context to those people that missed out and didn't watch domestic play before. Now in yet another finals, going up against Scout, it's not a question of experience, it's a question of who's going to perform on the day. And Kitty, the most exciting thing about Knight, I feel like, is the fact that his champion pool feels just as wide as Scout's as well.
Yeah, but there is a very big difference between the two play styles that these players offer for us. But Knight, I've given him a bit of a nickname called the money printing machine because if you look at his statistics, he is a great standalone player where he is first in gold per minute. We also have CS per minute sitting at, I believe, first as well, and he's also first in average kills. So he is an absolute menace that needs to be shut down in the early game, which LNG need to act fast.
I mean, Knight's #1. That's what you're telling me right now, at least in the league, at least in stats. As we look at these two head-to-head, remember, Scout versus Knight. It's really going to be the battle of legacy versus the, not even up and coming, but again, the person who's continued to build his legacy in such a short period of time. I feel like, Kitty, again, like these stat comparisons are important because we know that Scout syncs up really well with Tarzan especially and other laners. Knight himself can be a bit of a lone wolf, it feels like at times.
Yeah, especially with the Jace and Tristan is coming back into the meta for patch 13.13. It does change up Knight's kind of statistics for this comparison, but there's a big reason why they have such differing stats is because these are very skewed because of a single champion, and that's called Azir. Azir is Scout's most played champion this summer playoffs, sitting at 6 games, and your boy Knight hasn't played a single Azir game in 2023. But looking at the overall, the most different stat that we could have seen was the teamfight impact between the two players because Scout was sitting at first, 82%. He is in those teamfights 82% of the time, so he is impacting 24/7, while Knight, on the other hand, sitting at 9th, so the second lowest at 63%. It's much clearer to us, at least, that JDG, they prefer a bit of a 3-1-3 type of playstyle.
As you said, very, very different playstyles from both these mid laners, but as we get closer towards getting into games, you can see behind me, we're lighting things up, getting closer towards opening ceremony in about 3 minutes. The crowd is coming in and the signs are going up. But this is a round 4 rematch. I'm going to bring you closer by telling you that we've seen this before in playoffs. And in round 4, Kitty, it was a 5-game series.
I mean, it was bloody, it was spicy, it was everything that you would have wished for out of a best of 5. And it was also JDG's first best of 5 showing in the LPL Summer Playoffs. And, you know, LNG, we never really expected this team to pull us all the way to 5 because LNG, they have a notorious reputation where they're very slow in the early game, but this best of 5 proved it wrong. And I really want to give credit to Zuka and Hung being able to step up as players who have developed since spring, and you can see how much that Zuka is willing to stand up as that carry top laner where his champion pool, like the Jax and the Gwen, put in so much effort to pull this series to 5.
There's a reason this guy's buyout was so expensive in the off-season of this year. As folks, it's going to be hard with the crowd pumping up, with the environment heating up. We'll try our best, at least coming through before we get into that opening ceremony. But I can tell you one thing. I mean, on top of Zika being a big surprise for LNG, remember JDG, maybe Ruler was the anti-surprise. We knew he was so good, but he was playing his mind out as JDG throughout the playoffs, again, has still been flaunting that individual talent. But Kitty, a 5-game series, and I wanted to say, this could have been a 3-1 to LNG. Game 2 actually thrown away. JDG took their advantage, and we got to a Game 5 where LNG had to really fight back. But the point is, this could have been a 3-1 series. This could have been LNG, who are seen as the underdogs in these finals, actually taking the lead and taking charge.
And throwing it back to Game 5 and how Game 5 started, LNG once again in the lead, and JDG were the ones playing from behind. But having champions like the Ahri and the Rakan in the hands of Knight and Missing, I believe those statistics are through the roof.
Oh, yeah.
They have 100% win rate on Knight's Ari, and also a 17-game win streak for Missing's Rakan, and they were able to wrap up the series with a dominating teamfight start, which is exactly what is being shown on the screen here, which was the turning point in that Game 5, and it was through Knight and Missing once again linking up on these high mobility champions, and that's where JDG really shine in these skirmishes. And LNG, I mean, you take away something like the Maokai, which is Tarzan's most played, it does put them out in a bit of an uncomfortable zone, but you know, we have a rematch coming up very soon, so I'm excited to see how they really play around this problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's something we can really divulge into, and some of the champions that you mentioned, some of the champion pool that could be exploited here. But just to quickly touch on this, before we get into the ceremony in 10 seconds, I'll let you guys know that JDG LNG went the distance for a reason. It's such a perfect way to let us in as the lights are off and the
请2023 LPL 夏季赛总决赛的参赛队伍登场。有请北京 JDG 英特尔电子竞技俱乐部。有请苏州 LNG 电子竞技俱乐部。有请 JDG 上单369 ，LNG 上单兹卡。有请 JDG 打野 Knafi，LNG 打野 Tursan。有请 JDG 中单 Knight，LNG 中单 Scout。有请 JDG 下路 Ruler，LNG 下路 Gala。有请 JDG 辅助 Missy，LNG 辅助航。2023 LPL 夏季赛总决赛即将开战。是 JDG 再度登峰，还是 LNG 新王加冕？让我们共同期待两支战队的精彩表现。LPL 无畏即巅峰。
无双龙死谁人手，擂鼓增王口。
西安，我又回来了。
很多人都没有想到，我们能从8个组走到决赛。
这是我第一次进入到决赛，我没有任何的包袱。今年的赖特无所畏惧，我们将作为主角继续走下去。
我会是今天的王，
希望能够拿下3连冠。
粉身莫习中人，根据 YK。
西安是一座充满传奇的城市，相信没有人会喜欢看平庸的故事。
你看过我是吗？
灵气一挥，长来长中，顶前坤。
很多人说 JDG 正在统治 LPL， 但不是今天。JDG 作为最大的 BOSS 已经很久了，你们尽管来挑战吧，会让你们知道什么叫做痛苦。
京东要3比0晋级到总决赛。
谁说 LPL 只有大小王？这次我将以挑战者的姿态去总决赛。
恭喜 JDG， 依然展现着自己非常完美的一个统治力。
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The grand finals has begun with JDG and LNG taking the stage and the crowd being absolutely electric, as stated before. But I tell you what, the energy is out and about here in Xi'an. In, Kitty, the name of the place?
Qujiang Sports Center, everyone.
There we go. Sorted out. Thank you for the cover. Again, it is just going to be a hectic day, at least a hectic weekend through all the way to regionals as we come over the new week as well. But Kitty and myself, Asterix, will now take you through what should be interesting drafts. And Kitty, that's where we have to start, right? Because at least looking at these two teams, there's been nothing but interesting picks coming through so far in playoffs, especially in the jungle pool, which I know you wanted to highlight to kick us off.
Yeah, the two previous Griffin junglers coming into the LPL, now they will be fighting for that last position in getting the trophy, the Silver Dragon Cup in the LPL, of course. But I wanted to highlight how Tarzan, in particular, starting off with him, is he has had an amazing playoffs run so far in this summer split. I mean, he really elevated himself from spring, and I feel like maybe it's because he is very confident with the current meta. As you see, 8 games on the Maokai right now with a 75% win rate, as this is a very high prioritized champions for the side of LNG, as their entire composition kind of plays around this Maokai pick. But that's also something lacking on Kanavi's champion pool list. As I was taking a bit of a look, Kanavi's only played 1 Maokai game in summer so far, and we know that he's very comfortable on the champion because JDG were so dominant back in spring, and that was one of his picks, so it's a bit surprising there. But also something else that catches my eye is Tarzan. He's played 9 unique champions so far into the playoffs, but if you think of unique champions, you think of Kanavi because he had 15 different champions played in the summer regular split, but this time around he's a little bit more mundane, but still giving us a bit of spice with the Nico and of course the Lee Sin.
The funny thing is though, it's like, because JDG have played a lot less games, naturally Kanavi's not going to have as many champions, but remember, in the first series of playoffs, Kanavi played 5 unique champions in one series, that one best of 5, so it's just hilarious to me, like, yes, there's a little bit more straightforward for Kanavi, but only because they've played less series. Because LNG are now fast approaching their 5th best of 5, Kitty. Like, again, Tarzan with a big repertoire, but because he's had to pull it out. It's still going to be interesting because I think ultimately we now know both these junglers have so many unique pocket picks that I feel like banning out jungler in this series, like, yeah, probably the Maokai needs to go. But outside of that, what the hell are we going to get?
I know, but if JDG continue the trend where they tend to drop Kanavi's jungle priority pick towards that 4th and 5th position, we often see at least 3 jungle bans being copped onto Mr. Kanavi, and he really struggles with finding something new, which we did see the Nico, right? And the Nico did do spectacular in the early game with how fast it cleared, but it really didn't feel like that was JDG's style. But I also wanted to highlight how the overall meta for LNG on the other side, it's been fantastic. We have the Bruises coming in for Zuka. The Jax is currently, I believe, 50% banned of all time for LNG. I mean, this guy's an absolute monster. Even if you give him something like the Gnar or I believe the Gwen in the top lane, it's going to be a little bit rough on how 369 is going to be able to fight off against that. But also, we need to talk about mid lane, right? Because mid lane, it's Scout versus Knight. And we know that Jace is going to be a huge priority coming into tonight, where if that champion is removed, JDG, on the other side, they do default back to Comfort. We saw the Ahri coming out in Game 5 against LNG in Round 4. And, I mean, the 100% win rate continues, Hysterics.
It does indeed. Let's bring some of those champions up, actually, because I think it is important to, again, highlight that mid-champion pool. And outside of that, what we've just been highlighting on has been things like the Maokai pick as well. We've got a little bit of a stat background here for people to see what should be looked at in pick and ban, what could be first pick worthy, Kitty. And you're already highlighting things like the Jace, the Maokai we mentioned before. Azir's been brought up a couple of times, and especially when we're looking at Scout, not Knight. But I think this kind of shows what should be first worthy of a pick, or again, first ban phase at the very least.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the statistics that we have below, I mean, LeBlanc is currently sitting on that 94% presence in the entire summer playoffs run so far, and it's closely followed by champions like the Maokai and the Tristana, where you often do see the Tristana at least as a response into the LeBlanc, which is going to be extremely high priority if any team leaves it open.
And again, I feel like, especially with LNG and JDG, you never know which direction you're going to go. Those champion pools expand in more directions than just the jungle, but as we get closer and closer to getting into game number 1 for our grand finals between LNG and JDG, we've gone to the players to get a bit of trash talk to open us up into this grand finale.
哎，我的，上次垃圾话效果很不错，那今年下局还有什么新花样吗？
都是大家给面子嘛，对吧？主要也是因为我跟选手的私交什么的关系比较好。今年的下一赛主选最关键的一点就是我们将会在直播流里面首发。你想现场那么多观众，那得多热烈！不如带兄弟们搂搂去。马上要打 Scout 了，感觉怎么样？你这又是你，恭喜你们这次进决赛了，打369，不是你是决赛，进决赛了。这次啊打输了，哎呦米西又进决赛了，对吧？在下路稳住发育，团战里面
走开走开走开，睡觉了睡觉了，
我走了。
多拿几个5杀，这团战不就赢？咱们官方啊确实是有品位，这次夏季赛的垃圾话又找到了。但是呢，我作为一名专业的导演，我对他们还是有些要求。我们这次的内容就要做的更加的真实，更加的有内容，更加的劲爆，让我们的观众啊可以共鸣啊。
Hello， 大家好，我是上单位进入决赛最多的选手369，
我是奈奈
Mission，
这已经是我第3次打下局了。我是 LNG 的上单兹卡。
大家好，我是 LNG 的辅助航，
我是 LNG 的中路 Scout。我非常相信我的队友的团队。我是京东的华纳比 ，LNG 的EC 가라 하자。
我是 JDG를 이제 LPL Summer 처음으로 결정하게 됐는데 재밌는 게임 했으면 좋겠습니다.
不要研究我们，赶紧去研究 EDG 吧。你们要准备第2天的冒泡赛。兑奖杯我们已经拿腻了 ，TD 也可以再多放一个。
50连抽了，他一张金卡都没有，全是紫卡。哎，说到这个，你觉得紫卡怎么样？
都叫紫卡了，还需要评价吗？
打369感觉不需要注意太多吧，他英雄池还是有些缺陷。我出格温剑姬，阁下该如何应对？
京东年纪大，体力差，我会让他们见识一下什么是 LPL 的青春风暴的。
都走到决赛了，肯定是夺冠，可以随意的去进攻，后面有我斗地主手。
哎，完蛋，又来拍垃圾话了。
1年2次的任务嘛，对吧？这次马上要打 Scout 了，怎么样？紧不紧张？
怕什么？又不是没赢过，大家都有新队友的人了。
这个团苦力嘛，就我对他苦力点没有任何印象吧。李宁5个位置都感觉打得没京东好，我们已经做好准备拿了3连冠，把拥有是一阵中的。
垃圾选手再拿一次亚军也是挺不错的，不需要太大的准备吧，一定会赢下他。
刚才啊，奈特在接受采访的时候一直在强调他是1阵中单，哎，你怎么看呢？
知道吗？1阵有5个 ，MVP 只有1个。
哎，不是，你们确认一下，这个是可以放的吗？刚才卡拉伟跟我说，他都不需要放眼就知道你几分钟在哪儿在干什么
啊？每次路线都被抓到了吗？
不是那个意思，这个
啊，我懂了。卡拉比就是京东的一个专业，每卸就他开始送，감사합니다。
他3的决赛胜率是0%，给他看一下我的实力吧。
哎，卡拉伟，看书呢。哎，这次决赛你要打他子，你怎么做？我抓不到他，你是不是觉得你打不过他子？是不是他太慢了？我怎么抓他呀？
卡拉比的话，摔也很快，送也很快。这次决赛就是来给卡拉比上课。
难道他真是说垃圾话的天才？
我对兹卡选手，他第1次打决赛的话，我希望他手不要太抖，听得到队友的反馈。玩9桶的心得的话，最重要的还是武魂融合吧。下局的目标就一定是冠军。作为新人，最重要的就是一定要特别的自信，敢打敢拼嘛。
That later for you. Of course, we had to cut it off because we've just been told that pick and ban is fast approaching, and we want to give you all the guest predictions as well as the caster predictions. We'll bring that up for you now. Kitty and myself, Asterix, are about to rush in and then throw off to the casters. Again, it is full metal pace here in the grand finals. First of all, let's start with our casters. Kitty, I mean, again, we know the favoritism here today. We know it's all about JDG. There's really no surprise in which direction the majority of our team's going.
Yeah, and usually I have a lot of confidence in JDG because they are on their way in making that golden road, but I even went one loss. Anyways, the lights are out and the game's about to begin.
Give me our guest casters. Where are they? Production, show me the money. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into pick and ban. Before we do, we've got a couple of guests that we need to hear from. They've given us light again. We can speak once more. And again, Kitty, the favoritism continues. We've got it on screen, we've got it on record so that if they're wrong, they can be shown up. But with the lights off, with pick and ban behind me, I'm going to throw it over to our finals caster in Mazel and Nightmare to kick off the call for our grand final.
We've got one of the best of fives ready to go. The stories write themselves. This arena filled with the energy ready to watch the competition take place. I'm so excited to be joined by you, Nightmare, and we are about to have ourselves a treat tonight.
It is so fun being here, being in Xi'an, being in this arena. Now, I had the pleasure of watching T1 versus JDG at MSI in London, and the crowd there from all the traveling fans was absolutely second to none. That was thousands of miles away, though. This is home territory. How loud can they get? We are getting straight into the draft, and we were wondering whether this Jace would get through the pick and bans. It has done. Knight has first crack at one of the priority mid laners on the patch.
Exactly that. I love this grab away from LNG as well. They get the lovers duo, some safety for Gala and Hung, but you have to remember we're coming into this one. We talked about the stories writing themselves. JDG are trying to put another brick into the road, while LNG are in their first finals ever as an organization. We'll see that Jace priority be super prevalent for JDG, and maybe as this series comes out as a whole, we do see Ruler's classic Aphelios locked in.
You can see that the Maokai is being hovered by Kanavi. We expect that to come through with the likes of the Jace. It helps you buy space for that long-range backline. Of course, you got the Aphelios too, another long-range kind of artillery bot. When he has the right old weapons for that ultimate, he can throw forwards that flamethrower ult at the right time. Wouldn't surprise me to have that locked in now. But on the other side, you know, the desk were really highlighting what the jungle champion pool can come through this. Tarzan has had some different picks come into there. He even showed a game with a Skarner at some point. Now we're going to see it in this game, but there's some flexibility there. They've already locked in their spot lane duo, though, which means that they have a choice now. You're going to lock in a priority mid lane or a priority jungle. Tristan has been passed up, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I'm really interested that Tristan has even made it this far into it. We actually just get the insta-lock Nico for LNG in that third slot going into the second phase of bans.
Okay, so already you can see the difference in these compositions, right? You've got Knight and Ruler playing very high damage champions if they can stay safe from the initial engage. Now that engage they need to stay safe from is Scout on Nico, who has absolutely destroyed some playoff series before on this champion, and then of course Hung on the Rakan. I think Hung has been the ultimate wingman for his team. He's rarely the main character, but when he is on the engage threat as well, he plays secondary engage and allows Scout to play even better because both of them are threatening the same targets and removing those defensive capabilities.
And that is so important in this one. I feel like LNG are definitely the underdogs in this series as a whole. They don't feel it. We heard a lot of confidence through the players themselves. We even heard confidence through Poppy, their head coach, not afraid to draft some spice against Ohm. But we do have to look at the second phase of bans. We got the Melio ban, which is a nice one. We get the Ornn banned away from 369. Not going to have the tank today in game number one. We also get the Nocturne towards Tarzan, which we were talking about that jungle pool earlier on the analyst desk.
Yeah, again, Kitty was really hammering home about the difference in the champion pools between the two of these. Of course, that Sejuani, huge for Tarzan as well. The thing which is fairly interesting for me here is that actually typically it has been Tarzan that's been early picking that jungler and allowing someone like Gala or Hung to play as something a little bit more different later into the draft. Now, if Zucker ends up picking up this Cassante, interested to see what 369 goes for in his own right, because the Cassante can be another kind of flanking threat, can play fairly well on the front line too. It's a bit of the jack-of-all-trades top laner, but 369 hasn't really locked in a lot of those kind of half-tank punishing picks, something like a Gwen, something like a Jax. He hasn't gone towards that. Yeah. And of course, with the Renekton off the board, you have to wonder what his champion pool will allow for to deny this Cassante full pressure in this game.
Yeah, you got to find a way to make top lane work to some extent. I also really like that tag-in focus from JDG at the last bit. Take away Sejuani from Tarzan has been a big pick for them, but we actually get missing Alistar here for game number one.
Okay, so Aphelios Alistar can be threatened a little bit by the Zyrakan in lane. Zyrakan as a duo incredibly potent in the 2v2, but you get to the late game, you survive that laning phase. Missing is going to have a very important job of holding the door shut against those engaged threats, which we highlighted earlier. Poppy doing exactly the same thing from the top lane for 369. We hadn't seen this champion from him before this point. That was actually more of the shy pick. Invincible in NIP as well, picked up this champion a lot. putting that into Kasante. There's a lot of dashes you can stop from him, decent laning phase. Everything about JDG's comp is protecting the long-range backline from the huge engage coming from LNG.
Isn't that the bread and butter, though? I mean, you got such good control from JDG around objectives. They have a ruler, they have Knight. Those are two guns you'd want on your side anytime here. But I do love the pickup of the Wukong for Tarzan, because I feel like it gives him a lot of skirmishing pressure, but also some beautiful setup with the team fight with this Wombo combo they've gotten for LNG.
And something like a Wukong can suffer when he's like the only front foot engage, where he's running forward into the enemy team. But when you've got Kasante helping you out, Scout threatening from another angle, and of course Hung as well on the Rakan, all of these champions, if they are coordinated, are going to throw up a lot of a raid engage that JDG need to protect. There are so many angles they need to cover to protect Knight and Ruler.
And I think the protection of those key carries is so important. We already talked a little bit about it. It is a monumental moment for both these teams. JDG on the road, the golden one that has never ever been reached before, and LNG making it to a grand finals for the first time. Tarzan has been trying to reach this moment for so darn long, and they finally have the pieces around it to make it so, and now it's put up or shut up moment here, Nightmare.
I mean, Tarzan hasn't been in a regional finals for 4 years. 2019 summer, the last time that he ended up doing that. It's been a long time coming. He now finds himself in a finals against the indomitable Jingdong Gaming. They, if they win today, set so many records. They are yet another step closer to that golden road, the grand slam across the entire season of League of Legends, winning everything there is to win. They'd also win 3 consecutive LPL titles, and that is a record which they would meet. The only other team that has done that before is EDG, and that was in 2014 to 2015. It's been like 8 years since we've seen that. This really does feel historic, beyond even what a normal finals, not that there are any normal finals can do. There's so much on the table.
There is. I think it's funny, we talked a little bit about it on the analyst desk with Kitty and Hysterics, but everyone expected another rematch, right? Everybody expected an 8th best of 5 between BLG and JDG, but the 3rd seed from hell making it so and making it to these grand finals. I cannot be more excited for this LNG roster. Obviously, you have Scout in the mid lane with double MVPs. You saw all of the stats earlier as well. This man has been cracked. If he gets a lot of the safety and that comfort that he finds early on, it lends so well to LNG's strengths. Well, the golden left hand for JDG is no slouch either.
So, and that's why I love the matchup which we've seen for Game 1 as well. Jace versus Neeko. If Jace missteps, Neeko gets the ult, he gets absolutely blown up. But Jace adds so much value to his team if he gets to put out damage. I think Jace has been, in a lot of ways, the LPL mid laner of choice throughout the entirety of this year. And LNG were one of the first teams to pick that up themselves. They're no strangers to it. They're also no strangers to countering it. We saw one of the clips in the pre-show as well. One of the highlights of playoffs so far was Scout on Neeko, flanking threats like that Jace and never giving them ground to really play this fight out. And that's the thing about JDG. You can't give them the tools to do damage because they have the very best carries in this league right now.
They absolutely do. And you've seen such confidence from them as a whole, right? They feel like they are the protagonists. They are the ones that are deserving of that Silver Dragon trophy. And I think the fact that we have seen such stress, such pressure put onto this roster since MSI, since before MSI, since Ruler joined at the beginning of the year, it has been really interesting to watch how they've molded themselves into this super team, into this giant.
And I really think that JDG cracked the code when it came to a super team, right? You keep your jungle support together because they're the ones which handle a lot of your early game. They kind of make sure that all of the machinery parts are oiled up. But then the real carry Joe in mid and bot lane, you get the best damn names you can. Funnily enough, LNG did exactly the same.
They did!
Like, just kind of split it half and half across the year. I mean, they brought in Zucker, of course, into the top lane at the start of this year, who was an incredible buyout. In spring,
incredible with the price, too, right?
With the price, yeah, with the price, that's the one. But in spring, they really didn't see as much value from that. But they saw value from the other pick in spring, which was, of course, Scout into the mid lane. He has been so important to his team. And that's what an MVP is, right? You're just so valuable to your team. And then they bring in Gala into summer, and he has been the late game insurance that they have really needed to add a double threat onto this roster. Both of these teams have found ways to build themselves their own versions of these really strong. I'm not going to call everything a super roster. I think that gets a bit tired after time, but that's how you make all of these cylinders fire at once.
Yeah, and hey, having a working car might lead you to the grand finals, I would say.
Unless you don't want to
move. As we see the car take over the stadium. That means we are getting oh so close to our game number 1 of our summer grand finals. You see the teams set out in front of you. JDG wanting to have some control around objectives, wanting to make sure they keep safety for Knight and Ruler. We're on the other side for LNG. They are looking for wombo combos. They are looking for length of engage. And game number 1 of the summer grand finals is kicking off. It's JDG on the road to glory, and it's LNG for the first time in a grand finals. Let's kick it and let those gyos ring.
It is a special experience to hear that in arena in person. You see the crowd on your screens there. We have turned out in force today in Xi'an to watch these two teams potentially take home for themselves that Silver Dragon Cup. We have themselves a 5-man fan at level 1. In terms of this early game, you are really looking, as you always do with LNG, to see if you can get a pick-off with something like Tarzan and Scout working together. And then I think the 2v2 can potentially have some fireworks as well.
Yeah, I would like to see some early proactivity. I think JDG are much more in a comfortable boat. They are fine with joining objectives if LNG have already started. We've seen the strength of the Jason Maokai rampant through the LPL, but also competitive as a whole. I am just very curious that we get a Game 1 Scout Nico here. We saw the plays and the replays, all the lead up to this, how strong he has been on this one, but it's going to require a big combo and execution as well.
And the bonus of having something like the Nico is that, I mean, for most of this year, the Nico would have been an Annie instead, something like that. It's an engaged threat from the mid lane. It threatens a backline. The thing is, it's not like you can't protect a backline. Something like that Alistair or Poppy, they can really make it difficult for Nico to find those consistent flanks. You need to find those key moments. That's going to come through vision control. It's going to be a whole team effort to make sure that Scout can find the backline.
And if Scout can find the backline,
they die quickly.
Big problem for JDG as a whole. I do want to focus. We've talked so much about Knight and Scout. I think another close point for me is the fact that Ruler is a dominant ADC in his first splash into the LPL. In his first year, he's looking at back-to-back titles. Where on the other side, Gala himself has been trying to rebuild his legacy on this LNG roster as the new gun.
And it feels so unfair when you're facing a player like Ruler because you just don't think that anyone can outplay the situations that he does. Typically, the way that LPL teams have dealt with Ruler is by smashing him so hard in lane early, throwing all resources down towards bot lane, that he doesn't have the stats and items to outplay big team fights later on, because you know that he will consistently do that. When you have someone like Gala, you can at least kind of go blow for blow in a lot of those team fights in those laning phases, but there is no player that does it quite like Ruler in the LPL right now.
There really isn't. I'm just glad that he doesn't have Xayah for game number 1. This man has been a menace on that pick, but he does have his Aphelios, and we saw how many 200 years moments he's had.
He did get a pentakill.
He did get a pentakill, and you know, that's not too bad, not too bad. I love it though, because I think we talk about these big names. For me, the biggest name that has been kind of coming up in playoffs has been Zika up here in the top lane, and his matchup against 369 actually has a lot of importance in this series as a whole.
I love that you mentioned that, because I think for me, Zika, though he might not be the star player, as Engage comes in bot lane, not going to lead to anything, but Zika has been the most improved player from spring to summer. You stop in with playoffs. Last time around, LNG went out very, very early. They lost to OMG, and a lot of that was because Zika got massively gapped by Shanji in that series. This summer, he has had an absolute fire lit under him, and he has been playing like a man evolved, really. He's been so important for his team.
He's looking to take advantage of 369 champion pool too. He wants to bring out the Fioras and the likes as well, get some aggression. I do want to check in on the jungle pathing here. We did get kind of separated starts here for both of them, but we actually have a little bit of presence from Kanavi up towards top side, hovering between the lanes. We actually looked like Tarzan might have gotten a little bit of something.
Tarzan just making sure, this is something that you can see quite commonly with junglers, like after the end of one of their clears, you can go recall in the enemy jungle, put down a late ward, and it'll give you that extra information to act accordingly afterwards. Kanavi doing exactly the same thing on the other side of the map. It'll allow that next Raptor respawn to be scouted out, and as we said, particularly when you've got Jace Maokai, very good combination between the two of them to allow Jace some space. But on the other side, Wukong Nico so much damage that they can get on top of the Jace if he's disrespectful and pushes up when he doesn't have full information of the enemy jungler.
So that's mid lane going to be a little bit contentious as well. Can lead a lot to the pressure we see in the mid game, but I think for now it is all eyes on kind of where these junglers are going to be going. It is an easy early path, right? We're not going any skirmishing. Everybody trying to get their bounds here in the arena in Xi'an.
No fireworks just yet. Those wards that were just put down are going to get some dividends right now. Tarzan's been spotted on the top side of the map, which means that there's a potential 2v2 option towards the bot side of the map for JDG, knowing that Tarzan can't respond, but they don't have themselves the spacing right now, and they don't really want to go into that Xayah Rakan. Of course, we already talked about that duo being very, very strong later into the game. Gala got plenty of guns to bring them back.
You know the craziest thing about all this? I know we're talking about all, you know, the golden road, third time in a row for JDG. LNG's first time. LNG still have not beat this team since summer 2021. It feels bad, man. Like, they were so close in their previous series, going all 5 games with our titans of the LPL. They weren't able to find that win, and you know that's got to be hanging over them.
No time like the present, I
No
suppose.
time,
I mean,
okay.
this
No time like the finals.
This is the time to do it, right? They should have, by all means, won the series versus JDG the first time they met up 3-1. They didn't quite end up that way. Our trades in this mid lane, Knight controlling the push right now. We've got, of course, the Herald coming up sooner rather than later. What we're really going to see now is seeing how the lane push can buy the next reset, which will allow these teams a better entrance towards that Herald. That might be our first big fight of the game, because it'll allow you to get some chunks out of these towers, where we've basically seen none so far. It's been a very slow early game between the two teams.
And that's what I want to talk about a little bit, because when you see this Maokai-Jace combo, it's obvious that you are very confident, you want to control objectives, or you can influence objectives a lot. Where I was saying the Wombo comp for LNG maybe makes it a little bit more difficult on the execution end, but it's something where I feel like if they get early objectives, they can really start stacking themselves up.
Tarzan puts a ward over the wall. Of course, Dragon being up at the same time, we haven't seen early Dragon taken. That maybe means we get an objective trade between the two of them, but neither team really prioritizing one over the other right now. And you're right, there is a bit of hesitancy, and I don't think that's mistaken, right? Because you really don't want to give the first kills of the Grand Finals up so easily. You want it to be well considered. LNG putting down good vision, which will allow them to go towards that Dragon first, and that will, of course, at this timestamp, allow them to reset and potentially get towards Herald too.
That's exactly what I wanted to bring up as well.
Oh, we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's crazy. How's some synergy there? I think getting this reset timer is going to be super important. Obviously, they were able to get a contestation over both objectives would be huge for them, because it sets them up for that later part of the game.
So we were talking a little bit about those resets coming through. Gala and Hung using the double recall with the Zyra Khan to just buy an extra couple of seconds or two. At this point in the game, it does mean quite a lot. Early game rotations are measured in those just few remaining seconds. We haven't really seen any blowout laning leads coming through just yet. You can see that Ruler and Missing. What they've done is they've built up a slow wave in this bot side, which will allow them to put a load of minions into the enemy turret, which means that if there is anything on the top side of the map which comes a-brewing, Ruler and Missing can kind of guarantee that Gala will have to be bot side farming while that happens.
I still think we've got some like hidden guns being unearthed in the bot lane right now.
Oh, is it like Aphelios' hidden 6th gun?
Yeah, maybe
which color would it
like
be?
Ooh, orange?
Orange. That'd be, well,
no, that's too close to red.
Maybe.
We'll have to come back to that one. But I want to come back to this bottom lane, because I think it's super interesting how much relies on both Gala and Ruler for their teams once we pass that 25-minute mark.
It does, and they've got champions which really embody that as well. Kanavi doing what he does really well, which is when he has pushing lanes, he goes into the enemy jungle and denies a lot of that jungle farm as well. So we're seeing kind of the...
They're moving up.
Yeah, we are seeing kind of the culmination of these early game pushes and building up and stuff like that. See that Ruler and Missing, they're not going to be here towards this top side at the same time. You can see that Ruler's been left alone in bot side. JDG, they're not angling for a fight here. They're looking to delay LNG and get Ruler some plates bot side.
Yeah, if they can get a couple plates his way, that would be huge. Also, 369 on the pop, be able to provide a lot of pressure up here. But all the LNG members have made the trek. Gala going back down to the bottom side. 369 is going to burn his flash. And that is the Rift Herald. Actually, maybe contested still, as it's not Tarzan that gets knocked out of there. It will end up being that Rift Herald actually re-engaged on by JDG rather, and they get the Nature's Grasp in there. They're following up. There's the big Pop Blossom, and you got a big Wombo there for LNG. They can't get the fight though. Who's gonna go down first blood? It looks like it might just be Zika. He gets out with a nice little flash, and it's traded back and forth. First blood goes over, but it is Chaos with a triple knock up there. It's JDG that end up taking 2 for 2 in a crazy fight around Rift Herald.
And the golden left hand gets 2 for himself. Lots of gold into both carries of JDG, because Ruler gets 3 plates down in this bot lane turret as well. I think that's going to be the difference maker. LNG, yeah, they walk away with that Herald. That'll get them some gold back in the long run. But as soon as Gala showed bot side, JDG knew that they could win on both sides of the map. We're going to see that in the replay here as well, because what the real key thing here is that at this moment, JDG, they're playing delaying, which is why 369 very quick to flash out, but he's just trying to be a nuisance. The way this changes is when, look at the minimap down here, Zaya's going to show in this bot lane, and that'll be the go button for JDG. They're playing safe right now, safe, safe, safe. They see Zaya, they go in, Hung's out of the fight here as well, and that's when they have the go button, and they're just about to win it out, even though it's close run stuff.
The fact that the gold printing machine got 2 kills and his Midas touch is starting to work alive here.
Maybe that's
incredible.
what they mean by the golden left hand. It's
yeah,
gold print.
Yeah. Just make sure it's not the curse. But the 2-0 on the Jace, I think, will be absolutely huge. This little knock up there, I love that Hung is able to pull something back from it to make it that 2 for 2. But the real fact of the matter is, 2 kills on the night enables JDG so much.
Thing is, though, you look at the gold at the top of the screen, and it is fairly even as far as it goes. I'd imagine a bit of that is going to be on Zika's Katante with a couple of assists, and then also the CS lead starting to be built up a little bit. So it's not like the whole team's ahead from JDG, but of course gold leads at the top of the screen can be a little bit misleading. As we said, the Jace, if he is ever safe in a team fight, he does so much damage.
Yeah.
So this is now going to be, again, really in the spotlight. The 2 compositions interacting in the way that LNG, they want to kill the Jace. JDG, if that doesn't happen, they win the team fights.
I do want to keep focusing, though, on where this next move for LNG is going to be. They have the Rift Herald for Tarzan. They want to try to get either some gold into Scout or into Gala, I feel.
They're definitely going to attempt to, but the question is, well, how are they going to be able to do that? Because JDG, they're doing a good job of kind of connecting up with Kanavi and the lanes right now to kind of get the lane control that they want, make sure that they're safe farming, and that Kanavi can get some decent vision down as well. We've seen vision kind of being traded across both sides of the map right now. LNG a little bit more towards the bot side. JDG surviving more towards the top. Knight is collapsing onto Zika. He has
he's
ult.
got the all out. It doesn't go all the way, and Zika, it flashes quickly over the wall to get out.
What a frustrating champion. That does buy LNG some time to go towards mid lane. It's a failed attempt towards topside. It's only a flash taken. And because JDG moved their players towards topside, Herald goes in.
And how right is it to just give Scout some gold? I think you've had such incredible carry performances from this guy. He didn't have, I would say, the biggest splash in spring when he joined LNG, but this split itself has been incredible.
Well, not in playoffs. In regular season, Scout was the Scout that we know him in summer as well, but it really didn't quite end up in this kind of performance towards the finals. Ignite dropped.
That is the Ignite. The ruler should be able to get out. How's that Gravitum ready to go? So no further engage. Will be that Summoner Spell burn.
Okay, so LNG, they put that first Herald towards that mid lane. Something that we're going to have to track. Of course, they've got Dragon up right now. It's desynced from the Herald timing. LNG would love to get second Herald and throw that into mid lane turret as well. That'd be an easy takeaway away from JDG. It's normally quite hard to take mid lane turret away from a Jace who has a lot of wave clearing ability once he gets a couple of levels into himself. That's probably the next hammer blow that LNG really want to fight around.
See if the hammer comes their way, though, with the Jace, if he ever makes it down this way. It looks like we have that preemptive engage here. He'll be backed off of as the Nature's Grasp comes out from Kanavi. So a couple things going down, a little skirmishing over here, and Dragon is still on the table down bot side.
Not really sure about that, Marco. Feels like that one's a bit of a swing and a miss. Maybe a mystery.
There's some tension, all right? This is a big arena. There's 18,000 people watching. Okay, some pressure.
Grand finals make for some grand plays and grand misreads, apparently. Kanavi not going to have that available for this Dragon fight. He'll have it for the Herald fight, which of course is, again, next huge fight's going to come through. Both teams understand how important that objective will be. So, LNG walk away with another neutral objective in the game, 100% control over those in game 1.
And that is the important thing, because I wanted to see them stacking up for themselves, make sure that they can have gold in their pocket to attack this double carry composition from JDG, because that was the whole shtick. It was just trying to defend both Knight and Ruler as best as possible with the rest of the composition.
I love how both teams just completely all-in on that style as well. We saw from the first 3 picks, it's like, JDG probably want to play around some long range, play defensively. They already have the Maokai Jace involved, right? LNG was just sat there like, okay, we'll try and find some aggressive plays. 369.
You got the Hex Gates, but you ain't nowhere near it. I wonder if they're going to let him take this one, but he just walks his way out. I will highlight, though, we have some Mythics coming online pretty much across the board here as well.
No better time for that as well, because, of course, look at that timer on the top right-hand part of your screen. Herald's coming up in 50 seconds. Hex Gates actually matter quite a lot when they're spawned this early into the game, because they mean those rotations, which we've talked a lot about, they happen that much quicker, and it means that everyone can be available for this next fight, which again, we've said, it's very important for LNG to break up in the mid lane turret if at all possible.
Yeah, I mean, they would get a second Rift Herald, they would just have full neutral objective control, but the question is, when does JDG start waking up with this composition? When do they start aggressing over these objectives as well?
Okay, some important considerations. It's actually not going to be the AD carries both down in this bot lane. It's going to be Scout and Knight. They have teleports, so they can join those fights themselves. LNG, they're probably looking for their first big team fight flanks of the game. There are some wards into the enemy jungle. That might be what decides their offensive angles against JDG. As it stands, you can see that Missing is recalling away from the Herald right now, but again, the resets are quicker because of those Hex Gates. He can be right back on the map as soon as JDG needs it.
the fluidity of movement that LNG have is going to be a huge card for them to play. We actually already see them starting up this Rift Herald. This is 100% objective control if they take it, but they realize that JDG are right there, and with those compositions coming online, the TPs abound. Missing's gonna pop the quickness, or actually try to go in rather. It's a nice little feather storm here from Gala. I don't know if he can pull it back enough though. They engage back onto the back line. Kanavi gets ripped apart, but the Moonlight Vigil comes through as well. It is Ruler who is untouched, and every time that happens, he will decimate your team. That is a 1-for-1, but the biggest importance is Kanavi is gone.
What can we say? JDG understood the assignment. They win the fight around that second Herald, which LNG desperately wanted. That would have been a free ticket towards mid lane out of turret. So the victory from this is, of course, more gold into the carry's pockets of JDG. Knight walks away with another kill, and they're also going to walk away with the denial of the mid lane turret. Easy take from 2 Heralds from LNG.
And Ruler has the Rift Herald, so you know, he can make sure he gets the gold, all right? We actually do got to take a replay of that one because it was chaotic as this series has been.
And Ruler has great weapons for this as well. You see that JDG, they're here on time to arrive at the objective. They separate out the Cassante from the rest of this team, and most of this fight is how much work can these AD carries do against each other. Yeah, Gala ends up living, but he's only hitting Kanavi, whereas Ruler is full HP, full stacked on chakrams at the end of this fight. The difference between the AD carries, as soon as that initial burst goes down, massive JDG, and Hung is alive.
He gets out. Look at that beautiful synergy between the lovers duo. Easy.
This is like Rakan sees himself out to safety. Rakan is such a flashy pick in the hands of LPL supports. We've talked about Missing having a huge win streak on that champion, but Hung, no slouch either way. We do have ourselves, again, still a very even game, despite the fact that JDG, we kind of talked about that last fight being very important to them. They need to start finding some ways to pull ahead of the game and take one of these turrets now.
Yeah, I do love that we got that first turret from LNG. They are consistently trying to find these early advantages, and that's what you have to do to attack JDG, because they are a team that if you give them an inch, they will take every single mile from you.
The way that I describe JDG is a team without an obvious weakness. They don't have weaknesses per se, they have areas of lesser strength, where it's like, okay, they're not the best in the world at this. Sometimes when they fall behind early, they can lose the plot a little bit, but we've seen just as many times them outplay their way into that as well.
Oh, they caught him into the wall bang as well, and he can't get out, oh my goodness, but he still has that grand entrance, and he makes it out alive. The flash from Gala just to get behind him. The Moonlight Vigil will not do enough either, and Hung is an unstoppable beast at this point.
But like, what a bro! Hung is like dead to rights, and he says, I'll tank up the Markyle. Anyway, I've got the Merc Treads, I can get out of that CC. Gala has his flash blown, and you can see that that's now going to open up some options for JDG towards mid lane. Remember, they still have that Herald to put down, and when you have these fights like this, you lose 1 or 2 members, and that Herald can come out. Some very important moments for JDG to start breaking open the map. They haven't taken a turret themselves just yet. LNG took that top lane add-on. They'd love to get some presence on the map from this Herald.
I just love the confidence Hung is playing with, right? Like, he was another new addition to the year, at least, for LNG, and he has actually come alive pretty well with them, and the combo of Gala, but now JDG are on the front foot.
They are, and Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds, so this is going to be the counterweight Herald. You put it down in mid, which means that LNG need to kind of respond to it. As it stands, LNG, they're going towards the bot side of the map, they're trying to control River, and they're going to try and trade mid lane pressure for Dragon.
Zika trying to be a nuisance there in mid lane. The Dragon already started up. Look at Scout. Oh my goodness, we've seen him do this before. He finds the Pop Blossom. He goes in with the Proto Belt, but he can't get it. That Keeper's Verdict also separates the fight. Knight gets out alive there as well. Going golden is Scout. He had another big fight going. Oh my god, Zika gets him! Holy cow, JDG are still fighting though. They will not give this one up easily. They're still going, and there's just not enough damage.
They have no carries!
Just yet. Oh my god, 369 is making it out alive, but Zika slices him down, and the Cassante shows his face. Won't hit that Q3, the frog goes up, but LNG are hanging with the best of them.
LNG get themselves the kills onto the backline. They kill the targets, which are priorities #1. They're going to walk away with another Dragon, so despite the fact that they lose that mid lane out of turret with the Herald being remaining in mid lane, LNG walk away with a great blueprint for how to win teamfights later into the game.
Oh, we got TPs. So LNG want to continue stacking. Both TPs coming in. We did get some particular item spikes coming out, but Ruler isn't here just yet. LNG do secure their soul point, but they've got to make it out of here as well. Zika gets connected on by Kanavi. Going to be a little bit more careful in the back end of this one. Ruler was not nearby. He did complete his Gale Force, but that would have been the kicker.
Suddenly, We go from talking about, JDG, they get the Herald, great moment for them. LNG are now on Hextech Soul Point, very early into the game. The way that they win this fight is through the angles we have talked about right the way from draft. Comes from vision control. Scout does all of his own work, goes through the sweeper, joins up with Zucker in the backline as well, and the two people that cannot afford to die from JDG get blitzed from the start of it. Knight does not get a chance to survive on the Jace. Ruler, even with a pinpoint flash, not enough to survive the backline dive.
And I feel like in all of these little skirmishes, Zika has had some incredibly proactive moments, and this guy has been shining on the playoff stage, it feels like, for LNG.
And the reason it works out so well for LNG is that all of these engaged threats, they work at the same time. Everyone's angling towards it. We're into our first pause of the day.
Of course.
Which gives us a rare moment in the LPL, I've got to say, to actually take a breather. We had that last fight, which was a little bit hectic, went a little bit long.
Every single fight has been hectic.
Okay, that one was even more so. Again, there's a qualifier on top of this. LPL, we are no stranger to crazy as our game. It's our slogan. We like to live by that every so often.
I would say so, and I just love that we're getting those full commands. There was some hesitancy in the early parts of the game, but the fact that we're seeing full calls from teams, double TPs from both sides, it is showing that the team mentality is there, but it's also just showing that decisiveness is there.
I love that point about team mentality, because when was the last time that LNG beat JDG? Was it 2021?
A couple of years ago, I'd say.
It's been, 2 years over that since LNG has taken a game off of JDG as an organization. They lost a pretty gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching series to JDG in a 5-game series in their first time meeting off in playoffs. But they come in today, they come into game 1, and they are playing with style and they're playing with confidence. You do understand that there's a lot of ability to stop those flanks coming out, but you wouldn't be able to tell it. LNG, they're not playing like underdogs. They're playing like the team that can upset the team, which is on their way to a golden roll, the Grand Slam, winning everything in a year.
That's the beautiful part, though. You can look at JDG and say super team, blah, 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 whatever word you want to use.
Yeah.
But LNG have been quietly building those guns, man. That is what I talk so much about Tarzan being a structural piece to LNG they've been trying to build around for so long. And the fact that they have come as a 3rd seed, 5th best of 5 here in the playoffs, and the fact that they are able to go toe-to-toe in an early game with JDG feels real good.
So 5 best of 5s, it can feel a little bit like outlandish when you see it like that. Let's word it in another way, and let me tell you, it doesn't get any better.
Oh God.
LNG have played 18 games in 7 days. 25th of July through to the 1st of August. They played 4 best of 5s. There were 2 best of 5s, which went to 5 games in a row, and then 2 which went to 4 after that. That is an entire regular season in other regions, played in 1 week, and yet they are still looking like they've got a full tank of gas in game 1.
And that doesn't go away from the fact we had a 7-week regular season where teams were playing 2 or 3 best of 3s every single week. So it has been a gauntlet. It has been a grueling moment, but both teams are starting to feel warmed up in this. And as we get back into it, technical difficulties aside, we do get that second item completion coming up for majority members here.
And we're going to get the 2-item spike coming in from Jace. Importantly, if Knight gets to survive in a way that he didn't do in that last team fight, these fights are going to look very, very differently. So LNG, they're going to try and continue to stop that happening. Zika's getting unparalleled sideline access. That's important too. 50 CS leader, the Cassandra of the Poppy. This was a counter matchup from 369. I think we have to check in with this. This is now bleeding gold across the map on the side of JDG.
And we've seen Zika be monumental in those team fights too. Like a Cassante on your backline, you ain't got no protection. He's going to all out you out of the back window. So I think the fact that LNG have gotten this composition, but they're also relying a lot on Zika, is an important factor.
In spring and MSI, it really felt like 369 would just diff people on these kind of bruiser versus bruiser, Tang versus Tang matchups. He was by far the best team-fighting top laner in the world, it felt like. He showed that at MSI, but suddenly Zika comes into summer, and particularly this summer playoffs as well. And where he was a liability in spring, he is a real point of inspiration and strength in summer. This game as well, it's going to be very hard, again, for Knight and Ruler to survive another flanking threat with a ton of gold behind it.
So Baron is up on the table. We got both teams positioning around this top side of the map. Just vision game aplenty for LNG, but they've got to try and stop some of this side lane bleeding coming through, because you do have gold going down in those turrets as well.
You can see how dangerous it is for JDG to walk towards this top side of the river. So many wards put down. Yeah, the Maokai saplings will help to a little bit beyond that point, but Tarzan going invisible, hopping over the wall, Scout proto-velding forwards. You can see how difficult it is for Ruler and Knight to find the space to get value in these kind of big engagements. 369 does take a tower towards the bot side though, and the play fizzles out for now.
I want to check in as well, because we were talking so much earlier about how JDG are approaching these, right? They don't mind if LNG are starting objective first, because they have the power of poke at their side, where LNG are looking for those big wombo combos to get into these centered fish in a barrel type situations.
Of course, what kind of benefits both sides, right, if they manage to control this, is vision, because the more vision you have, the more angles you have for LNG to catch out someone. We saw Scout do that around that Dragon in the big fight, which they ended up winning. But if you don't have that, JDG, they feel free, they feel safe to look for a second round of cooldowns, for a second Jace Shock Blast, for more saplings to come out and take
How
some
OP are the saplings?
They are very OP. Less than they used to be, and yet they still really hurt. Let me tell you, played enough Arena to play against more full AP Maokai coming out of the absolute woodwork. In this one, LNG need to be very careful again. Tarzan finding these angles.
Oh, they might have actually found a little bit of an engage here on a missing. He is tanking it up with that Unbreakable. Here comes Scout around the angle. Again, he is always looking for backline access if he can find it.
Okay, so that's one defensive tool from JDG gone. That's the Alistair ult. You've got the Poppy ult still. And try and catch it again.
Again, Hung with that mobility will end up taking a nice chunk of damage, though. Both supports have to back away.
To LNG, they've got themselves pushing the mid lane as it stands, and they're continuing to keep this vision control on the top side. That last fight basically happened because Missing was trying to get some wards down. LNG did not like the sound of that at all. We talked how important that is. LNG get themselves some deep wards now. Summons the enemy jungle. That might just be the teleport ward, which can end game one. JDG, again, we cannot say this more confidently. It is all about can LNG reach the backline, and those wards are going to help them an awful lot to do that. 40 seconds to kill a Dragon. Same things that we've been saying in the last few minutes around the Baron. Apply towards the bot side of the map, and potential Soul for LNG.
Yeah, everybody should have those 2 item spikes as well. Black Cleaver just completed for Tarzan. We're going to get some early skirmishing around it, though, but the most important thing is to have this set up preemptively. I'm wondering if this is a situation where LNG can feel a little bit more confident to go for a side map play.
I don't think JDG will feel confident to push beyond their vision line, and they'd have to do that to get to the objective in the first place. So LNG feels like, again, you're absolutely right, feels like they have some extra versatility, some varied options to pull towards this next objective fight. 10 seconds till that goes down, but Scout is pushing top lane, Gala's pushing mid lane, LNG, they're taking the resources which are given freely across the map.
Yeah, because they don't need to take this Dragon. They've set themselves up for success, although Zika needs to be a little careful there. Luckily, the entire game plan from LNG was mobility.
Bit agreed on trying to take that mid lane out of turret, which does survive from JDG, but now flash ult down from Zika. How much is that going to mean for JDG? They've taken some important cooldowns there. It feels like they're behind on the map, and they've definitely not been able to push over the river that easily. With those tools down, do they feel like they can go towards an objective themselves now?
They might be able to, actually. I do like the fact that we're getting contest here coming through as well. TP coming in from Zika to make sure he is point and present. Everything available for LNG, but you've got to watch the setup.
Okay, so again, the angles hung on the flank this time. JDG trying to return.
The Scout, they go in with Tarzan preemptively. The Nature's Grasp actually used. Look at Hung. Here comes the Bop Blossom from Scout. It's not going to be enough because nobody is there to follow him up. He goes golden, but this should just mean his life gone, and Knight snipes him down for the back line.
But the real hero of that fight wasn't even on the screen. 369 on the Poppy has been so quiet, but the reason the flank can't work is that the door is held shut on the other side of the fight by the Poppy. And you know what? It's very easy to tell who wins these fights. Knight and Ruler survive, and because of this, you're going to deny that soul point early from LNG. You're going to buy yourself some more time in this game from JDG.
I love it too, because we are headed towards the ADC apocalypse here.
Yeah.
It is going to be all down to Gala and Ruler when we get into these big team fights, when we get into decisive moments, and a decisive moment for JDG to start the Baron.
LNG, they've lost a lot of ultimates in that last fight. They didn't even win. This is an important moment. Baron being shredded.
Hung is going there as well, about 3,000 health. He's in the pit though, he can't get it. Moonlight Vigil onto multiple members, and the Baron goes over to JDG. You've got moving forward Ruler. He's got the every damage you could ever ask for, and LNG are getting wiped off a Summoner's Rift. Scout can't even find the combo, and Ruler pumps in the damage.
LNG make like one small mistake around the bot side of the map. They flub and engage, they use too many tools, and JDG clap back in force. They are the best team at understanding when a mistake has been made and punishing you for it in the entire LPL right now. They get Baron, they start pushing in turrets, and that gold lead we said, which was in the favor of LNG, the entirety of this game is now firmly in JDG's favor.
Again, you give them an inch, they take every single mile away from you. 5 kills now on Knight, but more importantly, you're starting to see the influence from Ruler.
This is really where the game turns, right? I'm glad that the replay goes back to this point, because look at the Maokai ult and how everything on the top side of the fight is completely denying the extra engaged threats from going onto someone like Knight. Knight does not have a lot of HP left at the end of this. If there was one more person from LNG that finds the way to join that one more combo, the Jace goes down, a lot of the damage goes with it. That means that after this point, you failed one engage, you've lost your resources already, and that threat you had onto Knight and Ruler before is non-existent in the second fight.
369 with the expert denial dial this poppy pick. It might have not been good early, but it is coming in so clutch right now.
It turns out he really doesn't care about winning lane on this champ.
Doesn't have to.
Didn't have to. Again, you see it now. He's still at a 20 CS deficit. That was 50 before, but it just doesn't give a monkeys. 2 items now. The rest of the team going beyond that. He still doesn't have that many resources, but he's doing his job so excellently.
And we got to check back in on the state of things. There are a face in tatters for LNG, but more
Scout?
Scout trying to find the engage. He can't do it. Going back in, and you can't step to Ruler if you know you're not going to get him. They go for the big engage. He goes golden, though. He is surviving so much. He's buying so much time, and he's still staying alive. This happens every single time Ruler hits the rift. You try so hard to go for the king, but you can't get him, and JDG rip you apart. LNG have nothing left here, and it's JDG looking at their first Nexus kill of the Grand Finals.
No other player in the LPL could survive a situation like that. Ruler is in fine form as JDG march towards the Nexus.
This man has dominated the LPL since his first game. He got a pentakill in spring in his debut match, and he is making his name known in game number 1 of the Grand Finals. JDG, the Titans of the LPL, will take game 1.
It feels so unfair playing against players like Knight and Ruler. You catch out Knight and Ruler in one team fight around Dragon. Sure, do that another 5 times. That's how you got to beat this team. Ruler, you cannot allow him gold stats and items to outplay these fights because he routinely punishes you for one small mishap.
It feels so bad because every time you see an entire team commit to try to kill Ruler, and they just can't get him. The going golden, the splashes timing from him, the way that he's able to soak so much pressure and then still deal out team fight winning damage, it has been nothing but incredible, and that is something that LNG are going to have to come to grasp with.
And it's very painful now for LNG. That game 1 is one of the better scenarios you can hope for. Very clear win conditions, which you're actually using in the early game, and it was a good early game advantage. For me, there were the 2 big mistakes. First, the second Herald, which stopped you getting easy access to the mid lane turret, because we already saw that the side lane turrets were really being taken easily by K'Sante. Zucker was doing very, very well in the matchup of the K'Sante onto the Poppy, even though he was counterpicked. But the team couldn't capitalize on that. There was this initial tsunami that went forth, but they couldn't quite break that bastion in the mid lane outer turret. That came back to bite them later again.
They've got to find a way to fix up the floodgates, it feels like, as well, because it was an incredible showing from LNG at the beginning. But that is not how this series is going to go. You have to go the whole way. You have to keep the engine running. We are going to step away for a little break. On the other side of this, we'll have our analyst desk with Hysterics and Kitty.
Tentar encontrar alguém, mas só tinha o Croc próximo. Ele consegue puxar, controle de grupo agora funcionou. O abate saiu pra cima do Root. O Celso ficou meio vendido também eliminado. A Loud tenta entrar na chegada do robô. O problema é que eles perderam 3 jogadores e a Kate tá praticamente inteira. Pra cima do robô que ganha muito tempo. O Jim livre, leve e solto, garantiu um abatezinho, mas o robô caiu e o Jim vai tentar limpar. Foi triple na mão do robô. O Jim tá aqui, mano, contra o Greve. Ele double kill com os 3 do robô.
Forced to flash, looking for the Magnet Storm, but punts it against the wall again. Turns golden, is on, gets both of the carries, and he gets Rookie in! On, you magnificent beast! And now the rest of the fight is all down to Jackie Lavogin from Mark. Can Jackie carry as a triple comes out from Elf? And the feathers, are they enough? He's into the GA, it's a quadra for Elf. Jackie tries to put him in the grave, but there's no stopping him. The king of the forest.
한명 되었는데 근데 알리 다시 풀었고요. 재우고 나서 초비를 한 방에 잡았어요. 오히려 캐년. 자 일단 여기서 슬로우 붙여서 렌 들어왔습니다. 디플라스기야. 아니 캐년 대박 나는데요. 지금 페이지와 딜라이트가 없는 상황. 천천히. 그리고 또 초비 サポートのライナー一瞬でバーストで倒して、そしてリッキーが夕日をゾーニングしてからグループアップ。それを見て勝ち進の海越え、狭いところフォーマンノックアップでこのより大逆転バーニングコア。 to get some damage. Reason over the wall. Oh, but it's the teleport coming back in. They've closed all around them, and there's nowhere else for Summit to go. Palafox sends him to the skies. A 3-man counter-strike to Summit outplays it, and he takes out FBI. He ward off over the wall. No way he gets out of this one, right? The Q stun doesn't land, and Summit makes it out.
Now we have to draw our eyes towards the first Herald of the game.
Maybe they're dive for here, but Alistar level 6, nice E away from Noah. A lot of chunk damage, Razork's around, Team One has mid push too. They only have one range tag as well.
The last time Fnatic died like this, it went very poorly for them. Limit so low. We're trying to beat them. Humanoid coming in with that shot blast. Acceleration gate, Patrick tanks it. Unbreakable used by Limit. Patrick tanking everything. Oh, they kept him alive. Oh, he dodged it. He's still alive. It went in. What? They're still alive. Limit will fall, but Odo's TP finds 2 for Exile.
Summer sunset, that southern chicken fried. First kiss in a Chevy on a football Friday night. With the smell of sweet magnolias, back road you learn to drive. We're a dusty old bar stool, coke and a chorus line. From the river banks of the Mississippi to the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. From Louisiana to Mobile, Alabama, land of the green. This country's you and me.
Never let go, hold on tighter. The thoughts don't keep going faster. Let the clock keep on trying to pull you down. No matter what they say now, you got it done, it's on your own way.
我觉得今年在中路的发挥就感觉一直比较稳定吧，应该算前几名吧。然后夏季赛就也是希望拿下最后的冠军。领这赛季我觉得是越打越好吧，就从赛季初 Gala 的加入，可能一开始没有那么强，但到了赛季末还有季后赛，就感觉整个队伍的整体配合上来了，就很强劲。打李宁感觉就把死个头打崩就赢了，感觉他们只有中路可以开。决赛打死个头的话，我会拿下总决赛的 FMVP。
Spoiled.
What a man. I mean, Knight saying he's going to win finals MVP. And with performance like that, as you can see behind us, shortly we'll be getting towards it. The legend never died in game number 1. Well, never really died when you feel about star performance. My name's Serge, I'm joined by Kitty. After JDG's game number 1, Kitty, I mean, what a performance it was, considering it was essentially a comeback effort, losing so much in the early game and really feeling like LNG's game for at least the most part.
Yeah, what a giant swing made by JDG, right? It really felt like LNG was pinching JDG towards that 4th Dragon Soul point, but that was the turning point for the game where Knight had a spectacular outplay against the Nico and against all the flanks that LNG had. But of course, looking at the statistics that we have from game 1, it was just the mid-jungle once again stepping up for the side of JDG.
In a game that I didn't think would include Kanavi, Maokai with the Jace combo. We talked about Jace being heavy priority here in this series, but the Maokai that Kanavi didn't really show us on, that Tarzan prioritized, given over to JDG here in this first game. Again, it was a very different direction when you want to include that Poppy in the top lane list, Kitty. Another pick we're talking about that we're like, hang on, 369 doesn't really play Poppy up in the top side. We may be expecting this from Zuka or Tarzan, right?
Yeah.
It was a very different direction for game 1 for JDG, but you got to love the flaunt here for champions like Jace on players like Knight too.
Yeah, no, really spectacular showing from the 5 players, right? And I want to also highlight Ruler's performance on this Aphelios. He was just pumping out so much damage ever since both the Jace and the Aphelios hit that 3-item spike. And that's exactly what JDG was trying to do, trying to stall the game out until that Lord Dominic's came online, until the Cerildas came online for Knight. And that's where you see them being the proactive ones, challenging the Baron and pinching LNG to the last thread.
And remember where that came from? It was the Herald play up towards topside that Ruler decided to trade off staying bot, keeping Gala in lane once again. He was on vision. JDG tried to play the 4v4. The fact that it was an even trade is okay. But more importantly, Ruler got turret plating, Ruler got solo gold. And also, wasn't mentioned, I'm sure it was mentioned in the game, we saw the double recurve coming out of Gala as well. So on top of Ruler having more gold than Gala, Gala was also stagnated by, I believe, an accidental double buy. Still had that by the second item as well, so it didn't complete into anything. So again, it was a bit of a difference, I feel, this game, where Ruler on a massive carry champion, as you said, was a big difference.
Yeah, and you saw that LNG, they willingly gave over the Jace and the Maokai combo for something like the Rakan and Zai in the bottom lane, which I get because your boy Ruler has only lost one game on the Xayah over 18 Xayah games in Summer. So it's first denying it away from Ruler, and two, it's a great champion that kind of fits with LNG's playstyle. But of course, we can't go into the second game without mentioning that our Game 1 MVP deserves tonight on this Jace. Once again, delivering.
One step closer, Kitty, to finals MVP. You know, if you get MVPs for the majority of the series, if you win this championship again, then that's how you do it. But Kitty, I mean, from the angles, right, the plays that were coming through from this Jace, the oppression out of poking out the, you know, LNG carries, excuse me, was so important, I feel like, for JDG to really snowball this. And he was always far ahead, you know, started with a 3-0, doing so much damage that by the time this game got towards that last dragon as we're talking about, Knight was just one-shotting.
Pretty much, he was just one-shotting, and there's a reason why LNG pretty much spent every single engage tool to shut down this Jace. But once again, it was that crucial Dragon Soul fight where they weren't able to lock down this Jace. The Jace, having the Merc Treads, having the Flash, got away safely and shut down Scout after he committed everything to really win the fight for LNG. And that was really where the gold really shifted and handed the win over to JDG.
Isn't it funny that the dynamics we talked about for both these mid laners came true? Scout, the team fighting player, right? The person that really syncs up with his jungle and syncs up with the 5v5. Knight playing his own game, the carry. Essentially like, oh man, okay. Knight, again, you forget about him. He takes over the whole fighters. Here, separating LNG, using everything on Knight, just felt like the death's door for LNG for game 1.
Yeah, and especially when you have champions like the Wukong and the Nico, they desperately depend on gap closing onto the enemy team. And when you are versing something like the Jace and Aphelios, and it does reach the 3-item mark, I mean, you have to just find flank angles. And when it did come to the Baron given over to JDG, it was extremely desperate attempts made by the players. But I also believe the Baron attempt by JDG, Zika had a bit of a misplay where he got caught, and it also threw over the game.
I mean, there were a couple of moments like that from LNG, and we can talk about that a bit because I feel like with LNG so far, you know, this team, I wouldn't call them the cleanest team in League of Legends, but they are a slow-paced team. They are a team I would classify as waiting for their opponents to make mistakes rather than being as proactive as maybe a JDG or a top esports in top form. I was going to say Weber, maybe I shouldn't say it, maybe too early for that. We're not into regionals yet. But at the very least, you know, LNG this game, Zig had some really sublime moments on the Cassante pick, but also, you're right, caught out a couple of times. Scout the same. Some sublime moments with setup on the Nico, but also separated from LNG, Kitty. I think it was a trend in game 1 that quickly became their demise.
Yeah, LNG had a very different approach to the usual LNG that we're used to. The usual LNG that we're used to, they prioritize champions like the Azir, where they excel at front-to-back team fighting, and you play around the double carries in Gala and Scout, of course, but locking in champions like the Rakan, like the Nico, and also paired alongside the Wukong, you need to look for angles to engage. And if you're not looking for hard 5v5s, I mean, you have Knight on the Jace, CSing in the side, you have to kind of force something in the mid lane, and it was working for the first half of the game, but looking at the picks and bans coming into this game, that's the Jack's gone. I feel like that's going to be a consistent trend for tonight's series, as 369, it is going to be a bit of a struggle in terms of how he's going to really respond to champions that can counter tanks. And I'm pretty surprised that Jace got given over and Maokai to JDG. You obviously see LNG prioritizing the Rakan and Zai, which is fair enough. You're denying it specifically away from the JDG bot lane, but I also think they need to put the jungle priority a little bit further up because Wukong, it does fall off a cliff if the Lord Dominix comes online.
And especially, Kitty, when we're looking at the Poppy, I think the Poppy response was fantastic because we weren't talking about 369 pulling a champion out like this. Like, we know his tank engages are the Ornn or the Cassante. That's been top tier so far. I think the Poppy, very big brain play when you're going up against Rakan, Wukong, primary engage tools that are stopped by 369 being a menace. You know, we saw it the Dragon play down bot side, 369 zoning off the whole of LNG while Scout can't get his pop blossom off or the kill onto Knight. Therefore, everyone else is useless because LNG can't get in due to this pick. So I feel like that's one thing. I like as well talking a little bit about how LNG are going to approach game 2 because when the Jace is something that has been top priority and we know is between Scout and Knight are going to play the hell out of it, I want to ask you if we start banning that away. Is it worth banning the Jace away? As we haven't heard side selection yet for LNG for Game 2, but I would assume blue side with the meta, right? At least that's my first thought process.
Yeah, we saw a huge priority over blue side throughout the playoffs, but I feel like it is getting to the point where, once again, we had the statistic of JDG is 100% winner on red side so far.
Well, that's not good because I've just been given thumbs up to say LNG have chosen blue. So, Kitty, nice timing for the stat. Do you want to repeat that? Look into the camera, tell them all. What was it? What was that?
Ding Dong Esports Club have a 100% win rate on red side in the summer playoffs,
crap.
everyone. So hopefully LNG, they're cooking something up, maybe take away the Maokai priority. We also see a common trend for LNG in particular that they do still enjoy taking the Xayah as that first pick and giving over the mid and jungle, but I still feel like the biggest difference.
Don't do it though. But you're saying don't do it. Don't give away mid jungle to JDG because again, well, we weren't talking about the Maokai coming in the series, we were talking about the Jace. Now we know Kanavi's willing to play that pairing, willing to put the jungle priority higher than the 4th or 5th pick that we were saying before.
And LNG are the other ones putting the jungle priority towards that 4th and 5th, and they unfortunately had to default to the Wukong. I mean, yes, Wukong's clear did get slowed down just a little bit with his damage being decreased coming into the new patch, and of course his jungle clear overall, but he still has a hard engage tool that does synergize really well with the Nico. But like you said, I mean, that single Merc treads on Knight on the Jace was just the difference maker in that whole team fight. Coming into this game too, though, I think JDG fans are pretty calm and collected because Poppy, this champion is going to be a huge pick in the top lane because Poppy pretty much counters every single meta top laner. If you think about it, the Jax, the Renekton. You also have Cassante where Poppy does do even, or at least finds a slight lead in the early game against Cassante as he does have built-in dashes and he can't really all-in you as a champion.
And it can play a jungle flex. I mean, Kanavi has been playing with some of these picks as jungle flex, like the Rel, for example. The Nico he can play as well. And so a lot of the time with JDG, you have to second guess the picks. The Poppy is going to be one of those if we continue trend from game number 1. So again, Kitty, I want to ask you a little bit more insight before we get into game number 2. What other picks need to be taken away for LNG to equal up this series in the grand final and actually have their say?
I think if you want to be versing something like the Jace and the Feelers, you need to have a champion that has range like the Varus. Because if you think about it, the Xayah, it's more disengaged. You have to be dependent on the enemy team playing into you and, of course, hard engaging onto you. But when you're playing against a Jace that can shock blast you from 2 screens away, that's not going to be happening.
I want to know if Tristana's going to be left open. Then my first thought is, you know, Gala with something like the Ziggs, Tristana for Scout, where Scout has been one of the best Tristanas in the league. I feel like this is the draft that can utilize the pushing power, stagnate the lanes a little bit as well, and push JDG away from having that first 15, 20 minutes of glory where they always come out with a lead and push past, and no team can come back from that, Kitty. I feel like that's the biggest problem where LNG maybe play towards very hard pushing lanes, utilize Gala on the Ziggs where he does have a bit more control rather than something that has as much lane presence or needs time to scale.
Honestly, it kind of does feel like LNG coming into tonight's series for at least the first game, and also considering the fact that they just finished a best-of-5 against JDG in round 4, it feels like LNG is the better team in the early game. They consistently find leads, and they do shut down JDG, where JDG are the ones kind of adapting a slower playstyle, waiting for the 3-item spikes, waiting for Knight and Ruler to come online. So maybe LNG, they go back to default, they go back to what's comfortable, and they play champions where they have extremely good late game security in terms of scaling.
Yeah, and again, I feel like that's what we know. Like, we know JDG for an adapting team. It's what Nymera was talking about a little bit earlier, where JDG are one of the best adapters in the league. This team can pivot at a moment's notice, whether it's in a team fight, whether it's a game direction. Either way, JDG with a 1-0. They won't have to adapt. It's up to LNG to bring us to an equal pace here. Kitty saying 2-0, I'm not sure.
1-0 currently.
1-0, it is indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hand over to our casters to take the call for game number 2 between JDG and LNG.
It's quite clearly a 1. I don't know how that works.
I don't know how to differentiate. You know, when you look in screens, things are backwards. Maybe that's what it was. I love to see the fact that we had such a contested game number 1. We had LNG, who came out swinging. They were getting full objective control. They were finding some compositional strength in the wombo combos, but it was JDG, the sleeping beast, who had awoken and found incredible team fights off the back of Knight and Ruler.
And this is the real threat, the nightmare, let's be honest, of fighting against JDG, because you go to sleep and you see yourself making that one mistake. I think we talked about it around the second Herald. The next mistake after that was that Dragon fight where things went awry, and you use too many ultimates, you don't get the kills, and then logic dictates you still don't have those ultimates for the next fight in the next minute or two. JDG, they see that, and they're very quick to notice that they can take a fight after that. They are, as Jake was saying, something that I say a lot as well, they adapt very, very well.
Yeah.
Lose those tools too easily, they just destroy you.
And I think for me, also, the most telling thing is that we are seeing JDG function like we had when they're at their highest in the split, right? You see Ruler soaking so much damn pressure for one player on this map, and it's going to be something that LNG have to pick apart. They have to find an answer, and they have to put more pressure on that bot lane early, because that's something we highlighted coming into the series.
Exactly, because League of Legends is a game of inches. Now, luckily, this AD carry has a tool to measure those inches. It's
well, how many inches is it?
Well, I don't know how many are on a ruler.
12?
Like, about that much. Well, I think you can do it. You can go down to the pretty finite margins on that one. But as you were saying, yes, it really did feel like Ruler was taking so many of those cooldowns, and we mentioned this as well. It felt like the other LPL teams, the only way we saw these rare victories against JDG, and they were very rare. They didn't finish first in regular season. That was still BLG's title, but the hard-won games against JDG were smashing Ruler early, so he doesn't have the items, the gold, and the stats to outplay the situations, which you know he consistently will do.
And again, a grasp on the series is something that LNG are searching for. As you see the fans, the players all getting ready for this game number 2. It will have, the fact that LNG is on the blue side. We heard it on the desk, JDG, 100% win rate on red side, is also a situation where we're still in the boat of LNG, have not beaten JDG in a best of since 2021 summer, and it's something that continuously is going to mount pressure on LNG, the underdogs of this series.
The first half of that game, they played as though they weren't underdogs. It really was, again, those minute mistakes which led to JDG ripping their entire arm off when they showed an inch of flash. But now going on to that blue side, as you were saying, you're not going to have the same ability to counterpick some of these lanes. They couldn't finish with an advantage really in that mid lane either. It was a bold pick, picking in Scout's Nico. Now he's performed very well on that, but it is still the Jace, which has been an incredible power pick in the LPL. Now if you're on the blue side, are you then forced to pick the Jace yourself and then allow Knight to counterpick? That's going to be a big dynamic coming later into this. As we've seen, JDG, they are undefeated on red side. A lot of that is because they do punish the traditional blind picks very well.
And the fact that we saw some flexibility from them in game number 1, 369 bringing out the Poppy, I know that was a big importance that we were talking about on the analyst desk as well, but it did provide a sense of stability for them in these team fights, and something that LNG didn't really have tools to deal with. They had Zika, who's incredible backline access, but doesn't matter if you can't get there. And I think for LNG, it's about finding the right comps, right? Sejuani was banned against them yet again in game number 1. I feel like that is Tarzan's bread and butter at this point, but you need to find some of that engaged skirmish potential through Tarzan for LNG to make sure that Gala and Scout can have some, at least, presence on the map.
Felt so desperately close because the Wukong can give you some of that aggressive threat, but it did kind of feel like eventually later into the game, Missing and 369 did a great job of making sure that the engage combo wasn't there in completion. It was like 2 members instead of 3 or 4 going into that play as well. I think part of that problem, Kitty mentioned this as well, I don't think the Xayah got value. You don't really have the ability to run forward as a Xayah that easy.
Took it away from Ruler, is
yeah,
that
that's
value?
Great. Okay, you know what, that is actually value, but then you look at your 5 specific champions and everyone's dashing a screen ahead with the Nico on a flank angle and what have you. The Xayah can't do that. So maybe we are going to see something like Kitty was asking for, something a bit longer range that can follow into that play. For me, I've liked Gala at his best when he actually dips into his champion pool a bit more. I think LPL playoffs has been determined, a lot of our top teams at least, by the AD carry champion pool. Soak a couple of those bans up. Yeah, maybe you don't get your Kai'Sa every game, but as we've seen even someone like Uzi on EDG, you can go down to 5th pick and lock in something like a Vayne. In the case of Gala, it's more likely to be something like the Ziggs instead. But I would like to see some reliance on the champion pools of bot lane actually from LNG. Maybe before, after you've banned out that Xayah though. Not sure we're giving that one over for free.
I want to see the Kai'Sa, not gonna lie, but that's just the fact that he delivers.
Would you like to see it on the ban list? Because that's where it's going to be. That's where it's going to be.
I want to see Gala actually get the chance to punish. Maybe he'll give us another pentakill. But the thing is we got to a point last game where Ruler and Gala became so influential.
Yes.
We saw the difference in game number 1 of what they were able to accomplish. So I think going into game number 2, while we're focusing on some of those niche picks or those changes in game number 1, it is something where JDG have that forward foot now, and LNG need to find some promised land here in this best of 5.
And already it feels like a very different tone compared to the first best of 5 between these two teams. JDG, they said about in their trash talk segment, oh, you know, we were just kind of having a bit of an off day. It's going to be a clean sweep in the finals. And given that first game, you can't blame them for thinking that. We know the pedigree of this team, and if they walk away with a Game 1 victory like that, even after LNG's strong early game showing, LNG are going to have to rack their brains and say, okay, well, how can we actually close out a game?
And those two guys on your screen right there, Knight, some very confident words towards Scout saying, you can't beat me. Even if you have all the MVPs, even if you have all these accolades behind you, I am still the golden left hand of JDG.
What a game he had as well. Of course, he had that Jace. Very interested to see if we get either Scout, Jace, or Tristana this game to show what he can do on the priority picks. Fun fact, they weren't large leads between the mid laners in their first best of 5s, which we did go to 5 games, but the mid laner that got a lead, no matter how small, won every single game of JDG versus LNG round 1. So we've seen this again in game 1 here.
So far.
I got the lead. Knight smashed. He did horrible things, great and terrible things to the side of LNG. So now with first pick priority from the side of LNG, I'm very interested to see what champion they're going to give to him. Probably not Lux.
It's
looks
Lux!
great, don't get me wrong, but it looks great.
Lux in real life.
But I don't think that was going to be locked in. Last time we saw that was Caitlyn Lux bot lane. That would have been...
Oh, goodness. I saw a Caitlyn walking around earlier. There's an arcade Caitlyn dressed up.
I'm quite glad they're not on the Rift. As a fan, as a fan of interactive bot lanes, that one does not feel great.
I will say, it's just so, I know we're getting into the game and stuff, it is just so cool to be in this arena, see all the LPL fans abounding, all the fandom coming out for JDG, LNG, the screams of the crowd as the players are walking out, everybody screaming and streaming towards the walkways for them as well. It's been cool.
So, to put this in context, right, it's about 37 degrees outside. Wearing suits out there, they will actually melt onto our flash. It will be very horrible. But even out there, before the doors even opened, the fans were making flags on the street outside in the shade of the trees.
And that was like 6 hours ago.
That was a long time ago. These fans, when they turn up, they do not do half measures. And now we come into this finals as well. There is no better occasion to celebrate for Chinese League of Legends. And I think now LNG, after that difficult game 1, they can only have to hope for, I think as Sheen says it best, the 6th man from the crowd. It's kind of like when you've got a home crowd advantage in football or traditional sports. Having that extra kind of wind in your sails can be so much on this stage.
It can. I think momentum, I always talk about it in the LPL, momentum is king in our league, it feels like. Confidence is king in our league. And when you have a turnaround game number 1 like JDG have, you have to expect that momentum is going right into the Titans' grasps here. But it is something that LNG are no slouches. They are the 3rd seed from hell, and they are looking to drag JDG down there with them. And I think the fact that we got to see some strength from Tarzan, that early pathing going his way, I want to see that enabled even more. But again, we're going to harp on it even more. We have some time before draft here as well. Like, Scout has to get priority picks. I feel like the absolute niche of LNG is when Tarzan and Scout are performing well together.
And what's going to help with that too, because I think if you prioritize Scout in the draft, it doesn't suddenly mean you're losing top lane instead, because Zikra's done so well in with his own blind picks and his own champion pool that you don't have to give him resources. That's one lane check. The question is now, to give Scout priority picks, can you do that whilst also having something in bot lane that 1, can influence the game, and 2, stop Ruler from taking over the game on the other side? All of these dominoes have to line up.
I feel like Xayah and Felios are going to be probably the things we stick with a lot this series here.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll see how the ADC meta develops. I also love to see the influence early on. I know we're not going to talk about them too much here, but, you know, Missing and Hung actually had a lot of movement early, the mobility playing key there as well. And I think Missing as a whole for himself, coming back to where it all started for him. We got to hear a little bit of quote from him before coming into the finals, and it was, you know, the dream that started with WE, that started right here in Xi'an, that he is back and ready to achieve yet another title.
I was just pointing the script down there, which is where we get to have a podcast for a little bit in the finals.
Absolutely.
We're waiting for a second game to come back on, and we've talked so much about the draft, but it is, of course, you got to take a step back every so often and think about what it means to individual players. As you said, there's some regional history here for Missing, who of course played here with Team WE, of course, in the past, and he's had some experience in one of the other arenas in Xi'an. and it just adds that extra kind of floweriness to the background, a bit of color to what this means to the players on the stage behind us.
And, you know, talk about missing his dream coming alive here in this arena as well, but I feel like it's a dream come alive for Tarzan, man. I know I talked so much about him in game number 1, but it just feels like this guy has been trying to crack down this wall to get to a place of some positive strength for him in the LPL, and he just hasn't been able to do it. He's been with LNG for years now. He's been trying to find the pieces around him. I know Hysterics talked about it earlier with Doinby. I thought that was going to be the legendary mid-jungle duo, but it turns out Scout was the missing piece, and Gala added on there as well. We'll see if they can actually make it true.
And they had to do that with a player that they took from like another franchise, and he was the real franchise player. We talk about that with Scout. Gala was similar for RNG, and of course, we've got that with so many players here.
We do.
The same with Knight for Top Esports. You can say the same, of course, for Ruler, even coming in from Genji from the LCK as well. These are two teams with a lot of history with players coming together to form new histories on their new rosters.
I love that you bring out the Knight from TES, because 369 also hailing over. I think JDG are just realizing that's where the talent pipeline is getting funneled through. We got to look at this game number 2 draft, though. We have some very particular bands. That Lovers duo taken away by LNG. They tried it game number 1. They don't want to give it to Ruler. The Jace there as well as the Kai'Sa and the Maokai.
That's the big change there. The Jace has been banned away, so LNG, they're not going to first pick him. So maybe that's a response to saying, okay, Maokai's already banned, so we're not going to get Jace Maokai. That's going to be a difference for us. So what's their first pick? We saw Tristana fall through the draft in game 1. That was very surprising for us, given the priority that LNG has put on that champion and how good scouted as well. Of course, Knight's played it throughout playoffs too.
There's the Azir.
It's another priority mid laner, and it is looking like that Tristana first pick, missing from game 1, very importantly locked in game 2. Very few things can deal with the Tristana push early, and then the ability to combo up later into the game with double marksman or an AP bot lane into team fights.
That Tristana actually getting laid through is such a power pick for LNG, and it does still provide them some of that flexibility too. I think this kind of priority for Kanavi would be very interesting earlier on for JDG. I still do feel like the Sejuani is so important for Tarzan, but that engage, that forward pressure is going to be there for JDG this time around.
Yeah, so LNG, they're going to have to lock in something from the jungle, which are going to, again, allow you to play through the long-range backline. You said there's some flexibility between the Tristana, between mid and bot lane. If this Varus is locked in, I don't think you realistically want to take the Tristana into that. I think that would, again, and like I said, I kind of want LNG to play it in mid lane anyway, because Scout is so good at it. And also you have the secondary factor of Gala playing stuff like the Ziggs in the bot lane. This would change things a lot, though.
There's that flexibility.
Hey, so even with the Varus being one of the strongest laning AD carries on the patch, Gala will pick the Tristana, and Scout gets LeBlanc. Even after the static shift nerfs and what have you, still very powerful, and will allow him to really be flexible in this mid lane about how he approaches fights.
And LNG were so mobile in game number 1. Well, they're sticking right to that here in game number 2. This is a pick you talked about in draft number 1, though. It is Annie that comes through as an answer to the LeBlanc.
So in game 1, we talked about the Nico being an engaging mid lane pick, but the engaged mid lane pick of LPL in 2023 has been Annie. Knight is the best Annie in the world. He showed us all what he could do at MSI on that pick, and it doesn't matter how much mobility you've got, you will get stunned by that Annie. She's not going to let you move. So suddenly JDG, they have the proactive pieces in this early game. Very interested to see now if that Rel will head towards bot lane and be a kill lane with the Tristana, or whether it's going to go towards jungle to allow some flexibility for Hung in a bot lane matchup.
I do wonder, as we get into the second phase of bans here, Jax is banned away towards LNG, trying to take away a strength of Zika, as well as the Nautilus banned towards missing, so taking away some of those actual point-and-click CCs, but also some lockdown against the Tristana and LeBlanc. I think that's going to be crucial to continue banning that out in the second phase. We got yet another Melio here in game number 2 banned out.
Yeah, so that was the Tristana-Melio combo was actually a combo pulled out by OMG, really. They were the ones that innovated around that, because it allows Tristana to play as though she's a couple of levels higher, because, you know, she gets range per level, but Melio gives that anyway, and then you become an absolute artillery turret later into the game. Very important ban away for scaling purposes. I wonder if Renekton's going to have a big priority in this now. It is going to be that last ban. You don't want to give that over to the Renekton Sejuani. Who's blind picking now for JDG? They're going to pick in that Alistar, not leave that bot lane for last, and now that it allows 369 to have a bit more ability to counterpick that top lane.
The Alistar for game number 1 of missing was actually pretty pivotal. A lot of tanking coming through, a lot of focus towards him. I will say, though, in this second phase, it is important for LNG to continue finding that stability for their composition. We got to see Zika on the Cassante in game number 1. He had a lot of great backline access, but it came down to where JDG were able to protect their backline. Now we're going to see a second iteration of the Cassante for him.
Now, what are we going to go see from 360?
The Leota, let's go.
All right. So we get ourselves an engaged bot laner that will give an extra engaged threat alongside the Rel. So it's not just Tarzan going alongside himself. So it's Rel jungle, Leona into that support. 369 is going to lock in his second poppy of the series, even with just those 2 games locked in already. He's going to be playing once again a bit of blocker for his backline.
I think it's super important to keep that factor in. We are getting a different iteration from LNG. It feels like this time around a little bit of different compositional strength coming through, but also a lot of kind of separate style, right? You get to have a lot of that forward engage, but also some side lane pressure too.
It's not as cut and clean as game 1, which was obviously red team go engage, blue team go disengage. It was very easy. That's the easy ones. I get to like say one line, I get to take the rest of the game off.
Yeah.
Game 2, it's going to be a bit more back and forth. I think particularly LNG have side lane options. If they can stabilize the map and stop JDG through while they're inside, of course they're going to be stuck in like a 5v3 or something like that. JDG, they want to stop that 1-3-1 ever starting.
The 1-3-1 will have to be a keen eye for us to keep looks on as well. And I think for JDG, momentum is key. Continuing to build from what you found in game number 1 is also key, and we got to see the strength of them kind of put on display.
And it really just felt like, at the end of the day, LNG, great early game execution, but it fell apart a little bit later into the game. JDG showed up in the team fights, as they always do. Very hard to shut them out of those team fights. So game 2, as much as you've changed the style, you've changed the win conditions, you still got to overcome the hands on the Rift.
And those hands, one of them might be golden.
Yeah.
And it is Knight's golden left hand of JDG. We are going close to game number 2. The card takes the screen. That means we're headed onto the Rift. And we talked a little bit about both win conditions. But for these teams, when you zoom out, it is LNG just trying to take down JDG for the first time since 2021 in a best of. It is JDG with a 100% win rate on red side. And they will have that pick on this game number 2. We'll see if it does lend to their strength or if LNG can find a little bit of promised land in this best of 5. It has been a long time coming for Tarzan. It has been a long time coming for LNG in their first ever finals of the LPL. We're headed now, and let the gyos ring.
Hits a little bit different with the extra percussion in as well. We have some big drums in the arena to help lead those gyos. It's not just one person shouting out to lead those crowds in their own team support. A little bit of different level 1 from these teams. See that Scout and Hung walking forward, maybe looking to get a deep ward onto a starting camp.
Actually take a look across as well, and you get to see the similarity in top side as well. The same matchup we got in that game number 1, but I think the most pivotal change is this jungle matchup. The Sejuani versus the Rel. We have seen if Rel can't be proactive, you kind of fall off. You're just kind of an engaged tool for yourself, and Sejuani has been such a pivotal piece for so many teams in the LPL because it provides that direct engage with the Glacial Prison. We will see opposite side starts for both Tarzan and Kanavi.
So, when you have opposite jungle starts, of course, it means that you're more likely to find yourself into a lane at the end of your path. I think in the current meta, though, it's kind of hard, especially with these side lanes as well, to get the best engage ever. Level 1 trading in this mid lane, Scout and Knight, absolutely no strangers to getting that mid lane priority when they need it.
And the fact of the matter is that Knight was, gearing up. Everybody talked to him about, oh, you're not facing a Gao anymore. It's going to be Scout. How does that feel? He was very confident in the words he had to say about Scout and the way that he can approach this best of, because there is that much confidence built. Speaking of confidence, 369 approaching this top lane a little bit different than game number 1, I'd say, Nightmare.
Hits level 2, realizes he has the graph stacked up and goes in for a hard trade. So Zerka not going to get himself free reign in this top side.
Not going to have a 50 CS lead again?
No, well, we'll see. The thing with something like a matchup like this is that once you get into kind of kill range, you can kind of lose out several waves until you get a chance to reset. That's where the big leads come in. So Scout knows that Kanavi's in the bush here. He's trying to bait this in. He knows he's in danger.
Oh, I tried to get the flail there, but you get Scout moving away. Does end up breaking a couple ankles there on the back end. Just a nice little presence from Kanavi early.
Now, for the record, folks, when you see the jungler on the top side of your lane, you don't normally walk towards the top side of your lane, but what this does is buy time for Tarzan to get the blue buff. So Scout does it better than so many other players.
40 chess.
Huh?
40
yeah.
chess. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the problem is that if you're playing 4D chess, you actually have to play against an actual chess piece and a knight. So good luck with that one.
Knights don't have a lot of movement on the chessboard, all right?
But he can give you an L. That's the only movement they can do.
Yes. And, you know, they already got an L handed to them in game number 1. So we'll see LNG put a little bit more focus on this bottom side. Again, if you can attack Ruler, it is so important. We've seen it work out for so many teams, but it goes wide.
Well, one of the reasons it goes wide is because Missing has a handy minion taxi there, headbutts his way out to that one. Tarzan still finding ways to get into one of these lanes. As we said, that when you start on opposite sides of the map, there's a chance that you can find yourself into a lane. As this happens, Tarzan goes to the invade instead. He's left his topside quadrant untaken for now. But LNG, once again, coming in with a pretty good early game plan. Tarzan takes Scuttle. He's going to head back towards this bot lane again. Is Hung going to commit the flash this time?
Proactivity is key on the Rel, and Tarzan facilitating his lanes is of utmost importance for LNG to find anything in this game number 2. Kanavi will take the end of the trade here and take his blue side jungle.
I wonder how many camps he can actually take from this one as well. 369 crashing in the wave towards top side, so we will have the ability for his top laner potentially to move over, but with the low mana, that's unlikely anyway. So Tarzan, he wasted a lot of time, let's be honest, towards that bot side. Goes for 2 attempts towards bot side. Neither of them work out. Kanavi gets ahead in the individual jungle matchup because of it.
And you get to see now, actually, Tarzan gonna find Kanavi at least, or at least know that his jungle has been taken. Kanavi was able to get the blue and the Gromp there in the end. Just trying to look for a little bit of vision gain. Tarzan will get the bad news in the end.
Kanavi going to take away the vision plant, an extra small victory there. So
5 goals.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Whereas in game 1, you know, we were talking about Tarzan getting the better of the early game. He definitely got the objectives as well up until that second Herald. This time, it feels like Kanavi, he gets himself the better end of the stick this time.
And I still, early focus from LNG going bot side, I like that, but I need to see a repeat. I need to see a continuation. Now, in game number 1, they had full objective control until it went terribly awry, and it is something that they can continue pressing in game number 2.
Of course, in early game, bot lane pressure with that kind of ability to, you know, walk around the map, as you were saying, map pathing, really depends on what your bot lane's doing as well. Focusing in on that, Ruler and Missing, they know they're on the weak side. They know that Tarzan had both bot quadrants under their control. They managed to keep themselves safe from those attempts. They freeze it outside of their tower, and that's led to a 10 CS lead already in this bot side. Ruler, one of the best Varus historically in League of Legends. Of course, he played that in
I feel like we could say that about like every champion that Ruler gets to play now.
Particularly in Season 7 when he won Worlds, Varus is one of the champions. It was absolutely insane. They've got a slow crash here. Missing needs to be very careful, though. He's missed the
that Zenith Blade actually connected on the back end, and Tarzan, for a 3rd time, will show his face bot side, and Missing should just go down to Gala. First blood for LNG.
Just a slight misread on the map from Ruler and Missing. They'd done so well up until that point of being on weak side, knowing where Tarzan was going to be and that they were likely going to be under threat. So Tarzan, once again, in the early game, getting something running for LNG. What can they capitalize from that this time, though? First kill to a Tristana, that's good, but what's going to come of it?
You got to see, actually, Ruler taking a quick back there as well. We get Zeka going for the top lane matchup. Ends up getting slam dunked away by that Keeper's Verdict. We get the Dragon started by LNG.
Okay, so what's going to happen with this one? Ult used from Knight. He's chunked out Scout. Is that enough for JDG to fight?
Tippers is already used, but is making himself known. To get the re-engage there by LNG. Look at the rocket jump, 2. Triple knock up there, though. Comes through for Missing, and now Ruler's able to fire away.
Resets.
Kanavi's already there. Manet's already gone, and now the reset's coming through. Kanavi gets away. The cleanse coming out as well. This is a little bit for Ruler to make his name. It will be one more going through. No, the knock-up is there, and Ruler gets the kill again. It's the first kill, at least for JDG.
Knight goes down, but Ruler stands his ground. LNG can't quite make that one work, and this time it's going to be JDG with the early objectives taken. What's that going to mean for the rest of the map? Top laners, of course, weren't involved in that one. They were doing their absolute best to make sure that neither of them can influence the bot side of the map.
And we get to see the replay locked in here. LNG, they want it. Gala was bold for that rocket jump.
He was, because immediately, because everyone piles onto the same target, 3-man Pulverize coming in from Missing. It's really high damage in the early game. People forget about that. You don't have items built up yet. Base damages means a lot, and Alistar has a lot of that.
He does, and we saw Missing tank up so much in game number 1. There's a reason they went right back to the Alistar, and the fact that Ruler gets the kill is so huge for him. Well, you'll see if that does end up being anything of promise, because it was Scout and Gala who have gotten kills on the side of LNG as well.
Worth noting in terms of builds, we have Lethal Tempo coming out from that Varus, which does mean that we're going to have ourselves a bit more consistent DPS. Not going to be poke, it's going to be more towards that crit/on hit. coming through from Ruler. So if you fail the engage and he gets to auto attack, you die. That's the long and short of it. Maybe less ability to play those fights slower and from longer range, but if you get into the meat grinder, which these team compositions are both designed to do, Ruler's got damage.
I just want to zoom out for a second because in a game number 2, we're only 2 games into a best of 5, and we're not even close to being done with this one. But the fights, the commitment from both teams, again, the decisiveness that we talked about from game number 1, it is still rampant here, and you love to see that.
Dude, I mean, JDG, you don't ever expect them to play timidly. This is a team on their way to do the unthinkable. It's a ways off yet, but they have got half of that golden road already walked. If they win this title here as well, that's 3/4 of the way towards it. It would just be Worlds after that point. LNG, no one really expected them to be here. And it feels a little bit mean to say that about the team, but that's how good JDG and BLG were. But then suddenly, LNG come into playoffs. 5-game series versus JDG, arguably should have won it. They knock out BLG in the lower bracket finals as well. They are very well deservedly in the finals, but they have to have one last hurrah here to put JDG to the edge.
And they're running the gauntlet, man. It ain't easy. The tired factors, the fact that you've been playing so many best ofs, you gotta get in one more time, or even a couple if you're gonna be in the regionals. But LNG, if they want to make it to World, they would need to win here, right? They need to get this if they want to get first place and be that guaranteed ticket as well.
That's absolutely true. If LNG were to lose this, they go into the regional qualifiers, they have themselves another shot. JDG, they're already there. If you're a BLG fan, by the way, you're a fan of JDG weirdly today as well, because if they win, BLG would go on circuit points beyond that point. But for now, it's about the Silver Dragon Cup. It's about winning that title.
That title is oh so very clear with these two teams. They are wanting everything on the Rift. I think JDG themselves, they already got their championship, they got their MSI, but it is something where they want to make a lasting mark. They want to make a lasting legacy in the mojo that they've been building themselves.
And that mojo, yes, they could win a championship. But what about a second champ? What about a third championship in a row?
Yeah.
Only ever been done once before, and that was 8 years ago by EDG. So JDG on the precipice of history in so many different ways. As it happens in this game, got a little bit of a slowdown again after that first Dragons come through. No real huge advantages coming in besides that real bot lane, which you expect from a Varus in laning phase.
But that's the thing. Game number 1, it felt like this as well. We were getting some trades back and forth. All of a sudden, we start getting 5-on-5s over and over and over again, and then JDG won the game somehow. So in the end, it is something where both teams are being very respectful until they find those ends.
Do you reckon that can be the start of a new saying we have? Like, craziness happens and somehow JDG wins?
Yes.
That does feel like
honestly, at this point, crazy is our game indeed. We get that Rift Herald down here for LNG. Will be defended very heftily by JDG.
And the important thing here is that, so mostly against Tristana, you never want to give Herald up, but because Tristana has to lane into the Varus, you very rarely get a clean approach towards a turret to get a bomb down. Even with that Herald, that's a miss.
Knight going at it here, yeah, that's a little bit rough there as Knight gonna go a little bit wide on that one. Scout able to provide a lot of pressure from mid lane, and we're getting about a minute out from the Dragon.
Yeah, so Knight, a bit of an awkward moment at that point. He's self from Ruler, pixels off. Gala jumps away.
Able to get out of that one. Zika's trying to proxy farm, but gets dragged into the wall right there by 369. He will have the all out. He might have to end up popping it here. 369, very, very strong. Earlier on this Bop, he has a lot of skirmish power. We'll see him actually just go right back to the wave as we do. Radiant Virtue, first item picked up for Tarzan.
Okay, so that's going to be a bit more of the, again, in the short-term fights when you're leading with the Rel ult, it allows you to kind of go into the meat grinder and have an extra couple of HP, a couple of 100 HP on your teammates to really get through that. It feels like that's how the game's going to evolve. When we get to the team fights, it's everyone being pulled into melee range by a Magnet Storm or Alistair pulverizing everyone in the same screen and then seeing who comes out on top. It's going to be a real battle of HP bars. The Righteous Glory, you can understand why he's built it.
We can see Scout picking up that Static Shiv as well. We are talking so much about the 1-3-1 possibilities that LNG do have, but it's something they need to execute on, and that Static Shiv is a good start to that, right? You'll have a lot of priority in pushing in the side lanes as well.
Yes, and that's revisiting something that we talked about very early into the draft from LNG. Once they had the LeBlanc locked in, they knew that Tristan was bot lane. LNG do have a second win condition here, which is not just Zika trying to outplay in the Cassandra versus Poppy match again, but LeBlanc having unparalleled side lane presence in this game. So the reason why this became first pick priority when Static Shiv was stronger. If LNG can slow down the game and stop JDG from engaging on them, they might be able to win through 1-3-1.
And we were talking about LNG's composition a little bit, but I got to go back to, the biggest factor for JDG. They do get that Dragon, but it will be a lot of centered engage that needs to be there, right? We were talking about bar of execution for LNG last game. But if you don't find those engages, you don't find the Chains of Corruption, the Glacial Prison, the Tibbers ulti with the stun behind it, I think that's where JDG really need to look to execute on.
For sure, because again, the name of the game at that point is if JDG do fail these engages, like you're saying, the bar of execution, if that's not met, LNG get to play through the side lanes. Now, what's going to help JDG on the other side is that they have 2 dragons. It's an Ocean Rift. When it's going to be, you know, meat grinder team fights, if it does come down to 5v5s, Ocean Soul is going to be an extra lot of HP. You've got a Radiant Virtue on one side. Imagine effectively the dragons doing the same thing in terms of the Ocean Soul on the other side, but permanently, and to an even better degree. So JDG, early objectives, going to very much help them win this game if they can stick through to a Soul point.
Now, we will have another Rift Herald coming up here as well. I do expect LNG to have a little bit more priority around that, at least try to, because if they don't contest these objectives to some extent, it's going to be a lot more difficult because they need to be able to pull apart JDG, and one part of that is not giving them all the neutrals.
For sure, and they have the Tristana, right? They got that first Herald, but they couldn't put down the bomb on turret to finish off a turret, like in the way that you really want from a Tristana. Maybe a second Herald can help them in that same regard. Plates have fallen. We've got 40 seconds until that next Herald. It was uncontested, as you were saying earlier on. Interested to see how these rotations come out, the resets come out, to potentially fight for these next objectives coming up.
I'd like to see now resets coming out, a lot of pings from JDG as well going up towards this top side, but this is what I wanted to see. Hung and Tarzan connecting because we had all that strength in the engage from Hung moving early last time. They need to get some vision control around these objectives.
So Tarzan gets himself a camp steal. He's fallen behind in the individual jungle matchup. That happened fairly on into the game, and Kanavi's just been grinding out some extra camps here and there. JDG, by the way, the best team at fighting for and removing your access to jungle camps in the game. It's called jungle control. It's like, as a team, how many camps are you taking compared to your opponent? JDG do it better than everyone else. But as it happens, it's less about those jungle camps right here. It's about the Herald being started up on the top side by LNG, and Scout, as we said, being a side lane threat.
369 try to bait out Scout there, but it should just be this turret going down, and that's that side lane pressure coming to work here for LNG as they get first turret of the game.
But what can you do against this LeBlanc? So JDG, again, bit of a blueprint to see how things are going to work out later into the game. If Scout gets unparalleled, or rather uncontested time in a side lane, he's going to do a lot of damage towards those turrets. LNG now going to go towards that Herald as well. That'll be double downing on victories if they could have it, but they're not too keen to quickly fight JDG.
This ebb and flow we're getting, man. The tension, you could just feel it. Neither team really going for the committal at least, and now it looks like LNG are still positioning around this. Tarzan and Kanavi are hovering this Rift Herald consistently.
I think LNG can afford to play this a little slower. At the end of the day, they're going to be able to static shift wave clear on the bot side as much as 369 is pushing in right now. You can see that Sucker is towards that top lane too. He might be caught out a little bit too much though. I don't think he sees JDG rotating towards him.
369 has the TP available. You also are about to have it for Scout. You do wonder if this is going to be one of those full-on fights, but it looks like JDG have actually had to change off of that Rift Herald play.
Yeah, real tug of war. You can see that there's some attempted catches. JDG tried to roam up to catch Zika. They couldn't manage it. While that was happening, Zika safely backs off, and Gala gets to shove in towards wave towards mid lane. While that's happening, bot lane has a very similar push and pull, as well as 369 has actually been able to answer Scout for the short term in his bot lane, and that has meant that we've had a very delayed Herald take. It's not been an easy get towards it.
I love 369.
Yeah?
being a pain to Scout, not letting him get that back off, but I think that is important, right? Delaying some of that timing for LNG, where they are a composition, they want to try to stretch the map on you.
And of course JDG not able to find their own engage yet. That's the way you stop the 1-3-1. You take one bit of it away because they can't all help each other. They're too far away on the map. They're not going to be able to respond to the big plays. LNG go back towards the Herald. They know that JDG have shown on different parts of the map, and now they've started to get some resets as well. It does look like it will be an uncontested Herald. I don't think that this will stop LNG from being able to get in place for the second dragon, but it does mean they won't have wards for this as well, the third dragon.
Yeah.
They won't have themselves vision control for it. While JDG give up this Herald, you can see around the dragon pit 4 different wards put down by JDG as they give up the Herald.
And I think, you know, when you're looking at win conditions, you have that Ocean Soul you were talking about earlier. I think JDG are perfectly fine playing around that, giving this split of full objectives over. We have the Rift Heralds all in LNGs, and we have those dragons for JDG. Now, going back into it though, you can get a crack on another turret here for LNG with this Rift Herald, giving you a little bit more safety on the map, it feels like, and less defensive tools to JDG.
Question is, LNG, What are you going to do about this next Dragon? You don't have vision control around it. You don't have push in mid or bot lane. Scout's going towards top lane, which is, of course, your strongest pushing champion in side lanes right now. It feels like JDG, it could be a bit of a free soul point for them. LNG are not contesting as it happens.
We get the Rift Herald in mid lane, should be able to crack that one as well. LNG look to be trying to trade some of this map control for these objectives, and they will end up getting another outer. The top side outer almost down as well because of Scouts poking and prodding. Another charge, is it going to go through? Denied. And that will be the Dragon number 3 going to JDG.
All right, everyone set your watches. The time is on now. Dragon spawning in 4 minutes 50. If LNG give that one up, you gotta feel like JDG walk away with any big team fight after that point.
Oh,
Zika.
Zika.
So strong. Scout looking for a big play.
Zika's on the other side. Scout has come into the play, but 369 is being such a crucial factor here. He does have Zika on the other side, though, missing, getting a little bit lower. The Unbreakable tanking up so much. But you get 369 all outed here. He needs to be careful. He went in for that engage. The Glacial Prison has missed, but Zika's going to go so low, too. Kanavi wants to go in. The Ignite's not going to be enough. And Tarzan goes right back in with the Magnet Storm. Here comes Hung, too, and Gala gets the kill. The resets have a
Whoa!
but look at missing going in with the engages, and it's still Ruler, full health, full arrows in the quiver, firing away. Can't get Tarzan in the end, but we got contested fights and a bit of a one-sided one where LNG.
I mean, it's a one-sided one in the fact that one team gets kills and the other one doesn't. But this is the meat grinder we've talked about all this game, because it's all about these low health, kind of trying to survive towards the end of the fights. It's not completely about the burst. Scout teleports into the play. 369 tries to play blocker on him to stop the LeBlanc getting a huge amount of damage down. And what you're really going to see is how both of these teams try to play around the full breadth of their HP bars. 369 is fairly tanky for this point in the game, and you can see how well he uses that. LNG, they can't quite buy enough space, but this is the kind of team fight we're going to see time and time again. Every point of HP is going to be used again.
That's what you expect from two of our best teams, the third seed from Hell and the Golden Road laying JDG. It is still, for me, coming down to a lot of factors, but Gala and Ruler are oh so crucial, and we've known that from the start for both these two teams.
Absolutely. It does feel like Knight and Scout, they'll have their one moments of brilliance, which might just be removing one of those carries from the other side of it. But Knight there gets a good two-man Tibbers in that big fight, but it's not going to be the real knockout blow. So, taking a step back again, though, this doesn't change the fact that JDG are still on Soul Point, doesn't change the fact that LNG still have themselves some point of powers with the gold that they've traded for those Dragons. They traded it for side lane turrets, for the mid lane turret as well, but they have to capitalize on this. They couldn't do that in Game 1. JDG out-team fought them, and they were very close to being out-team fought in the first fight of Game 2.
They were indeed. I think some of that scrappiness is working both ways, but it's something where we saw JDG kind of wake up in that game number 1 of their series. You are wondering if that's going to happen yet again, but LNG have a lot of options to kind of pull them apart, and that's what we were saying, a lot of that side lane pressure being so important for LNG. Now, though, with that timer coming about 2 minutes, I do want to check in on some item completions. We do have about second items coming up for major carries. We've got that Gwynsu's for Ruler as well, second item too. Baron is just started up by LNG.
Turns out LNG don't want to talk about items, they'd rather be using them. They're using on the Baron. This is off vision. JDG, they don't spot this right now. They've got the blue trinket on there. Can they approach quick enough? It's going down.
Zika's going to keep him out here. Kanavi over the wall. Can he get in? Zika, I thought you were going to stop him. All out goes through, and Kanavi can't get into the pit. Denied from the Baron. It is Zika's life for 4 purple capes.
That is one great use of a Cassante death. That's a good death if I ever did see one. JDG, what can they do with the response now? There's no Cassante to help team fight. They are in a 5 versus 4 on the map. Can they force a fight during this time, though? Before LNG gets a reset and use this Baron, they snuck away under JDG's nose.
Looks like nothing's going to come of it here. Scout getting aggressive in the side lane a little bit. That is not good. That is not good for Scout's promises in the side lane. The fact that 369 has been taking him to task. But now it is about using this Baron with the 1-3-1 style composition that they've had.
A serious shout out to 369 for stopping Scout from getting huge side lane advantages. Yes, he still managed to kill some turrets, but he hasn't taken over the map. With the Baron, will that change things? With the Dragon coming up in a minute, with the ability to push waves in before that Dragon starts, will that change things? LNG, they need to stop this Soul coming through.
The Night Harvester spike for Scout is also so important, but he needs to get as much pressure in the side lane before this Dragon comes to bear. It's not something you want to just let go for LNG. Even if that Elder Dragon maybe looks so promising, you can see the push coming through.
So we do as we always do in the lead up to these fights. We check objectives and the time is on them. We check the vision and we check the cooldown. So there are a lot of flashes available. Every carry importantly has them. Kanavi doesn't for a few seconds, but will do very shortly. Pretty much every ultimate on the board. In fact, every ultimate available too. We are armed and ready. JDG looking to get themselves an Ocean Soul, which could turn the game in their favor.
And you'd hope that they can secure that one. Gives a lot of priority to them on the map, and also just sets up that Elder Dragon for them. I do wonder, though, now that we have LNG using some of that priority from mid lane to get here, you're seeing them actually point and present here that JDG are a little bit behind the ball.
These kind of dragon fights are where LNG lost the game versus JDG in game 1. They have a bigger gold advantage this time. They have item spikes this time, but 369 is on the flank and he is not seen.
That is a heck of a flank, too. He's looking like Scout from game number 1. LNG have taken the bait. The Keeper's Verdict. Who's it going to hit here? It
Gala!
actually is a 5v4 now, and Gala's gone. That is so huge. And JDG, they're trying to fight this before Gala gets back. They get Knight down as well. Scout already takes one. You're trying to get the resets here, though. Is Tarzan going to go down? He gets taken out. Resets there from Gala as he goes back into the pit, but it's a 3v3. And Knight will knock up there as well. They can't get Ruler. He goes down, and it might just be Gala the saving grace here. He's still alive, and the double knockup comes through. Zika! He is still ripping them a new one. It's Kanavi at 369, though, that turned it all around. And Zika might have gotten that one, but he's going to be dragged down by the demons of JDG.
How the heck does a Poppy do 5,000 damage in a fight at this point in the game? Ocean Soul secured for JDG, and the meat grinder turns LNG into paste eventually. They take down the carries, but they can't finish off the fight. JDG, they get themselves the objective, and that is the most important thing they could have hoped for.
Oh my goodness, we got 5.5 minutes for the Elder, but we got to take a look at this one.
369. What a couple of games he's had so far. Yeah, game 1, he was at a CS disadvantage, but he gets the Gala Tristana right out of the fight at the start. One of those carries immediately punted out. Yes, Ruler, Knight, they're separated out in their own ways by Zika. Feels like both top laners had a great fight, but already the damage difference with Gala being away for another 5 seconds, that couldn't be overcome by LNG just at the end of it.
The fact that Zika is able to solo out Ruler, and then it's literally just a bunch of noodle fights going down with Gala gets taken out. In the end, trying to make his way through this one. He does make it out alive, but there's no more influence from him in the fight.
Of course, during all this, Kanavi gets the dragon. It's kind of hard to see it in the midst of all this, but of course, I mean, Tarzan's dead. He's not there to smite it. Kanavi goes in and takes that one for free. It feels like LNG once again out-executed at one of the important objective fights.
We needed some execution for both sides, and right now that engage potential from JDG is looking real good. But speaking of engage, LNG want it. They want Ruler. They go right on him. Solar Flare connects. The king is gone, and that means LNG can strike at the peasants that lie beneath him. It's Gala popping off. It's Scout popping off, and LNG, they are alive and well.
Ocean Soul be damned. The 7 Seas couldn't help JDG in that fight. Ruler doesn't stay alive through the full engage. Kanavi, one of the last remaining members, going to get soloed out in his jungle.
Can't believe it has amounted to this. The back and forth nature, the boxing match, and Kanavi is taking up a storm here. He should be able to not survive at least. The blast cone nicely targeted by Tarzan. It's going to be a slow and steady burn, but the entire time LNG are looking at mid lane.
Scout was almost thinking about leaving it there. The Ocean Soul keeping
it still going.
He's ungettable.
Why is this happening on my screen right now? My God, Kanavi has literally been fighting a 1v2 for a minute and a half. They're gonna have to call everybody to try and take this man down. It's literally all 5 members of LNG bot side, and Kanavi finally just gives his life to the turret.
That is the League of Legends version of a Viking burial. He goes out on a ship in flames, but it takes the entire team of LNG moving away after a 1-team fight for that to happen. LNG, they didn't want to have to waste that time killing the damn pig on the bot side of the map. Kanavi, somehow, some way, in one of the most hilarious moments, buys a pretty big win after the fight for his team. Couldn't buy his team the actual team fight victory though.
We get to see the actual kickoff here of LNG. They full targeted rule, and this you have to do. This is the bread and butter. This is what you need to find to take down JDG.
No flash this time, no cleanse this time. Can't stand, can't fight. That does mean that a lot of the damage is immediately off the table. We're onto the Baron again. LNG pushing the tempo of the game forwards.
Fight round 2. Let's go. There's the TP coming in. That is going to be Knight with everything available. The solar flare already utilized. Baron down to 4,000 health. 369 comes in with a nice engage, but more so, you gotta look where Kanavi is. Can you get into the Baron pit? Zika going down. Knight's already gone to Scout 2, and LNG, they're trying to pick them apart one by one. The Baron is still contested here. Who's gonna win the Smite fight? It looks like Kanavi's gonna commit. Tarzan, no! It's Ruler that gets it in the end! 369 gives his life. He got Gala another kill, but it's JDG that end up taking the Baron while they lose their lives.
Are they going to lose the game for this though? If Ruler dies, this could be it.
Oh my god, he got him out. Ruler's gone. Yeah, it's the head off the king, and LNG, they've made this a damn series.
Less of a scout, more of an executioner. It's regicide, the king is dead. Ruler has died at the hands of the LeBlanc. And though the Baron still comes through, LNG steal the game instead.
They are looking to put a quick end to this one. We were wondering if they could find any promise in a best of 5 against our would-be golden roaders at JDG, but it is LNG that are able to put the bricks in the wall here in game number 2. They grabbed a very different composition from what they had in game number 1, and their execution was needed, and it met the bar. Give them one more or not. It's the nexus of game 2, and LNG even it up 1-1.
There will be no sweep today, folks. Not a reverse, not a 3-0, none of the like, but we will have ourselves an even series coming at that one. It's a glorified best of 3 now. LNG, they took that game against the Ocean Soul. They played that gambit, they said, okay, we'll give you that third Drake, we'll get gold instead. We'll take down a couple of towers, and it worked out for them. I was worried, I'm not gonna lie, because it felt like in that kind of game, the first team fights we saw, it was gonna be slower paced, the tanks were gonna be deciding, heck, we saw what happened with the Sejuani, with the Poppy. That Ocean Soul, in any other game, it felt like it should have ended it for them, but LNG, they get the bursty fights after, they take care of the carries, take care of the game.
They do, and that's all that matters, right? When you get to focus on Ruler and you actually find him, that is the most important thing, because we've seen so many times where that doesn't go their way. We even saw it in game number 1. So it is something where LNG have actually found a wound in our Titans of JDG. They have found a way for them to find these wins, and it comes off the back of huge engage potentials from their different pieces around the map, but also being able to kind of pull apart JDG to some extent.
And, you know, the more I think about this game, of course, we're focusing on the big things which happened in that game. Let's have a talk about some of the quieter things too. Knight, we barely talked about him. He didn't really have a lot of team fights where he could make the big pickoffs. The Annie was not getting the huge crucial engages as the game went on. Whereas, you look at the other carries on LNG, Gala had some resets in his fights, and that LeBlanc, while it was held to account by the Poppy for most of the game in the side lane, eventually found the angles, several in a row actually, towards that late game, onto Ruler, especially when he had his summoners down, and that was the big difference maker.
Yeah.
Scout outvalued Knight.
Yeah, it's the side lane pressure, and it was 369 who was pushing them every time he was in the side lane, but it didn't matter in the end. That is it for game number 2. We're going to send it to a short little break. We'll have our analyst back to break down that game 2 after this.
如果你犀利就该叫我格拉斯克。
但他守卫了，但对面还是到次到了，大齐2个人固有的割伤害把球进了。但是这边的话，这个大招放的非常不错，反身一锁，
后面那张卡的鳄鱼收购位置放的还不错。
下来之后选择交了一个大招，但是没有办法到了这帮人，但是主要后续的团战是开到了国豪，国豪在第一时间背后交了一个羊吃席，哎，这真是再看过来一个还不够，我斯文拉的这么技能有点失误啊，他这个技能全抠掉了，还有攻守技能，铁铁到了，哦，没扣，再遇到一个应该是有了，最后人头给到出麦。还是要针对这条大龙找找机会，又是海格斯赶出来要出钩了，勾到 AD 了，又在被勾过，全被秒掉了，差一点点。明珠给了所有技能，依旧被安保的上来，这边撞到了对面的梅卡，就是站住了侧翼的位置，但安妮并没有着急选择点塔，而在后方持续的观望。看一下在侧面，艾邦蒂进场把所有人留在了原地，卡莎向前输出闪现过去，艾卡下到暴雨，最后奥文再行留住。希腊喷敌不想开赢，你们这边交得出技能吗？闪现锁锁厄菲琉斯配合阿卡丽直接进场，厄菲琉斯这边交一个闪现拉开，没有死差一张平 A，A 包锁住了，回身还想再操纵鳄鱼，鳄鱼被魅惑，哦，被吉勇给吸住了，
对，伤害好像没有打出来，
对的，就差 TP 嘎的立大功这波。
顶 且哈的这个留人也很漂亮啊，翔哥过来的途中是直接被一勾加上一个大招，然后翔哥回到队伍身边，那个大招是大起了很多人啊，好像全都大起来了，而且呢。 加入进角想踩，没有被抬到，反而被 A 加 Q 勾过来打了一下。
啊，反手倒勾到，但落也没 W 了。
啊，有生闪过来 A 进角被挂点燃了，这波要死了，完成一个线闪，又是 A 到了闪，控制一下，等下一个勾，看要伸交闪现勾过来，哦呦，速度这两勾。
国家现在还是 CD。
感觉 LNG 得开呀，不然他们要被玩兵线玩晕掉了呀。
闪现开，又开小奶油，小奶油被开到了，被大招炸起，狐狸大招没办法，又遭了秒杀，那被雷猴子给找到，被嘲讽到，
夺取球的机会了，又勾在一地了。队伍之内很危险，又开一下，打一下，
看一下。
哇，这打到死血要回家了呀！不回家的话，先打一套。梅口这边是一级的，
一勾，
很有机会，闪现勾。 勾到了！我的天哪！
这样子玩。
下一场对战京东G的话，我觉得我们更多的需要多控资源吧。然后，因为他们上来也是喜欢玩那种打团英雄的，所以小龙的资源战就很重要。来了季后赛之后，我们队伍状态一直在变好嘛。我觉得主要还是因为我们队伍的心是一条心吧，就是大家都是努力变好，努力想去拿冠军的。然后我们，因为我下届赛也是刚刚加入，所以我们磨合越来越好，所以就很正常的就越来越好。我觉得我们目前队伍的气势就是挺好的吧，然后我们决赛也是很希望拿下的，然后第3次进决赛就是对我很重要吧，毕竟是下决嘛，然后我也没有获得过下决的冠军，我这次一定会全力以赴。我想对 RULER 选手说，我会阻止你再次夺冠的，然后也阻止京东的3连冠。
Well, if it's a game like that, then I wouldn't be too surprised as LNG equalise our finals 1 apiece now after a Game 2 victory. My name's Derek. I'm joined by Kitty on our little analyst desk / couch thing that's chilling in the arena with a fantastic view behind us. Kitty, series is happening, and I tell you what, in form like that, LNG are going to make it hard.
Yeah, no 3-0s for tonight, which is great because it's a grand finals for the summer split. And honestly, credits to LNG. They were the better team from start to finish. And it was all thanks to their composition because they got so creative with it because they locked in the Tristana first. And then they flexed the Tristana towards the bottom side. And then they also prioritized the Rel and the LeBlanc. So there's just so many fun things going with LNG, but also I want to give a credit shout out to 369 on the opposing team because I feel like 369, he has been extremely consistent throughout the entire playoffs so far, but this game in particular, his Poppy was the only reason why JDG was still in contention when LNG had such a huge lead.
Because like, Kitty, I feel like this Poppy against LeBlanc, Tristana, Leona, Rel, like how annoying it must be to play any kind of front to back, any team fight versus 369. Most damage as well. When you have an Annie in the game, and more importantly, when you have an on-hit DPS like the Varus here for Ruler, Kitty just shows you they can never get in the fight. They were never alive long enough to put out significant DPS, but 369 somehow was.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, at that final Dragon Soul game, fight in particular, 369 and Zuka did the most damage. I believe K'Sante did 6k damage, and 369 did the second most, sitting at 5k damage, and both playing tanks. So the carries were having a lot of fun during the mid to late game. But also I want to give a shout out to Gala on this Tristana. He was pumping so much damage during those team fights. And I also want to kind of highlight why that is, because if you look at JDG's composition, they don't really have that many things to challenge a Tristana in these team fights. You have two extremely high mobility carries on the side of LNG. If you don't have something like the Proto Belt on Knight's Annie, you already see this Annie struggling to get her hands onto the carries of LNG, and eventually through macro and through kind of swinging and leashing around JDG in the early to mid game, the Baron going over to JDG at the very end didn't really matter.
I mean, again, as well, like Tristana gaining range as the game goes on, also Scout jumping in and out. It's like, man, we can't touch these carries of LNG, as you were saying, nothing to challenge them. And that's why Gala picking up MVP of game number 2 on this Tristana. And Kitty, you highlighted the flex in draft. You highlighted how important it was for LNG to kind of play around with the early stage of it. I feel like Gala on anything that can carry, anything that scales as well, is an issue we've seen other teams not be able to deal with before. I mean, it's his Kai'Sa, it's the Tristana, it's so many picks that Gala can flex around and show why he's one of the best ADs in the league.
Even Ziggs sometimes, right? We don't know if that's going mid, but yeah, Gala definitely really stepping up for this game, and I just feel like this Tristana is going to be such a vital pick coming into this series because only LNG and OMG are the two teams in the league that consistently flex this champion between the mid and AD players, but for this game too, they decided to put it into the bottom lane. And I believe JDG's response was the Varus blind. Well, they didn't know if the Tristana was going to go mid or AD carry. Maybe they expected the Tristana to go towards that mid lane because the Varus lane is a little bit rough. If Tristana gets level 3, jumps onto your head, you are going to be extremely vulnerable in the early game. To be fair, JDG, bottom lane wasn't too big of an issue, but in team fights, how does Ruler play the game? Because you're up against a Leona who can ult you from 2 screens away, and there really isn't going to be a second carry that can step up to make up for the lack of damage, or at least lack of presence if Ruler isn't DPSing.
And just a note on that fight towards mid, 369 wasn't there. I guess that was the difference as well. We're highlighting him from JDG, unable to separate and at least tear apart LNG, because Kitty, some of the more successful fights we saw from JDG was missing, always being the front line, getting the engage, was 369 separating people like Gala, zoning away Scout, you know, also being a thorn in the side of Tarzan and stopping his engage. When LNG were able to separate the pieces of JDG in reverse, Kitty, we saw what happened around this Baron pit. Even though JDG were the ones to sneak away the Baron, all 5 members die in the end, LNG go for the end, and it's a success. So props to people like Gala, props to, I feel like, decision-making out of LNG as well, because that whole game, that whole process was just out-macroing JDG, out-pushing the side lanes and spreading JDG thin so that these fights weren't really taken on their terms.
Yeah, especially looking at the 2 draws that we have below us here, JDG, they locked in a composition where they need to look for mid to late game forces with the Annie, with the Sejuani, or even the Alistar, because you have great AoE crowd control when it comes to straight up 5v5s. But LNG, they're a lot more flexible in how they want to approach the game. You can have the LeBlanc either pressuring in the side lane, which was exactly what Scout was doing, or he can also join in on the team fights, but the only pain to consider is that Poppy. So either 369 or Missing had to play the team fights perfectly, LNG is going to just get their hands onto the carries. There's no other way.
So Kitty, my question to you, what changes for game number 3? Because we came into this being like, well, JDG aren't the ones who have to adapt. Their game one was, you know, not flawless, but it was pretty concrete. What changes after this? Because, I mean, JDG just took their first loss on red side in playoffs.
Yeah, that's what changed. JDG are now no longer 100% win rate on that red side, like you said, but I think something to consider is Zuka on this K'Sante. Maybe they take this away because Zuka also had a great game 2 on the K'Sante. I mean, he did
Game 1 wasn't bad either, right? There was some great moments.
He did pop off in game 1, but it was also a bit shaky in terms of how he approached the later stage of the game. But game 2, he was consistent from start to finish. So maybe that's something that they can look towards. But the biggest thing for me is that mid lane matchup because we have the Tristana and the LeBlanc both given to blue side, which is often not very seen. Usually JDG, if they didn't want to pick or at least prioritize the Sejuani and I believe the Varus on 1 and 2, then they would take that LeBlanc away and gladly take the one-on-one matchup with the Tristan and the LeBlanc in the mid lane.
It was something we highlighted, remember, in the draft. Like, LeBlanc was one pick, and especially with how Scout plays the game, how Scout is a macro genius from what we just saw, it feels like that's something as well that has to really be highlighted. Now, I've just been told in my ear, JDG have chosen blue side, Kitty, with this loss. So, again, with JDG's confidence on red, with what we've seen throughout playoffs, it is interesting that now, flipping back to the blue side, we'll have to see if that first pick priority means, I guess, a difference for JDG for game 3.
I believe in 2 games in a row, or at least for game 2, the counter spot was saved for 369 on this Poppy. But unfortunately, if you look at LNG's composition, they didn't really have an answer to the LeBlanc in the side lane. JDG, they were forced to just go for those 5v5s in the mid lane or at least around those objectives. So the LeBlanc started taking a lot of these towers in the side lane. So that's something to consider. Maybe they blind the mid lane matchup and prioritize whatever they need. They had the LeBlanc, they had the Tristana to take away, but unfortunately, I mean, it's game 3 now. 1-1 even, so it could be anyone's game.
I mean, in game 1, the success came through from the Jace Maokai, came through from 369 yet again. Having a great series, having a great playoffs, as we've already said. I feel like, you know, Ruler being underhanded in game number 2. Ruler wasn't talked about too much, focused heavily here on this Varus. Maybe a bit more agency down there, Kitty. Maybe something a little bit different, because Varus is not something that, in the LPL, we've really seen that much success with so far.
Varus is a very great answer when it comes to shutting down 2v2 lanes in the early game.
That's true.
But you don't have a lot of mobility when it comes to team fights. And considering the jungle meta being Sejuani, Maokai, also the rel being flexed towards that jungle, then there is so much CC for you to escape from, and you are pretty much forced to take cleanse and flash every single game. But
and lose it every
what
fight.
happens when you don't have that flash, right? So maybe we see something like the Ezreal come out of JDG for the second series of the rematch, of course, and throwing it back to, I believe it was JDG versus LNG in round 4. Ezreal on Rula was the exact reason why they were able to bring back the series, because Ezreal pretty much, or Rula at least, predicted the movement of Scout's LeBlanc perfectly in a single team fight. I believe it was in our highlight package, and that, in my opinion, solidified his name, for me at least, to be one of the best AD carries to be in the LPL.
I mean, he was born, and I thought he was one of the best AD carries in the LPL, let alone the world. He's already picked up every single title. World champion, he's got MSI, he's got an LPL title, he's got an LCK title. Kitty, the guy has everything. A summer title to add to the mix, a golden road is what we're talking about here. That's what JDG are fighting for. Also for BLG to lock in second at Worlds, remember. On top of that, LNG need a win here today to get Worlds. That will be as our first seed if they can take down JDG. But Kitty, it goes down to a game 3. I mean, again, at least LNG have been able to fix up what they did before. You got the giggles. What's happening?
Sorry, something's just living in my head rent-free, and it was a comment for tonight's finals.
What?
And it was JDG pretending to talk to the audience and saying, oh, at least BLG. Don't worry, little bro, I'll bring you to Worlds. Because
nice.
if JDG wins, BLG get a free ticket to Worlds, but that has to be the case.
I mean, looking after them as players coming back on stage. JDG, we want to see what the draft plan is for game number 3, how it changes up. Kitty's given you a couple of highlights here, so you'll be taking that to the bank with you as you start looking towards these drafts. And as we get closer and closer, Kitty, I've also got to ask, you know, how much priority do you put on things like the Poppy again, or how much do you look towards JDG with a change on blue side? Because again, it does it might change a bit of the draft identity that we're highlighting, considering that JDG, we always look towards that 1-2 and that last pick, which has so far been a highlight in our series.
It's going to be really interesting how JDG approaches Game 3 because I'm expecting them to pick support and AD together. If you look at the previous game, it was Alistar and Varus, and they didn't really have that much of a voice. They were able to secure early dragons, but they weren't that explosive in teamfights, so maybe a stronger 2v2 coming into Game 3 where it allows Ruler to really be that carry, because I feel like, yes, Knight got MVP for Game 1, but that Game 2, he was a little bit shaky on the Annie. He was getting caught left and right, but to be fair, it's an Annie versus Tristana and LeBlanc. How are you going to be able to get your hands onto such high mobility champions when you don't have the flash yourself? So it's going to be really a test of who gets this like priority pick when it comes to the blue side.
It's interesting to me as well because Knight's Annie has been sick. Like he was one of the best in the LPL to do it. Again, you know, what comes through from Knight here in the mid lane, or is Scout going to show up here in game number 3? But either way, one apiece in our grand finals. There's only one thing for it: to break the mold, break the tie. We're going to hand it over to our casters, Nymira and Mazel, to bring us into this banger to break the fold.
We'll see who takes that step forward, who will be on match point after this game number 3. We've talked so much about the energy in this arena, and it is electric as ever. JDG versus LNG has delivered so far, and the fact that we had LNG change their compositional style, find an advantage with this side lane pressure, and pull apart JDG. More particularly, that one engage against Ruler, that has to happen time and time again.
It was, and I think that the desk really highlighted the problems with that Varus pick and the composition. It's all well and good when you survive the initial engage as the Varus with your cleanse and your flash. How do you do that every other fight? Because you can only do that when you have your summons.
5 minute cooldown.
There's a 5-minute cooldown on doing that. You're absolutely right. So now going into this third game, I think we do need to see again a reassessment from the losing team to say, how do we get our carries into a better position? Despite the difficult game in Game 1 for the carries to survive for JDG, they managed it. Game 2, somehow it was harder again. We're going into Game 3, JDG on blue side, and they ban that LeBlanc.
Love to see it. They will no longer have that 100% win rate on red side. Feels a little bit bad, man, but it feels good for LNG to find some promise here. We did get that Kai'Sa Jace ban yet again. It is that LeBlanc respect with the Jax there for JDG on the blue side.
Okay, so what are we losing here? We're losing the Rakan, which means that one of Tristana or Azir is going to get through. Of course, Tristana wasn't picked or banned in Game 1, so that was passed through. But you have to see which one of these power picks is going to get through into these places. We talked a little bit about how do you break these big blind picks in Game 1. JDG, they found that their blind pick of their Jace really couldn't be beaten. And of course, Maokai is going to get through again as well. Yep. A very powerful pick.
I like the Sejuani, though, banned away. I feel like there were some moments where Kanavi was showing why that champion has been such a priority pick. We also get another priority pick here that did show a lot of influence in that game number 2. We get the Tristana locked in for JDG.
We already saw the flexibility of that pick. We saw it in the bot lane, even though Scout is an incredible Tristana. Gala played it more than well enough as well. This is going to give over potentially a Maokai mid-jungle combination to the other side. Scout.
Pair it with, though.
Yeah, that's exactly. What do you pair this with? Because you could go towards something like the Azir and have the Xayah Azir double combo. I think this Xayah right here is to stop JDG locking it in themselves and having a double long-range AD carry backline. They might still on 3 revisit a long-range mid laner like the Azir we've mentioned already.
And again, going back to that game number 1, it's a pull away from Ruler, who has been so influential on a pick he knows pretty darn well, having his own World Championship skin on it. This is another pick he knows pretty darn well, and it looked real good in game number 1. They do lock in the Ophelio, so a double marksman comp coming to bear for JDG.
It is, and this time it's going to be the Tristana in that mid lane. One of the big litmus tests between these two teams is if you're going to win, it's likely that your mid lane got ahead in the early game just as a kind of a confluence of all the factors. They all come together and it's like, oh well, this mid lane is ahead. Tristana is very hard to put behind, so JDG and Knight. Knight was a bit quiet in that last game. That Tristana got a bit more bang for the buck, and at least in those auto attacks.
We got the Rel locked in for Kanavi here, so still some of that early skirmishing power, but also a lot of engage potential there for him. And it's the insta-lock, baby. It's Scout's pivotal pick in the Azir.
The logic's pretty easy to follow here from LNG. The Maokai's left open, you take that, it will protect a long-range backline. They lock in the Xayah to stop JDG getting themselves that as well. Yes, the Ophelio is a very strong AD carry in its own right, in the right position, but Xayah is very hard to get on top of. So as opposed to in Game 2 where we saw Ruler really struggling to team fight against it, when you're engaging with the Rel and jumping forwards, Gala will have that extra degree of safety. Of course, Scout on the Azir has some ability himself to play with.
I do like the targeted focus up towards 369. Not going to ban his Poppy away just yet, but going to get his Ornn out of the way. I think it has been one of his biggest picks. I mean, he's talked about it so much, about his tank gameplay here. But the Cassante is actually respected this time. He won't give it over to Zika for a third time in a row.
We've seen a couple of games from the Alistair coming out and missing. There is a chance that gets banned away from the side of LNG here if they don't want to deal with like one of these really annoying gauges that you can't remove immediately. Alistair's so hard to kill when he chooses to take an aggressive stance. Would be okay to ban that way. It's still going to be the Amelia again. Okay, all right, so removing one of the best AD carry buffers in the game makes a lot of sense because there are 2 of them on the side of JDG. And this is all, of course, assuming that the Rel does go into the jungle. Every chance that it can go towards support as well.
There is. It has a lot of engage down bot lane as well. I just wonder how that goes with Xayah down there. The Gnar actually sneaks his way through here into the bans and will be JDG's final ban of game number 3.
Okay, well, Zika's played the Gnar a little bit in playoffs so far. He didn't play a huge amount of it in the regular season, but it's come up to pretty good dividends this time. So, Renekton has been largely banned in the LPL. It is a very powerful champion if you know how to play the early game with it. You can get control of that early game. And where Renekton really peaks is around the Herald fight as well, because he's already got his ultimate. No one's built up first items yet, so they can't just explode him before he gets value out of 2 or 3 empowered abilities. This, though, champion, which 369 is very well known for. To the point where Zika in his own trash talk before the game says, I mean, 369 is easy, we just ban away Gragas and win.
Well, they didn't ban it.
They didn't ban it, it's locked in. 369 on his most famous and most well-played champion in a lot of people's minds.
I love that they're opting into this one. I feel like JDG, they took their welts in game number 2. They do not want to go down yet again. I think leaning to that comfort could be huge, but also 369 is literally a game changer on this pick, so love to see that opted into for him. Him and Kanavi connecting will be very important in the team fights as well, in those engage-centered moments. Now we do get missing for a 3rd time in a row on the Alistar.
3 for 3. Now you see LNG, feels like they're playing the style of composition which was kind of akin to JDG's composition in Game 1, where you have a very long-range backline of something like the Xayah and the Azir. Of course, in Game 1, it was more about the Jace being that factor in itself. And now, LNG, they need to be the ones playing backline, playing defensive, and giving Scout and Gala some time to free fire.
And then we do finally get the anchor coming through here for LNG. It is the Nautilus that will be locked in. So a lot of point-and-click CC, beautiful stuff against a double marksman style composition, but that means that Hung has to be on his A game. You heard it from him earlier, the power of youth. Well, he's trying to show JDG just that. And now we have a very, again, different flavor, it feels like, coming into a game number 3.
Feels like we have some interactive lanes here as well. Renekton very strong in the early game, but of course someone like that Gragas has some flexibility in terms of builds. We might see something like the full AP, because something like the Azir, of course, doesn't have any sustain, so even something like a couple of barrels onto him midway through a team fight can really impact the way that Scout has to play out these fights, because he won't have off his HP bar if one of those big barrels hits him throughout the course of things. Pay attention to those laning phase. It can absolutely flip either way.
This could be a big step forward for either team. You have a double marksman composition from JDG. We know how devastating that can be in a late game, especially when it's a double marksman composition with Knight and Ruler at the helm of it. While LNG on the other side, they've gone with some of the more comfort. They've gotten the Renekton Nautilus this time. They have a lot of backline access, but you also have a lot of CC to play with.
They do, and there's going to be some points in this game where LNG are going to have to choose very carefully how they use their cooldowns, because when you have a Renekton and a Nautilus, of course you have great ability to go forward, stun up a target and burst them out, but you need those same cooldowns to keep your carries safe. So LNG, they're going to have to showcase one of a skill set which normally JDG are very good at as well, using your cooldowns for the right moment in a team fight. If you misuse them, JDG will absolutely punish you for that. Got to pay very close attention to the supporting cast of LNG to make sure their carries have the easiest job to push out damage in late game team fights.
And a big theme so far already through this best up, but also just this entire split for both these teams has been the fact that mid jungle is so important, but it all comes down to Ruler and Gala in the end. We're getting into game number 3. We have the car ready to go. We got the crowd already. 18,000 possible in this arena, and they're all here to watch the competition take place here. Game 3 kicking off now. It's JDG versus LNG. Again, all the stakes, all the things that we thought could be done in this grand finals. It was not LNG that were supposed to be here, but the 3rd seed from hell has made their name known. drums alive, the energy is here, and Yajayo's ring true. I get goosebumps every time I get one of those intros, just hearing and feeling the ground shake beneath this incredible crowd. Now as we get into it, we gotta take a little bit of bearings, as LNG have changed their composition a little bit. We were talking about their engaged potential, but for me, in this game particularly, it is about the connections of mid-jungle duo with Scout, Tarzan versus Kanavi and Knight.
And speaking of kind of the change between the two teams, you know, yes, the connection's very, very important, because those connections are going to be very important to make sure that the carries can actually do their jobs, particularly for the side of LNG. This is something that they've done very well across the entirety of playoffs and across summer as well. One of their big strengths has been allowing long-range backlines to do damage in the important team fights. Scout on Azir has been a champion which he has picked up an awful lot. This champion's been banned an awful lot across LPL, as opposed to Knight not really getting that champion into his wheelhouse so far.
I love that you highlight Scout, because I do want to take a little trip down memory lane. This was a guy that was literally behind one of the unkillable Demon King himself, man. This was a prodigy in the making, and it was something where he spent so much time on EDG. It's been really refreshing to see him trying to create this new legacy on LNG, much like a lot of the other players in this best of.
Well, Scout, so many MVPs across the entirety of this year, 31 picked up in individual games between spring and summer. People kind of forgot about Scout, though, a little bit after spring because of the playoffs kind of collapse from LNG as an entire team. But in this finals, already showing what he could do in that last game on the LeBlanc. Can he match that on the Azir?
See some heavy trading in the 2v2 bot side. Ignite has already been burned by Hung, but got a nice health trade onto Missing. Kanavi has bolted down to this bot side, though.
Okay, how many summoners are going to get blown here? Ignite not available for Hung, but
they got to find the engage. Gala, he has flash, he has cleanse. Will preemptively burn it, but he gets headbutted and pulverized. Now Gala's locked down. Is this just going to be first blood? And it's Ruler who picks it up. He got his head chopped off in game 2, but he's alive and well here.
Missing wins the mind game. I think we're seeing why he's prioritizing this pick. He might have a 17-win games win streak on something like a Rakan, but when he has engaged champions, even in the Alistair, you change out the exact champion, same kind of playstyle. Missing makes the engages work.
The fact that Ruler is the one that gets the kill is huge on the FLAs. We saw him be so pivotal in game number 1, but also something that we have to keep in mind is that activity from JDG just puts the pressure more so onto LNG, and Kanavi has already shown in 2 lanes this early on. He is being extremely active on the rel.
And what a great way to shrug off that last game where Ruler couldn't play the game by immediately feeding him a kill. Missing doesn't waste the pulverize, takes a backstep, wins the mind game, gets the double knockup. Seriously well played on the Alistair.
That's so good. You can see why this guy is willing to grab this Alistair time and time again, but it is also a point of making his dreams a reality. This guy Missing started off with W. I know we talked about it earlier, but it is something where he's back in Xi'an. He's back where it all started for him, it feels like, and it's something that he will take a lot of pride in, finding those early engages against a pivotal bot lane like Gala and Hung. Meanwhile, Zika is going to try to put some pressure on Kanavi, won't end up finding it. Kanavi will continue clearing.
Kanavi didn't have Smite for a brief moment there. There was a chance of a steal from Zika.
He doesn't know that. Knight might want to figure out where he can go to get some help. We get another engage on the bot side as Gala no longer having any of those summoner spells is easy pickings for JDG.
Really well played by Missing and Ruler in laning phases across the entirety of this series so far. In the last game, even though they lost, they used the Varus's strong laning phase to get the most out of things. What happened to this top side, though? We saw a flash blown by the 369. That's where it's gone. I was wondering what that ended up going from. Zika making the most of this Renekton in the top side. As much as we were just praising the Alistair and the FLS, that's all well and good. This Renekton is quickly becoming a problem. Zika, very good comfort champion for him.
It's going to be so crucial because that is your backline access when you're against a double marksman composition. You get a big old angry Croc back there. You know, the guns don't help that much. It's like watching Jurassic Park and them trying to kill a giant dinosaur with guns. It just doesn't work. We'll see if Zika can end up being that big monster in the end, but I do want to highlight on some of those comforts. You were talking about Zika's Renekton. We are back to Scout's tried and true in the Azir, and we heard how much influence that can have in this kind of series for him because of the comfort played towards it.
We're seeing a lot of comfort play in general, actually, from this game. Of course, the picks we just highlighted as well, but I mean, the Renekton, talked about that, and the Gragas on 369, have to see if he can find some ways into this game as well, because in game 1, he was very far behind in an individual matchup, but the Poppy had some great teamfight impact. This Gragas will need to do the same thing.
I like to see JDG continuing on that proactive trend here as they do use that priority in bot lane to get a first dragon. It will not be contested this time, but Knight needs the rocket jump. He took an extra tower shot there. Tarzan not going to follow him up just in case there was anything coming, but Kanavi, he was doing the dragon the whole time.
I think Tarzan was looking for the mind game to cancel a rocket jump potentially, but Knight holds his nerve, takes a couple of tower shots, but knows he's not under threat at that point. So JDG, they are holding Dominion over the bot side of the map right now. CS lead on the Aphelios is pretty scary. Someone like the Alistar lane as well. Alistar doesn't tend to win lane that hard, but with the early kill and now the ability to kind of hold Gala and Hung off of the wave as well, JDG getting some good advantages there.
We will have Gala's flash coming up very soon, so the window to kind of prioritize onto that might be closing a little bit, give a lot more safety to LNG, might enable them to get on the map a little bit more. We do have that Rift Herald coming up in about a minute and a half. This was something that LNG put a lot of priority on in game number 2, and something that they used pretty well to try to get some of those advantages, those turrets taken out, and especially gold in the right pockets.
You have a Renekton, Herald fights are your bread and butter at this point. Very good champion of fighting around that kind of timestamp. And of course, you're against the Tristana. And if you give Herald over Tristana, especially in the mid lane, you expect lots of tower plates to fall. You've already lost one in that mid lane. So JDG, LNG, I think they both set their eyes on that objective.
See if they do bring all 5 members like we were kind of seeing in game number 1 around those Rift Herald contests. But I actually like the wave state right now for JDG down here. They are really making LNG have a little bit of trouble as Kanavi's just going to come down here to hover just in case.
I think JDG are taking issue with the fact that Gala has flash again. I think they'd really like to remove that. See that Kanavi was looking for it. Knight jumping forward.
Scout in some trouble here. He does get the reset for Knight. You got to be a little bit careful. He saved the rocket jump though, and he's going for it, but that's shifting sands in time for Scout to get out.
It's Knight. This guy almost backsteps on the Emperor's Divide. Gets an ultimate out for free. Hung towards this mid lane, potentially helping or at least deterring Knight from walking forward on that wave. Going to clear some vision out. With that trade in mid lane, though, it's going to mean that Scout is late to a potential play around the next objectives.
And we got to see, especially when we're looking at the double marksman composition for JDG, they need to really have these big item spikes for them, where LNG have a lot more flexibility in when they can attack.
Where it happens right now, LNG have a lot more HP bars because Knight didn't get to reset after that play. Scout was, of course, reset after that big play in that mid lane. Tarzan stopped to recall from Knight. Let's see what happens around here now. We can see that Knight is going to recall. Bot wave shoved into tower by Ruler, so there's going to be some resources lost, at least in that bot lane. And with LNG not starting up the Herald, JDG will have a decent crack at being able to contest that whilst also winning on the other side of the map.
Yeah, actually got the push from Scout in top lane. I like this lane assignment too, but you got to wonder, are we just going to get that big contested fight? You're already bringing up multiple members here from JDG. They will have their double marksmen here without those items.
They will do, but you're also going to have Zerka with a chance to charge up that Rage Bar. It's already halfway up, and there are 2 different teleport wards to go towards. JDG, they might be funneling themselves into a trap.
They got missing here on the back end. He will end up burning his flash early. Does have the Hex Flash available, but LNG used that to move into the Rift Herald pit.
So Zerka's going to be here. He's not going to have a flank teleport, but he's teleported to that mid lane. He's going to be in the front line. JDG taking down the Herald right now.
Tarzan, Nature's Grasp out. Double marksman's there in the back line there. Who's going to get the Rift Herald? It actually goes down. It looks like, oh my goodness, it's Zika going to pop Dominus here. And it was actually LNG, I believe. No, they didn't. It was JDG that got it. JDG make it out alive, but they won't get the Rift Herald. The eye will expire.
Awkward moment from JDG. They take down the Herald. That's a win for them, I think, especially given that LNG felt like they were bringing a lot of resources to that plate. But no one ends up getting it after the end of that, so no Tristana Herald push, but no LNG pushing forward the tempo of the game either.
Such a weird moment to have as well. 369 was so close to walking over the eye as well, but just not able to do it. And it just means that LNG are willing to take these fights, right? We saw it brewing as they were bringing every member up there. And I think to see that adaptation from LNG, to see that committal is really, really interesting as this game goes on particularly.
I think particularly the lane assignments before that fight kind of changed the equation a little bit because Zerka had to teleport into the play. Scout was trying to push. I think LNG were hoping that JDG would slow down the play a little bit so they can get some value from those pushes, but they couldn't quite get enough value out of it. So as it stands, we don't really have that first big objective fight of the game. It might slow things down, and that's going to tie into something which you said just before that last fight. You have a double marksman comp, you're going to want items on your early carries. If the game's slower, it means that you get to those items before the big fights happen, and in this case, the first big fight kind of fizzled out. I think that somehow, some way, kind of favors JDG.
Buying a little bit of time, having some resources go their way maybe in the later ends of things. But I think now that we look back at the reset on the map, we have another dragon in about 15 seconds. It's something that LNG are moving very heavily around, and we get another pause.
Ain't that lovely? So, back into the sepia screen. We'll find out what issue that is.
Is that what that's called?
Sepia. That's the the filter on it. That's the color. You know, like when you see like old photographs, they're in sepia.
Oh, interesting. I learn something new every day.
Didn't expect that to be the thing you had to. I thought that was pretty common.
I didn't know what color the pause screen was.
It's like when you have like a memorial or something. You're looking historically. A lot of the time the photos are in sepia. And it's like, wow, we look back to this date.
Can you still do that with like real current photos? Make them look old.
I mean,
take a photo here.
A lot of the time it's in monochrome now. I mean, it's more in monochrome now. I suppose. I suppose that's like the new aesthetic.
It's the new aesthetic. Well, it's not an aesthetic I want to see more of because it is a pause for us in a very, very tense grand finals in the LPL Summer Split. And it is a factor where we've had some adaptations in draft. We've had a back and forth already between JDG and LNG, and it shows that last series they played just not that long ago was actually such a key part to what we're seeing today as well.
And the 3 games we have seen in terms of, saying we've seen some draft adaptations, and that's one of the big things that we've been seeing. We've seen 3 very different games already, and these teams are good at each kind of these compositions. You can see where it doesn't feel like it's one team being bad, it's another team being better, and I love that because it shows the quality of the teams that we have in the LPL, which shouldn't have been in question at all anyway, by the way. They're very good teams, but typically from the LPL, particularly out of the 4 odd teams that you send to Worlds, I like to used to call them the Elite 4, where in Pokemon we got like the different Pokemon types, where like each of them have defined strengths and weaknesses. I think particularly with a team like JDG, and of course with LNG as we're seeing today, they're quite flexible, these 2 teams that we have in the finals. They don't just have like one string on the bow, they can't just fire one kind of ammunition. In these 3 games already, we've seen very different stuff out of these teams.
The one thing that has stayed constant is fighting around objectives. Full committals from both teams, TPs abound. We are back into it now as the stress resettles in. Technical difficulties aside, this scout needing to try to find some safety in the top side, but I do want to refocus in because we were talking about the Dragon before we went to the pause.
We were. JDG took the first one. LNG looking to set up around this second one. What have we got available? Pretty much everything. Flashes importantly. Circles towards this bot side. Mid lane is currently stuck in top side.
Wow, that Hex Flash actually for missing is so big. Featherstorm's already used. That's such a defensive tool. That's Gala's Cleanse as well, but the Blade Caller is actually pretty big in the back there. Missing is still tanking it up with that Unbreakable. He will not go down. It is going to be a re-engage from Hung. An Emperor's Divide pushed out by the Ninth. Buster Shove, and it doesn't matter. The AoE combos and a double kill for Zika.
LNG are here to play underdogs. They might have been, but they are not playing like it. That's a huge victory for the team. They walk away with a neutral objective, and they're stopping JDG being able to sit pretty and wait for the items on the double marksman. They hammer them around the second dragon.
And they got 2 kills on both Zika and a Scout. They were able to get the dragon. They were able to set themselves up here with even some more plates for Scout on the bottom side, and it was just a fight that seemed like JDG were caught out with their pants down.
They come straight out of a pause into high octane action. That is fancy Hex Flash missing, getting a good sidestep. And at this point, just after this, I thought that LNG had put way too many cooldowns into the Alistar, because you can see that Ruler was putting out damage. But while all this is happening, despite the cooldowns going into Alistar, it's not like Knight and Ruler are getting damage themselves. They're basically never allowed to free hit.
Hung gets an incredible dredge line 2 times, and the fact that it's just the Emperor's Divide forward to get the damage down. An incredible fight. Not a single person from LNG goes down, and now they have the leading foot in this game 3.
JDG walked away with game 1. We thought it was a very different tone between the 2 teams compared to their first outing against each other. That one went to 5 games. We thought maybe with JDG running away with that first game after a few mistakes were made, it would have been lights out, but it could not be further from the truth. LNG competitive in this 3rd game, slight gold advantage, kills in the right places though. It's a crown on Azir. There aren't that many things which can pop that for free. If 369 is at the fight, of course he can with the Gragas, but until that happens, Scout gonna have that extra damage reduction and of course AP while that shield is active.
I have a love and hate relationship with the crown. We'll get into that maybe a little bit later.
Not a monarchist.
No, not right now. We do have the Gale Force, though, completed for Ruler. Also the Sunfire Cape for 369. I think these item spikes can be important, as well as the Radiant Virtue, Kraken Slayer there on the other side. I want to see, though, with a little bit of a lull time here, the Rift Herald number 2 is up in about 1:20. We saw both teams full committal onto that objective last time around.
And those objective fights have been, of course, like in this kind of meta, of course, objective fights do feel like they are the game-deciding factors. Ruler, we talked about double marksman composition. You need items on those marksmen. Having gold on the FLS will help you reach that, of course, very, very quickly. Heading up towards 2 items already with the Cull cashed in.
I think the thing we got to witness in the last couple fights, obviously Scout's got some good hands, but the fact is that the CC we highlighted from the beginning for LNG is working so well for them. They have so many avenues for that, and we got to see a little bit of it just from Hung last time, able to lock down Ruler with the depth charge, able to get those multiple dredge lines. It is something that JDG have to be wary of going into these fights.
And the way that they deal with that normally is by missing being in a key position with the ultimate running. We see the tank Gragas coming out as well. He'll be able to buy up some space too. They need to eat cooldowns. Even in that last fight with all the cooldowns being eaten up by missing, it wasn't enough to seal that fight. They're going to need to do even more to keep those double marksmen firing.
That's the funny thing is in game number 1, we were talking so much about their compositional strength and the fact that they needed to defend Knight and Ruler, and that is ever so present here in game 3. We did get that side lane pressure, and it is a first turret for LNG here in this series.
First turret, good leads in good places. The Azir and the Renekton both very, very strong from LNG. JDG, they're going to have to do some problem solving. As we see right now, second Herald has spawned. What will that mean for the game? LNG, they could be spawning for a fight. Zuka potentially catching out 369. We'll get a decent chunk here. Not sure if much is going to come from this, though.
He's tanky boy. Got a big barrel of juice. That's what that is. We do have that first item spike, though, coming up as well for Knight. He'll have that static shiv. You wonder if that gives a little bit more presence for JDG moving into this objective fight.
So static shiv is actually another tool to break something like that crown shield as well. It can chain through your members. That crown shield is going to be very important onto Scout, because if you manage to keep the Azir free firing, it's a lot of damage. No, it's not the highest damage build. You don't have a Leandries or a Ludens to add to your damage count on that point. But if you're alive, you can do damage.
Ooh, that was actually so clutch from Tarzan right there. He denies the engage for Mystic, but Mystic goes right back in, burning the Ignite already. TP's coming through. We aren't even fighting over the Rift Tower. We're just fighting to fight. And it is the missing, going a little bit missing here as he goes down. Scout gets the kill in the end, and it's LNG who are separating JDG as a whole. It might just be Zika trying to take down 369. He is that tanky boy, but LNG go right back to the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's not just missing going MIA. I think it's real sensibilities of JDG. What are they doing engaging like that? You didn't have both your carries at the play. You're going into a great power spike from LNG as well. Renekton still in the height of their power. Scout was never really threatened. And now what this means is Herald is going to go down to the side of LNG. They can push the pace of the game forward. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if this leads to a Herald into mid lane to break open that turret. And this is how it all came about. You can see that JDG, they're trying to fish for something. Missing on the Alistar. He's feeling himself pretty hard here. Gets himself onto Tarzan, but look at the minimap. Teleport's coming in from Azir. Tristan is not there at the same time. You're playing a double marksman composition, but one of your marksmen's not there.
You have to have your tools. You have to have your guns if you're going to draft this style of composition. Also, Kanavi, unfortunately, not able to get the crash down over the wall. Did have to burn the flash, but it is JDG who are not one to stay down in the dirt. They will pick themselves back up and try to get back onto the map to contest for this dragon.
So LNG, they find themselves in a point of power. Their composition really starting to come online at this point. Scout is ahead of the game. It feels like LNG, they're winning the frontline battle as well. Their tanks are doing way more than the enemy team. Scout is doing damage.
Boy, that Nashor's Tooth does a lot of damage. Woo!
Turns out, attack speed on Azir really hurts them. 369 going to go onto this flank angle. He's on a deep flank. He is behind Vision. But how much can you do with this? There are flashes and ults available from LNG. This is still not an easy engage.
They have the Sun Disk in mid lane. They're going to get a second charge on the Rift Herald, and 369 doesn't really have an in. They might even just get a second tier tower.
I mean, 369, what are you going to do here? I mean, he's not on Vision, but as soon as he walks into that sapling, he's going to get fired out. LNG, they have completely chokeholded JDG, and 369 is now behind enemy lines.
Left reeling are JDG. They don't find an in. They don't find the flank for 369, but they are looking for a 5v5. We got the push coming out from LNG in mid lane with Gala, but they're looking at this dragon number 2.
So 369 on his merry adventures doesn't find an engage at that point. He's having a bit of fun, but he's not finding himself a lot of success. At least JDG don't commit to that fight. It was almost certainly going to be a losing fight with the Sun Disk up and so many defensive tools available from the carries of LNG. Scout's going to head back towards this top side. LNG, one thing they've shown in this series is a real ability to realize that they have a free ability to push lanes across the map. And JDG, with the inability to find engages, can't punish them when they look for the wider map.
I feel like LNG are sitting here trying to bait JDG. Like, we're not taking the dragon yet. You want to come back and see what we have to say?
I mean, it's not like JDG can take the dragon themselves. They're grouping up to get the bomb onto this bot tower. However, if they overstay, I mean, the entire team of LNG can pounce if there's a mistake made.
Oh, this is the 3v4 right now, and Zika's tanking up so much. He gets in there. Look how much the Crocodilian's doing! Nice double headbutt pulverized combo for missing, but the depth charge connects, and they have so much going for them. Kanavi's already out of the fight, but it's actually Knight that turns right back around. You gotta be a little bit careful.
I mean, Scout is still pushing top lane, folks. JDG, they misread the map. Again, LNG are out macroing the team which won Spring and MSI and came in as favorites today. JDG look lost around that bot play.
And this is a series that is so important for LNG. This is their first time in the LPL Finals as an organization, and it was off the back of a devastating loss against the same team just a couple rounds ago.
So another team might have taken the dragon very quickly on the side of LNG and then just been done with it. LNG, they push in another lane, they bait in a play towards the bot side, and then they take the dragon. LNG's macro in the last couple of games has been sublime, and it has blindsided JDG.
It felt like game number one. It's like, what can you do against this JDG team? They came back in it, but LNG changed their approach. They found strength, and they're using that from game 2 to game 3.
I think the way that the body language looks on the side of JDG here is okay, Renekton's alone under turret, let's take the free kill. I don't think they realize that LNG are there on the map. As soon as everyone comes out of Fog of War, they realize the player's lost, but the mistake has been made, the damage has been done. LNG, will reiterate it, they are out macroing JDG as it stands, and that's to the tune of a 4,000 gold.
And now we have just about 2 item spikes for particularly everybody on LNG's side. They're still waiting for those 2 item spikes for the double marksman comp of JDG. That is something I want to highlight a little bit more. Yes, we're seeing them tank their lumps and bruises. Yes, they're just about 5,000 gold in the deficit against LNG. They have the late game promised land of a double marksman comp if they can make it there.
Now, that would be great. In any other game, when you're not against double marksman, but one of them's AP in this case as well, the Azir kind of counts, right? He's one of the highest DPS champions in the game. You talked about the Nash's Tooth, and we saw those chunks under the mid lane turret onto Ruler as well. Azir does damage. It's been a common ban in the LPL, and Scout is one of the very best players of it. LNG, they've toyed with JDG in terms of macro around the last objective they're at. They're now starting up the Baron, trying to force the play again.
They're just forcing the fights. They're taking JDG to task here. Big Magnet Storm comes in from Kanavi. That's pretty big, but look, Zika, he's going right back on a Knight. He needs to get back over there, though. He goes over with Scout, and Scout can't get the engage, though. It is actually going to be 369 caught out, missing, has the flash over the wall, and Kanavi, it gets taken out as well. That's the second time Kanavi is the first to fall, and LNG go right back to the Baron.
Go right back to it. LNG, they're using the objectives to put JDG's feet over the flames. What cooldowns do JDG have left?
They've got to do something. Ruler has to step up. He doesn't have the guns. He has the Gravitum, but he gets engaged on. Is it going to be the depth charge that's enough? He's locked down. That's the Emperor's Divine. And LNG, they destroy them again and again as Knight left out to dry. And LNG, the chillin' has arrived.
No gods, no kings, no knights, no rulers. LNG are putting JDG's carries to the sword. Around that Baron, Ruler didn't have the right weapons for the job. LNG, they have so much ability to tank the objective, they can keep threatening it, kept threatening the Baron getting finished off. And they managed to just put JDG into an awkward spot. We're going into the replay now, but really pay attention to one, Ruler not being there at the start of the fight, and when he turns up, he doesn't even have the right weapons to put out great DPS. Yes, the Graviton can be great in utility sense, but they need the DPS right now, and that's not what he's bringing. He's putting a couple of shots into Hung. That's it. The DPS advantage so far in favor of Scout and Gala.
The split factor of JDG, they just have not been able to find a cohesive movement as a whole, and it is something they're getting picked, right? Like, Missing is trying his hardest, but he just goes down at the end of the replay. That means that they're going to push down a second tier tower. They still have almost 2 minutes on the Baron buff, and LNG, they're taking so much right now from JDG.
The stakes are high, but the stakes are cooked too. Beef for dinner for LNG. They're trying to finish off in a 5v4 with the Baron buff available.
Nature's Grass comes across. They get the turret here as well. Nice little lockdowns. They actually fight Kanavi again. They can't get him. They can't stop him. LNG, it's the Ruler that is the only one that can find anything everything right now for JDG, but there is an Emperor on the other side, and Scout in his mainstay, in his pick, and it's LNG that will take that leg forward. They will completely clean ace JDG, and that's 2-1 for the 3rd seed from hell.
LNG go golden in that game as they threaten the golden road from JDG. No one expected LNG to be in this finals, and they are putting themselves into 2 match points against a team everyone expected would walk over this series.
JDG might be demons, but LNG are the ever majestic chillin', and they will find everything they need. The fact that we're getting such incredible performances from Scout, from Tarzan. I said before coming into the series, if Tarzan doesn't show up, this is a 3-0 for JDG, but he has shown up, and he has been so integral in LNG's first ever Grand Finals.
And for those of you who have watched LNG for many years at this point, will be no strangers to those promises that this team make in regular season, where they go on great win streaks, they finish in high positions, not managed to match that in playoffs. Now, this time was a little bit different. Yeah, they had themselves a pretty good run towards the end of it, finished off in 3rd, but there was still such a big gap between BLG and JDG and the rest of the table. And it feels like now, in the most important time, LNG have found a way to realize the promise they've given to their fans.
It's a promise that now they hold oh so dear. It is something where you have JDG, again, you mentioned it at the very end, a threat to the golden road. This is something no team has ever been able to do, and it rides high in their memories, in their moments. They talk about it. They want to be the protagonist. Well, right now, LNG are looking like the protagonists in this Grand Finals, and it is such a refreshing moment because we've talked so much about their last series and how that should have been an LNG win. They weren't able to close it out. And here they are, 1 step away.
And for those of you who are tuning into this after hearing the legends of JDG, we are just as shocked as you are. LNG are showing us some wonderful League of Legends today. They are out macroing particularly JDG. Thinking about the way that they played around the Dragons and the Barons, JDG were blown away by the map play of LNG.
They were, and that is it for our game number 3. That means match point for LNG. We're going to step away for a little break. Be right back with Kitty and Hysterics.
我渴望有价值的对手。
应该不抓的，抓不了。
被看见了，甚至说过来还要骚扰你打蛤蟆。
太过分了！3
个人，护膝哥先将 W 躲掉了自己的大招，直接向前冲锋打出回血阵，什么？3个打1个被反杀吗？这波。
跳摇了，但微沃的也有大招，先抄下一损，又大到了，再一下子微沃血量非常大，闪现补下平，还差一下就技能好了，单杀了369。
这波来的不会特别快，还在破壳 W 中了，这个手里手晕的。
如来神掌拍到了对方3个人 ，LP 在上回能撒一发。
只能顶的，而且山鸡的疾跑马上正好这边想开给个加速，山鸡被刀哥勾到了，先杀山鸡，但这边一个路过大招击到了3个人，先来了，再来了，刀哥到手，一血续上前座，369闪现，山鸡反手一拦，再来个大招，吹波 Q 到手了，一个一把斧头带领我们进众人劈出一条翻盘的道。没有改进的小鸡一个人顶了进来，一个人打3个，但楼坑里面没人了，大招直接给带走了，一个 Q 弹敲过来接伤害，650到手，隔墙2个上单互望，1v1，阿乐是打不过现在开大的小徐的，得往队友身边撤退 ，Q 弹给敲过来了，继续找机会 ，W 过来再吃450，只剩下了上下2个 C 位加小航，但是被推回去了，这边小航开大一个走，大招叔叔已经拉满了，3个大招穿闷了，但是大招把人给带走了，葵仓你还能再战，W 解脱2个人看了背后白了，张东对面的后头还差一下，黑纯2-2的暴击把对面后头给捏死了，横也被处理掉，4杀的嘎啦要5杀了吗？这边的话追着对面的 Q 点，但是葵仓体还是太能打了，
但是还是敌波葵桑体呀，这个英雄
还是太厉害了呀！
下半区是真的很难打，魏在抗了上路，又被推过来，直接拉走一个太极队的大招，上来自己的技能，他在 CD 中一个红魔 Q 技能回了一口。 多了一个 W 咬住 A 接 Q 杀了，还要再去找 Harry 2个1撞过来 A 一下1打。
下半 上去，德善这边跟小老虎皇城 PK 被小老虎的 Q3带了回来，德善选择闪现天雷咬打一套，哇，这一波直接天雷咬出一套伤害，把刘伟强秒了，而且回城还能再杀，两个都被反杀完了。
这传下来，再打一个纯盔甲，再这样的话，看着哦这个位置，海克斯闪，这一下4杀吗？这个高边，RB
的话，太奇下路2个人并没有过来，阿蒙被拽过来了，再吃一个 Q3，
伤害大招交大灭了，要开始变暗一剑圣了吗 ？AEA 有个说法 ，Q1 空了 ，Q2 闪，再 A 一下，把面拉出去，又太神，牛再次完成单杀。
You slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget a trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I wanted, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break us long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's ever perfect. Girl, your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect. Perfect timing. Maybe it's perfect.
下一场对阵京东的话，我觉得我们会赢。然后我们不会像 BLG 那样子，就是一直输给他们，我们最多只会输一次。我们这次一定会赢下来。大小王战队就是其实都是排名第1、第2嘛，然后我觉得他们都是很猛的队伍。然后下一场对阵京东战队的话，就是我们会全力以赴，就是赢下这场比赛的。我们从刚开始第一个 BO5 打到最后的话，我觉得是我们平时真的也挺努力的。然后我们看的比赛也不比别的队伍少吧。然后就是我们差不多把能做的全都做了，所以说我们每次都会很自信的去面对每一个 BO5。想对 Missing 说，如果你还是像上次打我 BO5 的那种表现的话，那你这次就一定会输。
Get him, bro, get him. I tell you what, LNG handing it to JDG in more than just an opinion coming through from Hung. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Kitty. And ladies and gentlemen, match point for the underdogs, for the 3rd seed out of nowhere. I mean, I'd be doing the same thing. Honestly, like, Kitty, I don't know what's going on.
I mean, I know what's going on because that's JDG, not JDG on stage, because this is a completely different type of Jingdong that we are seeing for tonight's series, where LNG, they are elevated to another level for tonight. I mean, their macro game is prestige.
2 games in a row.
And even 3 games in a row, honestly. Every single game for tonight so far, which is going into 4 now, which is match point as well, being 2-1. The macro game has been on point, and that's just through how LNG, they're very disciplined on which fights they want to take and what they want to deny. They have a very clear idea of what they want out of a single team fight, or at least a single result, while JDG, on the other hand, are just lost. That's the word to describe it.
I mean, I'm sure, like, in a second, we'll be looking at highlights and through, I want to continue on this LNG hype train. But we'll also have a moment afterwards to kind of talk about what the problems are with JDG, Kitty. So before we go on the negative, let's jump on the hype train of LNG, because let's be real, like, Zuka if I was going to use my Mandarin coming in clutch today, this Renekton pick was insane. And it was a top lane diff this game. 369 been playing the series well so far, but this Gragas minimal impact versus Zuka's Renekton, and it's linked up with Tarzan, an insane impact.
Yeah, it was a full tank Gragas as well, so Zuka being on the Renekton, I believe 4-0 at one point, deathless on this Renekton in the game 3, and putting themselves, of course, on match point. But LNG, they got Maokai, and they got one of their best duos, in my opinion, the Azir and the Xayah, both going into Scout and Gala's hands. And if you look at the composition that LNG built around, they have great disengage. They have the Maokai ultimate. They also have Scout's Emperor's Divide and also the Featherstorm. So if you look at JDG, it makes sense why nothing was going in their way, because JDG, they wanted to force fights, right? 5v5 style, but LNG, they had so many disengaged tools, they never gave that opportunity over to JDG.
And on top of that as well, remember that, you know, Knight and Ruler, they needed a bit of time to get those items, Kitty.
Yeah.
So we didn't have too much damage coming out of JDG when the fights were going awry, when they were drawn out as well, where, you know, Scout was ahead, and even Gala on the Xayah with some insane plays. I don't know if we're going to get to see some clips, but as we start looking at MVP, I bring it up. This was just such a beautiful game coming through. We've already highlighted, we've already talked through his Renekton, but facilitated by people like Gala, facilitated by people like Tarzan. Zuka got free reign here in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, it was insane to think that LNG, they were fighting off JDG 4v5 style. They were at a numbers disadvantage, but the entire game exploded at this point, where LNG took the second dragon fight and forced, I believe, a 4-for-0 trade onto JDG, and it was all uphill from here, where they didn't even need Scout towards the lower, lesser end of the game, of course, and just honestly, LNG, every single member for tonight has been playing spectacular.
Yep, agreed. And I feel like this team performance, it's what makes champions. With one step away, that could be a very true statement shortly. But Kitty, this is a great time as we look through some of the clips, obviously being a highlight of Zigger and also, you know, some of the great plays from Gala. What are JDG doing? This team, like, we have a high expectation, but like the turret dive, playing without Knight, you know, playing a 4v4 without one of their 80 carries in a double marksman composition, as the desk was talking about, or at least casting desk. Then also playing topside the Baron fight without Ruler there as well. Like, it's just incredible to me how JDG are struggling so hard in the macro department, when I don't think that's something we often say about Jingdong.
Yeah, and one word to describe it, kind of feels like hesitancy, because you see LNG getting so much on the other side of the map. The one particular instance was, I believe, Scout getting tier 2 top lane for free, while JDG, they were just struggling to find fights. You saw moments where Missing was going in by himself, no follow-up. They weren't really playing towards their win condition, which was the double AD carries being locked in for game 3. And they needed item spikes. They really needed to stagger the game out until that third item, which could potentially be a Lord Doms or a Bloodthirster for Knight. And maybe that's where they start forcing team fights. But overall, I think JDG, they're forced to a position where they are getting desperate. And that's really because of how well LNG is really showing up for tonight.
So what turns this into a Game 5 final? Like, what do you want to highlight out of this draft? Because again, you know, they played on the Rel flex. We got 369 who's taken the Gragas into many Renekton matchups, many matchups in topside as well. Like, we knew what JDG's direction was. They just, I feel like, Kitty, is it a draft problem, or is it just how they actually played within the game and how they actually operated this double marksman?
I'm gonna be real, if I was JDG's coach right now, I will never let Maokai over to Tarzan. This is a pick that is doing absolute wonders for LNG.
Rude.
Huge roots onto the carries, huge disengage slash engage onto whoever goes in first, and they just play front to back. This is LNG's best composition to pull up. They play front to back, they have champions like the Azir and the Zai that can self-peel, so it makes JDG extremely desperate on at least attempting in a 5v5 engage.
So outside of that, I mean, again, as you said, Maokai's huge as, oh God, JDG on blue as well, Kitty. They're rocked. I mean, again, it was the red side priority that we're talking about coming in the series. We've just been told Game 4, JDG as the losers have chosen that blue side. Maokai first pick. Or is the Jace left open that, again, might end up using it to get jungle mid? Like, what's the direction?
There's something really interesting is that JDG decided to ban Rakan in the first 3 on the blue side. I don't think that's a champion that should be that highly prioritized, especially when you can just take the Rakan away yourselves. And that should be perhaps a Maokai ban or maybe even an Azir ban, because we talked about how this Azir champion has not been seen played by JDG throughout the entire year so far.
Yeah.
So that potentially could also be a take that they want to approach with. But on the side of LNG, I mean, it doesn't matter what draft they are executing on. I think they are just in their form right now and the trail is hot.
It's 2 different drafts, right? I mean, again, we saw heavy on the side lanes before. This time around, we got an essence of front to back, right? We got the Azir, we got the Xayah coming through, both Scout and Gala playing out of their right mind. We've shown that LNG is just, it is a bit of a macro diff, whatever the draft may be.
Yeah, and something that I just flashback to that was detrimental in Game 3 was we saw that JDG, they are a team that prioritized Herald a lot in the early game.
Yep.
I believe sitting at that like 70% or so, while LNG, they are much more likely to start Dragon stacking. But Game 3 in particular, JDG got the Rift Herald, but they weren't able to pick it up because LNG completely zoned off everyone from LNG, and that is a huge win con gone for JDG, because if you think about Tristana, you think about tower plays, you think about early towers and how she can put pressure in the side lane, but without that, I mean, the results there.
I mean, again, it's just so rough to watch, at least for LNG side, though. This team coming out onto stage right now on match point to break up the Golden Road, to stop this miracle from JDG that's never been done in the 13 years of League of Legends history. RNG in 2018, they're on that Golden Road. Stopped in quarterfinals, of course, by G2. Europe can be happy about that one, but, you know, the LPL ever since have now turned their eyes towards JDG in recent years, who've made it a possibility, but it has to go to a Game 5, Kitty. It has to become JDG's legacy to move to another Game 5 and then beat LNG there. Otherwise, LNG will be first seed, JDG will be second, and BLG will have to play the regional qualifier. There is so much at stake here for this Game 4. And as you said, I feel like the Maokai has to be on the top of the list. We have to see a change in bans on this blue side for JDG.
And this is a reminder to the audience that JDG have yet to lose a best of 5 in 2023. Throwing it back to MSI, they brought that series to T1 to Game 5, and they brought the series against LNG earlier on in the playoffs in round 4 to that Game 5 as well. I mean, all they have to do is to really reset themselves going into Game 4, because we know that JDG is much better than this.
Of course. I mean, again, we won a great finals as well. LNG delivering, but JDG on the other side have to do the same to get us to a game number 5. Kitty, if this ends here, LNG will be, I guess, this strange underdog where they're a third seed. But again, it was BLG, it was JDG, it was their legacies to try and build on. But LNG have come out of nowhere and now face match point here with 2 in the bag. To find themselves into a game number 5, JDG have to do the unthinkable and take us the distances. We're going to throw it back to our casting pair in Nymera and Mazel for the call for this Game 4.
We're back here on the desk. We're back here in this wonderful arena, and it is time for JDG to show up. They have been titans for so long in our league. They have shown this year that they are heads and above the competition. But right now, that head's looking a little short, and LNG, the third seed from hell, is looking to take the demons down.
I mean, it looked like it was removed in that last game.
It was removed in Game 2.
It was, and it really does feel like it's been a bit unceremonious. It has felt like JDG, it feels like it's a bit of a dance in terms of macro between these objectives, but they are all left feet compared to LNG. LNG have really ran them across the map multiple times now, and I don't think the drafts are helping them that much. It has felt like there are several games now, besides where Knight was on Jace, and it felt like both of the carries could do a lot of work. We haven't seen that same premier carrying potential from JDG's mid and bottom.
And now we are getting into the all-pivotal draft. Again, LNG on match point of their first ever Grand Finals in the LPL as an organization. We see the Rakan, the Jace, the Kaisa banned away by LNG. On the blue side, JDG will ban that Maokai, the LeBlanc, and the Azir. We finally get the man on his pick. It's the Xayah for Ruler.
He has an insane win rate across this year. Go back to last game though, where JDG were also in blue. They picked the Tristana first pick, and LNG removed the Xayah after that point. I think JDG, they're revisiting their priorities, saying, okay, Ruler, you need that extra ability to peel for yourself. In the last 2 games, which they lost, it wasn't enough on the Varus and then the Aphelios against the compositions, which LNG brought out. They're changing how Ruler can play these team fights.
369 going right back with the Gragas here as well, not looking as, you know, reminiscent of his previous picks. We get the Knight.
Yes.
Ari coming through. I know something you're really excited about.
So, obviously my main champion, I love seeing this one picked up, and I think Knight is the best Ari in the world. He definitely has some of the best skills in them. He's an incredible snowball Ari, so I'm really looking for now what the mid jungles will be to see if Kanavi and Knight can link up in a way that Tarzan and Scout have done so well in this series.
And I think Knight is always willing to bring this pick out when it matters most, when their backs are against the wall. We do have an incredible trio, though, already for LNG. The Tristana combining with Tarzan's Sejuani, something that was banned so much against them in these playoffs, and then we get Zika right back on the Cassante.
Already, you know, we've had 3 games of very different drafts. It's the 4th game looking to be even different. Again, very different mid lane champion coming out from Knight. Somewhat surprised that we're not going to see the Renekton locked in for Zuka on 3rd, as well as the Cassante and Sailed. Yes, it's a melee matchup towards that top side. He hasn't gone towards the Jax. He hasn't gone towards the Renekton, 2 champions he's found a lot of success on. Instead, locking on something which can play frontline a little easier in this game.
The ban of the Vi taking away that combo from the Ari, just that point-and-click CC combined with the amount of damage you can follow it up with the Ari, also Knight's Ari. But I want to see if maybe LNG continue to focus down that way. We actually get the Varus banned away against Gala.
So, I think JDG, they're trying to angle for stronger laning phase towards that bot side then, allow Ruler to get into a point of power. Has felt like the laning phase has gone the way of Ruler and missing in the game so far, but it hasn't really been the deciding factor. Yes, they've gotten a couple of CS leads, but it hasn't led to anything in those team fights. So without the Varus now, what's Gala going to go towards? We could see ourselves something like a Ziggs coming out from Gala. He has played that, of course, multiple times when you can put that Tristana into the mid lane, and of course that Trist can just go bot as well. There's flexibility. LNG, what are they going to go towards?
I think it's so funny how much the Nelio has come into play in this one because it's been banned every single game. We actually get the Ziggs ban towards Gala, so that was something we highlighted last game. They do like to leave as a final pick for them, but they still have a lot of flexibility in their pool. This pick right here, I think, showed so much promise. It showed why it was actually banned away in the previous game, but it is something that Hung was able to find so many multi-directional engages on. He would pop a depth charge onto one carry, he'd throw the dredge line onto the other. It was so pivotal.
And it really stopped that double marksman composition working out quite so easily. Going to be hard to do that against the mobility of the Ari and of course the ult from the Xayah. You can kind of shrug off the depth charge in a number of those scenarios. Kanavi going to go back towards Wukong. We've talked about JDG and a couple of champions saying, oh, they're the best in the world at this. It hasn't mattered in this series. We said that about Knight's Annie, felt a little bit bad. We're saying the same thing about his Ari now in this game. Kanavi was, of course, incredibly potent on Wukong throughout the entirety of this year. Missing it, going to go away from the Alistar though, and now onto the Braum.
I like the Braum, actually. It gives you a lot of peel back, but also just a lot of strength with the composition. I think you'll be able to find those concussive blows very easily here as well. So I like the standard style comp, I guess the standard for Knight with the Ari, but it is the Jinx locked in for Gala, a hyper carry to dream of.
Okay, so flipping the compositions from game 3 to game 4 a little bit, at least in regards to the double marksman now being played by LNG. They have the range advantage. Tristana, Jinx, they will outrange JDG. JDG, they have themselves engaged threats, but it's not going to be that easy to get to those carries through triple tanks. You got Cassante, Sejuani, Nautilus. None of them are particularly easy to take down. I think JDG, they need to have a strong start in this game. I don't think they can afford to have a more slow affair, as we've mainly seen in these 3 games, because if you get to those first, second item marks on fairly even footing, I feel like LNG, they can protect their carries well.
Isn't it so fitting that LNG saw JDG's misstep at the double marksman composition last time around? They're like, let's go ahead and take it
anything
ourselves.
You can do, I can do better?
Exactly that. But it is a strength that they will have to rely on further on into the game. It's all about early proactivity. It's all about going back to the Tarzan versus Kanavi matchup, and where JDG, they are the ones that are on the back foot. LNG are the ones that are looking to claim their first ever LPL title against the would-be Golden Roaders of JDG. And to do so would be legendary. It is JDG who are not slouches. They are not one to back down from a fight, and the Demon is going to be fiery after those 2 consecutive back-to-back losses.
LNG on the other side, though, let's talk about their staying power. 21 games played in playoffs so far, onto their 22nd. They have not dropped a beat, though. It does not look like they're exhausted, that they're underprepared, that the schedule has taken its toll. They are playing better than ever. They're playing better than JDG in these finals, and so few people would have predicted that. Some might have hoped, but it was a bit of a far-flung hope at that point. But now we're going into this next game. They are 1 game away from that Silver Dragon Cup. They are 1 game away from securing Worlds.
Those 2 guys on your screen will be ever pivotal in this potential final game for LNG. I think if Knight can show his golden left hand, it could be the difference maker. But LNG are match point away from taking down JDG, from making a mark on LPL history. We're getting a game number 4 while JDG have resorted to comfort. They've gotten the Xayah for Ruler. They've gotten the Knight Ahri yet again, but it's a double marksman comp coming to gun them down in game number 4. Will we go to Silver Scrapes, or will we have a finishing end for LNG? We hit the rift as the Gyos start to ring. And as everyone calms down in their seats after the Gyos, it is a little bit of that commanding lead from LNG in a 2-1 so far, but it is a lot of momentum gained from them. Game 1, it looked like JDG could just take this series easily. They were able to turn around such a strong early look from LNG, but all LNG needed to do was hone in a little bit, find exactly where they need to put pressure at, and they've done just that.
And they've really made JDG look uncomfortable, particularly in the carries, which we've had so much praise for. It has felt like 369, Kanavi, and Missing. They've done what they could with the drafts that they had available to them, but they couldn't buy enough space for that backline. On the other side, Scout, Gala, what a series they've ended up having, especially after that first game. We thought that it was a bit of a done deal. Now onto the Rift, we have, once again, jungle starting on the other side of the map from each other. We don't have early wards to spot out the exact starts, but with the late return of Ruler and Missing back to lane, and of course Zika on that top side as well, both sides will know by by context that the jungles have started on opposite sides.
And that does mean we have to look at where those early influences are going to go. Kanavi last game was actually super heavy presence around bottom side of the map, and wonder if that is going to be the case yet again. Ruler ever so present on this Xayah, even bringing out the skin to make it so.
It's about to mention that he only plays that skin when he feels it's important to do so. I feel like a couple of Worlds winners have followed that philosophy. Ruler has an important job in this game, though. It has felt like, you know, Ruler has struggled a little bit, particularly in that Varus game, the last Phalios game too. Xayah has a bit more firepower. Also, going back towards Knight in this mid lane, he's going to be one of the few champions which really feels like he has the tools to reach the backline of LNG through that front line. If he gets a good engage over a wall on the Ahri, potentially he can get a charm onto Gala or Scout, which could seal one of these fights, but it has to start early into the game. I really fear for JDG if they don't find one of those angles early. LNG are going to hit their items, they're going to blast away in this game.
I'm quickly looking to see if Knight and Kanavi can actually connect with something in the mid lane, try to punish Scout a little bit, because we have so many accolades throughout this entire best of, right? Both sides have so much going for them. We have the double MVP of regular season in Scout. You have incredible moments from Knight, the MSI Finals MVP. Just trying to make things happen for them is so important, but it also comes down to the track record of both these two teams, right? This is an LNG who have not beaten JDG since summer 2021.
And considering that Knight and Scout were kind of franchise players of their previous teams of Top Esports and EDG as well, that matchup also didn't go that well for Scout. Scout was, what, 1-9 in best of threes, 1-3 in best of fives, really not getting the better end of that deal against Knight.
see it. Nice trades in bottom side. Won't come to much here, but Kanavi, proactive as ever, like he was in last game, is now looking at the opposite side of the map and looking at Zika. I don't think he can get anything here, though. Yeah, it's going to be a nice little presence, though. And Kanavi, at least showing his face here, will actually take a look at a backing Knight as well. And Scout was actually ready to move. So some of that fluidity is actually already coming to bear for LNG.
Yeah, first couple of levels, you kind of expect the Tristana with the bomb on the wave to get control of that one. There are some options for Ari into Tristana to take some harder trades and then be the first person to be able to move. Not going to be available at this point, though. Knight teleports back into lane, has himself the Dark Seal. Very important for Snowball. You pick up an early couple of kills. It's extra ability power under your belt as well. Feels like that's just the name of the game for JDG. They have to get an early fight somewhere. I guess my advice for LNG then is to try and clap back, try and draw in that first play, try and make sure that JDG are kind of playing into your hands. They did that very well in previous games.
And we talked so much about like kind of the new legacy building. Obviously, Ruler coming into the LPL at the start of the year really influenced this JDG roster. Knight coming over from Top Esports, but it also is on the other side, Scout and Gala, a new legacy, a new chapter in their books, moving on from EDG and RNG respectively to try to make an attempt at a first title for LNG.
And it's so important for so many of the members on this team as well. Tarzan, first finals in 4 years. Scout, of course, very successful over his course of his LPL career, but going into a new team, ensuring he can do it outside of EG as well. For him on a personal level, I'm sure that means an awful lot. Gala, the same for RNG. He's won an awful lot of spring titles with that organization. He's gone to MSIs, but he's not had the same kind of success in summer as well. See Tarzan, Scout linking up together to go into the enemy jungle, try and hem back that mid-jungle from Kanavi Knight.
I actually appreciate LNG being so active and kind of aggressive with this competition, because it's still something where, you know, JDG were playing a lot lax because they needed this double marksman comp to come alive for them in game number 3. And speeding there, a little bit of moves from Scout getting out from the charm of Knight. It still does mean we have both junglers hovering around the dragon here, though.
Bot lane push coming in from Ruler and missing. It's hard to jump onto a Braum.
Gala's here. This is really bad for JDG. They got to be careful, but they might just turn it around. No, it's going to be Hook that makes it out, and first blood goes straight to the king of the jungle, Tarzan, and it's looking like Gala wants another one, but he can't get excited just yet. He tries to get it back, but it is LNG who strike first.
Close run stuff in the bot side of the map. Yes, jumping into a Braum is dangerous, but it's still early levels. Hung gets out alive. Missing sadly can't say the same for himself. I guess the silver lining for JDG is it's not Jinx that gets the kill, but they still lose that first blood. It's still goal over towards Tarzan, and as much as we were asking for JDG to get early advantages, their first play goes awry.
The timing is everything, and the Sejuani for Tarzan is everything.
You can see that, you know, the Wukong's on his way down. It's not like Kanavi is blind to this play. Tarzan just gets there faster. Great feather pull back from Ruler, but I think Ruler and Missing, they just kind of understand, look, we got to walk away with something from here. It's going to be awkward to get away from that Sejuani passive. And now suddenly, what was looking like an okay laning phase from Ruler and Missing, on its head a little, Gala and Hung into the game.
And it's so crazy to me to think back at LNG's journey so far. We're talking about all the legacy building and stuff, whatever. That's all great narrative. They have been in a grueling gauntlet in this summer split, right? This is their 5th best of 5, and the fact that they're able to stay and keep JDG on their toes, now taking a dragon for themselves, maybe contested, is a mark of prominence for LNG. They do get that one. Nice denial from Knight there, though. Doesn't hit the charm, but Tarzan is the focus, and JDG will strike back. They do get the rocket jump out of Scout. The concussive blows actually land onto Hung. Might have Scout getting in some trouble. The Buster shot comes through. He's going to have to flash. LNG do make it out with just one going down, and it is the dragon going their way too.
At least the kill goes over to JDG, but LNG, they managed to secure most of their members on the way out. They get a first dragon as well, so it's not the end of the world for them. So we go back onto the map. Let's see what this really means. As you can see, Ruler at least gets a free wave to shove it to the side. Ult tops.
It wants to get the all out there in the end. Actually gets a lot of damage down onto 369 with that extra damage buff there. But Kanavi showing his face yet again up here. Should push Zika off of this one. Tarzan making his presence known here. Rocket jump dodged out of though. And Knight will be able to make it out alive. Tarzan not going to be able to find it. He's not level 6 yet, but as soon as that Glacial Prison comes online, those connections are going to be lethal.
So I was a little bit worried because I was looking over at Kanavi like, oh, jungle ults are available. I didn't quite realize that Tarzan was just that little bit behind. Herald's up. Tarzan, thank God for this next camp, will hit level 6 as well, so he'll be ready to fight. Gala's now left alone in this bot side. He's not roaming up towards the play, but not to matter. Ruler isn't either. If there is going to be a fight around Herald, it will be even. Looks like LNG, they give it for free.
Hung and Missing in the mid lane. See actually some plates going down the way of Gala as well. That Rift Herald going to be nice for JDG to try to get some gold back in their pockets here as well. Do wonder where that focus is going to go. It has to be between Knight and Ruler.
See where they really get the real openings, right? I mean, the thing about the Herald is that you need to be able to actually stick around and get it into that turret. We saw the last time the Ruler and Missing overstayed in bot lane. They ended up eating a death for that one instead. So JDG, much more about knowing where LNG are on the map before they drop that Herald.
Missing going to see the hooligans in his jungle.
Get off my lawn.
Get out of here. Throw you some Winter's Bite. Anyway,
stops the recall.
Yeah, it stops the recall at least. It will just be that sense of calm coming over though, even though we've gotten some heavy skirmishing around the bottom side. Now we have to hone in on the styles we'll see from this, right? We have the LNG bringing out the double marksman composition, where again on the other side I feel like you do have a bar of execution, but stability and comfort for JDG.
Yeah, their champions, they're absolutely not stranger to. These are a lot of champions that they picked up, particularly in spring. I think we've seen the Gragas fall away a little bit from 369, and Wukong and the Ahri been hit by, I guess, meta changes, and particularly Wukong has been hit by a lot of nerfs towards the end of summer as well. Returning to the JDG roster at a very pivotal moment. LNG, of course, they have their own comfort too. Gala, great player of the Jinx, and Scout, one of the very best Tristanas in the LPL. They're doing fine by their own rights. They've got themselves their own gold. They've survived that early laning phase, and that's one of the worries we had for JDG, is that if you don't get early leads, these carries are going to do an awful lot of work even in the game. And
that's how LNG upended the win condition of JDG last game. They did not give them a chance to hit those 3-item spikes. We heard Kitty and Hysterics talk about it on the desk. It is something about timing that has to be there. And LNG have taken advantage of that at least last game. Now it is on the other foot, and it's JDG that needs to continue pressing forward and try to find as many advantages as they can. They still have the Rift Herald for Kanavi as well.
Me too, and again, I think they're just trying to catch LNG off guard if they can. Shamlan's in the mid lane, it's going to be an electrocute trade, and Scout leads some minion damage as well. Kanavi, Knight, they both have their ults, they don't have flashes. They'd love to force a play at some point, catch someone out in rotation, but they've not really been able to get deep vision yet. They really want to catch someone out alone from LNG. I think once you get into 5-man fights, the tankiness of LNG will start to really shine. Before that comes out is where JDG want to throw a punch.
All right, so we finally did get the resource delivery straight to the doorstep of Knight. We actually get Zika going the all-out on the 369 here. Gets that Q3 as well. He has a lot of damage, but we still have 369's flash, and he does have the body slam to get over the wall.
So, good and stoppable there from Zika to stop the explosive cast from knocking him away. Missing now trying to put down some wards towards this bot side. Kanavi also going into the enemy jungle, helping Ruler push in towards here. The game slowed down a little bit. LNG, I'm sure they're going to be happy with that one. Again, they're getting gold, they're getting items. They are happy with the way this is going. It's been slow and methodical from LNG for a lot of Summer Split. That's where they found a lot of their successes. But when the go button goes green, they have so much ability to press that button when they get the items.
And it comes down to experience. I know there's experience on both sides. We literally have our previous MSI champions on side of JDG, but it is a track record of excellence for majority members, at least in Gala and Scout, the main carries for LNG, and they need to lean on that experience here to navigate the early game. We do have some item spikes coming across. More importantly, the Divine Sunderer there for Kanavi.
Huge spike for the Wukong. Is that Q, the crushing blow, does so much work. Wukong, one of the highest damage junglers in the game. Sejuani, also one of the best scaling ones on the other side, though. Tarzan, Kanavi, their role is coming up to a very important part.
We do have the Dragon coming up very, very shortly, and wonders if this is going to be a second in a row for LNG. It looks like JDG actually want to try to contest this one, but if Missing is already gone, you can't. He does have to burn that flash out, though. Hung going to take a nice trade back, but that is a lot of your front line already taken off the board, at least in terms of the safety he provides. Maybe Tarzan going to take the brunt of that one, though. The charm connects in the end. Able to get the Glacial Fissure there, but not able to follow that one up. This should just mean JDG take the Dragon.
A flash for a flash is nice. I don't think Missing's Glacial Fissure is the most important cooldown in the world to have. You can't use that to go forward aggressively that often, unless someone really oversteps. Dragon has now spawned with those cooldowns now being used. Who's that favoring, really?
We'll actually see 369 heading down towards this bot side, seeing that JDG actually want to put some more presence around this fight, and Zika's on his way too.
This way, JDG, they pushed in mid, they pushed in bot. Scout has himself teleport. He can finish off maybe his first item before this play. That'll be a great stat bump for LNG before they head up to one of the first big 5v5s. Potentially a deciding game.
All right, there's LNG moving in a little bit late here. Missing, going to be tanking up a Storm. The Dragon does go over to JDG. Nice little Cyclone there, and a cast comes across. Missing is still alive, but Zika flashes for the kill. Now you got the resets coming through, but the double marksman comp is still alive and well. You got to be careful that re-engage at JDG. They pull him apart, and it's actually going to be Knight and Ruler who make the difference.
So JDG walk away with the Dragon. They walk away with a good fight as well. They need the early gold. The early kills definitely help them in regards to that. JDG, can they kind of use this now, the death timers of LNG, to push in some waves and get themselves a second Herald? They really want to keep this rolling. LNG, it's an awkward fight for them to eat at this point. They're entering River late. They didn't have wave push before this Dragon spawned, and it feels like Gala and Scout, they were hitting the wrong targets. At the end of the day, you know, you're hitting the Wukong. He's in the front line. He has a clone as well. And yes, Ruler eats a couple of orders after that point, but he's never really under threat of dying.
Oh my gosh. Scout just gets obliterated, man. He rocket jumps right in there and just gets taken straight out. And it's something where JDG are showing some of the decisiveness we've known them for.
They have, and now with some gold in pocket, they get themselves to their first items of the game. Knight didn't have himself his Everfrost before that first play. I think particularly in this game, I've grasped a lot about Ahri item builds over, particularly this year. I feel like there are some cases where Ahri really needs to do more damage. In this game, though, it's very important that Knight has backline access. No one on this team is going to be able to reach the carries unless they're pinned in place. I think the Everfrost does have some value here.
See if that actually does come in clutch, but it's nice to see JDG responding with some good fights of their own. The question is now we have another Rift Herald on the table. We do have first items pretty much across the board. Still waiting on Tarzan to fix that one up, but it is something where I want to see if the LNG are willing to connect and try to contest yet another objective here.
Game slows down again. Herald has spawned JDG. They got themselves some wave pushes, importantly to them. It did feel like in the last couple of games, one of the big determining factors was LNG getting some winning lane matchups, stuff like with the LeBlanc or Vizier pushing in and being able to control the map beyond that point. This time it's JDG with that advantage.
Missing actually taking a lot of pressure on this Braum. The reason why it is here, right? We were talking a little bit about JDG going to their comfort, but it is still trying to find the safety for Ruler and Knight. We've seen that just yet, but it is this Rift Herald that is in the eyes of LNG and JDG.
Their ultimates are back up. Scout's flash is still down, so LNG...
They're going to give it away?
I think they kind of have to, right? I think LNG, they have to slow things down themselves, just take a step back. Again, they're still not out of this game, absolutely not, still very, very close. But if you lose another big fight around a Herald, just like you did around that the Dragon, which of course wasn't the largest loss ever, but each of these fights is going to start weighing heavily on you. You want to stop JDG snowballing.
And we coming into this game itself, we were saying how crucial it would be for Knight and Kanavi to connect. Well, Knight has 2 kills. He's got 5 stacks on the Dark Seal as well, and he is going to be that backline access, let alone that you were talking on, but also he's been a lot of the leading engage with the charms.
Which is so important, because Knight has had a fairly quiet series. The Jace game was great.
The Jace game was great.
That was great. The games after that, he kind of struggled, but in my eyes, going back onto that Ahri, it's one of the champions which I think he's best at, and I think he's probably the best player of it in the world. I think, you know, you got names like Rookie out there as well, Chovy, another great player of it, Faker, Shahu. Yes, there's a great list of them, but Knight snowballs very, very effectively. JDG will want to continue that snowball as an entire team, not just with that mid laner. By getting that Herald in towards that mid lane, taking the mid lane out of turret, getting second charge.
Wow.
It's a good moment for them.
And they will get the first turret of the game for the first time in the series, so it feels a little bit good, man. LNG had a lot of domination in that factor, but with that being said, a lot of gold going over to JDG. Not big a lead, about a little bit over 1,000, but there is a Dragon in about 1 minute and 10, and it feels like it's literally the timer for the rounds of fights to start.
Certainly feels like it. The thing about an objective fight is that when you're trying to be the engaging team, you're kind of sat there going, well, come on. Can you actually come and face me at some point? That timer in either the top left or right hand of your screen, that really helps with that. Because like the little piece of candy you have on like the little trap, the little box on held up with a piece of string.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Scout though needs to rocket jump out. That Everfrost coming in clutch, but he was able to put some damage into Knight as well. It is LNG who are moving a ton of vision around this pit here in the top side of the map.
They are. That won't help them towards this Dragon spawn, third one of the game. It is a Cloud Rift. It's one of the least valuable souls we've had in this series so far. And I mean, speaking of soul value, of course, JDG lost with an Ocean Soul in a draft, which it felt really good for earlier into the series. Cloud Soul, though, not really going to be the be-all and end-all of this game.
I like this map movement, though. I feel like LNG can take turrets so quickly with the combos. Obviously, Jinx very strong, but the sieger of all is the Tristana. Okay, they were opting into a side lane fight, but now they're getting collapsed on.
Tarzan going to be able to get out of dodge. Blast Cone is going to be there for safety. Knight, is he going to pop the ult here? How far are they willing to go for this?
Oh, Glacial Prison comes out. That leaves the room for Knight to go through, and now the Cyclone Scout just taking out the golden left hand, seizes the neck of Scout, and rips him from existence.
All right, so mid-jungle, Kanavi, Knight popping off at this point. 3-0-1 on the Ahri, doing so well, and the snowball from JDG, we've asked for them, is looking like it is on the roll now. 369 able to at least hold that wave towards the bot side, and LNG, considering this is where they were succeeding in the last few games, where they could push in lanes and control the map, that's a big clap back now from JDG.
3-0 on the Ahri, another side lane turret going down, or at least a side lane turret going down for JDG. And it is something that Knight is starting to build into a monster here on the Ahri. It is LNG who tried to take the front foot and take this dragon. And they should be able to get that one scot-free. JDG on those resets weren't able to answer.
So JDG, they take the opportunity to make a topside play, really hard forcing it, using all charge of the Spirit Rush, and they trade that for the Dragon. Again, this is not really the soul which is going to determine the game, so giving up a Cloud Dragon or two and not allowing yourself get close towards that soul, I think that's a fair trade at this point. Second item starting to come over the horizon as well. First being built up, Horizon Focus for Knight. It's halfway between that kind of utility and damage build because it gives you a decent amount of ability haste. Fight towards the top side though, Kanavi doesn't have flash or ults.
He was playing pretty aggressive there in the lane, and that's just a complete lockdown. Scout gets his first kill of the game.
Why is he up that far? Really feels like he's out of position. No one was there to help him. And it's on the 20-minute mark. Cardinal sin by Kanavi dying at the Baron spawn.
That can't happen. That can't happen. It's a double marksman composition. They burn this so fast. There's no real response from JDG. Look at Zeka. They found a double knockup, and Ruler's already burned the Feather Storm. Zeka is looking for the Ruler, but he can't find him with the all-out. LNG on the other side trying to reset the fight. Will not take it any further, but they might actually look back to a reset.
Okay, so LNG, they look for the turn, they don't stay for the Baron itself, but Kanavi, you can't die at a point like that, not when your team is down 2-1. The Grand Finals of the LPL, that is the kind of play which loses you series. He stays for a red buff still, that's what he ends up doing, but I think the problem is here is that he's just not connected with the rest of his team. Maybe he thinks he can get this one for free, but he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have ult from the previous play, and even at this point, he doesn't have clone, he used that to take the red buff. LNG punished well.
And Tarzan, the timing for him has been so good on this Sejuani. I can see why they banned it away against him so many times in their previous series, but it is the turnaround here, and Zika finding the back line so crucial.
Luckily for Ruler, he is on the Xayah, so he can save himself a little bit more. He doesn't die for it, he just has to blow his summoners. That's still important, blowing those summoners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will be a big tool in those next fights, which he won't have. But LNG, that's a spark of hope for them in a game which they've typically been eating the bad fights in.
And we do see now, getting back onto the map, we have second item completions coming across as well. So some carries starting to get some items in their belt. You got the Navori Quick Blades there for Ruler. But that Gale Force is now alive and well for Gala. You're very close to Scout getting his second item as well.
One of the things that we were harking on about is that JDG, yes, they need to snowball, but why is that? Because if you're even with a double marksman comp that reaches 2-3 items on a good timing, they just have more damage than you.
They do.
Particularly when they have three big frontliners in the Sejuani, the Cassante, and the Nautilus, who we've seen be very hard to kill in a lot of these big plays too. It does feel like LNG, despite the fact that they're down a couple of thousand gold, they're getting towards the point in the game where they're feeling more and more like they can take fights.
I'm wondering, with the kind of lane assignments going down here, LNG were trying to capitalize on 369 in the side lane. That is going to be hard to do. He's got the Frostfire Gauntlet, he's got the Sunfire Cape, but LNG want to try to use this kind of pick-style composition now to get those advantage before they even need to go into a team fight.
But as it happens, JDG, look at their minimap. They're above the river, they're beyond the river in every single lane on the map. That's one of the things which made it so hard for them to play the previous games which they were losing. Now they have that push priority. That will allow them to protect these objectives and approach these objectives in the way that they want to, rather than just responding to LNG. They can't afford to get picked off though. Kanavi getting picked off around that last attempt at Baron. It's a very dangerous moment for them. So LNG looking to replicate that if they can.
And the thing you can't forget, this was hotly contested, but it's 3 members for JDG that were on the first All-Pro team this split. Kanavi, Knight, Ruler. You're gonna have to rely on these 3 if you want to try to push us to Silver Scrapes. Again, this is a JDG who have already taken down LNG in the previous round. Maybe the Demon's coming back to bite them here, but it's LNG in their first ever Grand Finals taking them to task.
369 spots out LNG towards his top side. Zeka has...
This is some trouble for Tarzan. Doesn't end up getting out there. You did finally get that second item completion for Scout and the boots for the Merc Treads. JDG, they're bold. They're going for the Baron.
Hey, so LNG, they don't have vision on this right now. They have one blue trinket from Gala. Are they going to use it for this one? They spot it out. Now, JDG, are you looking for the turn or are you looking for the finish?
All right, they're going to try to go through. 369's already over the wall. The Baron is the focus right now for JDG, but they've already taken out. It is not going to be stolen away, but the Gragas is already gone. Tarzan trying to get out of the back of the pit, but the Cyclone is huge damage, and that means the JDG have already taken down 2 here. They get the depth charge out onto Ruler, but the Featherstorm in response, they are finding everything they need. It might have been the Baron, it might have been the fight, and JDG, they actually take down, no, Scout, he goes down to a triple kill to the golden left hand.
Knight has come to play, puts himself into the position to punish LNG. The charms fly through and he's now 6-0 on 3 on the champion, which he's found so much comfort on over this year. JDG, they take the Baron at the cost of 369's life, but that is it, despite the blinking health bars.
And Knight was so confident in his role against Scout in this series, and we're seeing it come here in Game 4.
It looked a little bit awkward because 369, it wasn't the best explosive cask. Gala gets a rocket on target too, Tarzan gets into the pit. This is closer than JDG wanted it to be. This was HP measured in 10s rather than 100s of that Baron being in smiting distance, potentially turning this entire game around, but JDG, bold though it might be, they walk away with a huge play.
Dude, Knight in this replay, it's actually insane, man. He dodges out of the dredge line, he gets that huge charm connection there, and you can appreciate Gala trying to go ham, but it doesn't matter! Oh my god, JDG, they are looking to end the game here, 25.5 minutes!
They've just taken the Baron, they've taken a huge fight. Scout is the only remaining wave clear. JDG, can they push this to Game 5?
They are looking to take down these last Nexus turrets. You don't have much defense from LNG. You're missing Gala, you're missing Hung, and we're seeing a lot of what we saw last game come alive for LG. They can't get this double marksman comp online fast enough.
Okay, but how much wave clear can come through? The Baron creeps are so tanky.
Oh, Tarzan caught. Tarzan's down, and Ruler takes him down. That's the Nexus Tower number 1. They're looking at number 2, and you better get those speakers ready, because we're going to Silver Scrapes, baby! And it's nothing else for the LPL Grand Finals!
The Golden Road's got a hint of silver in it, but only in the Game 5. The dream is alive for JDG. LNG, they pushed him to the edge, but they were blindsided by the mid-jungle change-up by JDG. It's not one which we've seen all the time from them, but heck, even in Game 5 between these two teams, the first time around, they went back to the Ahri, they went back to this pick, which allows Knight to get involved in the game more, something we needed from him in this series. He ends up 7-0-5 or something like that. He's my pick, the best Ahri in the world right now, and games like this show exactly why. He was on the front foot of every play, he snowballed incredibly hard, and LNG couldn't get to the point where their double marksman would take over.
At all, and that's 2 games in a row we've seen for each side have that issue, but the fact that we got JDG on the back foot, bringing out the Ruler Xayah, they finally get it. He brings out the skin. You get Knight on his comfort of Ahri. He's stacking up the Magi's, or the Dark Seal rather, but also the decisiveness, man. We literally were looking at this replay, oh, they took this great fight, we come out of it, they are on the Nexus. Like, it's actually insane, and that is the strength, that is the terror that these demons of JDG represent.
And now it is just a best of 1, effectively, for all the marbles, for the Silver Dragon Cup. For LNG, it would be heartbreak to go to match point, to 2 match points, to lose it here. JDG, they didn't expect to be in this position. They said it was going to be clean. Oh, it was just a fluke last time, was a Game 5. Well, it's happened again. They're still in it. 1 last Nexus between them and the Cup.
Isn't it just so pivotal that it comes down to 1 game? It comes down to 1 moment for both these 2 teams. We've talked so much about the re-establishing of legacies for so many members on both JDG and LNG, and the fact that we've had everyone, it feels like, have representation in this one. We've had incredible moments from the likes of Knight and Scout. We've had incredible moments from Gala and Ruler. These guys are going to be the mainstays for this game number 5, but a lot of that facilitation comes off the proactivity that we've seen from Tarzan and Kanavi.
And that proactivity has brought them to a Game 5, but let's bring this back again, because yes, praise them all you should, but this is still JDG being forced to double 5 game series. No, they've not lost a best of 5 this entirety of the year. They're still on the golden roll. They have won everything they could possibly win so far, but it's only half a year. They have to get this one in the books, and then they have to go beyond that too. LNG pushing them twice back to back. I don't think anyone expected that.
Well, the protagonists might not be just that. JDG have now gotten us to a game 5, but they got to find a closing into it, or LNG will take their first ever finals title here. We are going to send it to a little break. We'll have Silver Scrapes for you, and we'll have Hysterics and Kitty on the other side.
我心有灵犀，不是吗？
结交大了，想清回塔内，换了个点燃出来，再来一段啊，再等打破连打破，哎呦 Q 一段，最后一下盾出来，但是伤害已经到位了 ，N9 完成单杀。哎，看一下 Scout 直接绕到 LNG 的死角位置，直接闪身过来，然后看到对方3个人。
先动Nanny，直接躲Nanny就打前来吗？但这个位置非常的尴尬，直接被 Crying 开了一个完美大招。
面对面，L 酒桶一炸，把他炸到了更远的地方，反而安迪一波闪开，杀掉下路怪兽，我的天，包车又开过几人，躲过后面的一个大脑天宫，安迪一波还活了下来，哪儿被火也往回跳，高死哥，这波直接给下了。 野区是肯定不能看的，围绕
这边伤口有点顶不太住，
就被开了，
就被秒了，又是一剑直接命中到 Fortic 交出去的进化，将黄方向后拉开了之后，反身开启魔铁中将，但是小黄这里已经完成了一波双杀，还在旁边以为怎么直接被惹线连住，正面又留住了 Fortic 的AE 倒下的情况下，有杀吗？
我是一个纯正的小猪，往前走，一甩，走得很好，哦呦，这么交代呀！ 直接2技能山崩地裂，哇！
LP 风光找机会输出来了，挑飞3个大3个，接上合力的超限爆闪，瞬间3一敌的4个人，一口来了，3线错了，李秀男已经超神了，随着沙皇推出一个几乎绝望的大招，
还能扛多久的时间？这波这个进场坚持无敌，拉到了4个人，摧枯拉朽的团战1D7要完成。他们也很清楚，所以往后放线了。
相克的闪现，
第2个，我天哪，这直接被秒掉了，都被打成残血，还在过的闪现
回到塔了，
被打出来了，清高了，清到来的是没有闪现的，这一波直接被清死。
要开人要单吃了，感觉有 buff 的福利，好痛好痛，发强太高了，还嗑了药呢，扭了一下，但是没有用啊，走不动啊，大招都不用开吗 Knight？
We'll
我觉得今年上路发挥的还可以，然后在夏季赛的时候，我们练了很多上路英雄，然后现在也练出来了，比较好。我觉得 LNG 战队是非常有实力的，他们有世界冠军中单，然后我们的话就是慢慢跟他们运营，应该是会赢的。对这个冠军我们是势在必得的，一定要拿下。这卡选手还是比较年轻的，希望不要被我教育的太惨。
Well, good sir. I mean, overwhelmed is one word, and part of the series it was true. But as we go to a Game 5 for our LPL Grand Final, all we have is merit to look by. My name's Hysterix. This is Kitty, and Kitty, here we are yet again in the LPL. Another Game 5, somehow.
Yeah, another Game 5 between the rematch of JDG and LNG 4.
A Game 5.
Yeah, which was also a Game 5. They take the entire series to the distance, and it is JDG bouncing off a win and evening out the scoreline to that 2-2, which was
God, yeah.
I mean, it was just crazy, right? Because we see JDG defaulting back to comfort. We have the Wukong for Kanavi. We have Ari locked in for Nice. Still 100% win rate on this champion in Summer. I believe played over 10 games for Summer. And of course, Rula picking his Xayah. This is the JDG that we know. And even you pointed out, right, this composition, it fits JDG's team identity very well, but it had a very short time frame in when it would work.
I mean, again, Kitty, we knew if this got to late game, it's like, well, maybe it's going to be some troubles. You and I were talking about it backstage. I was very concerned. I was freaking out because, again, you know, JDG have the golden road to look forward to, but also JDG have expectations to be met. And the fact that LNG pushed them this far is still just such a big merit, not only to LNG, but the fact that JDG were crumbling today. However, this is a better news story. And while both these teams have shown us so much throughout this series, it was JDG to come away with a win in Game 4. And Kitty, as you were talking about, Knight's Ari. Not only picking up the Ring of Power, which I'm sure Nymera would be happy about nice and early. He gives me a thumbs up, of course. I now know how to play Ari, thanks to him, at least in that part. But more importantly, you know, Knight helping that snowball. The skirmish is insane. And Kitty, I think the fact that Knight was just playing on an edge helped out JDG win a lot of these skirmishes and a lot of fights that maybe they shouldn't have.
Yeah, and if you look at this composition, I mean, they had to be cutthroat. They had to be fast with their decision-making. Giving something like the Ari and the Wukong over where they can bring tempo when LNG, with this composition of the double AD carries, they were trying to execute the long con. They were trying to get to that 3-item stage, which is exactly what JDG tried to do in Game 3, but now we've seen this composition fail 2 times in a row now. So going into Game 5, I mean, we know that JDG, if everything else fails, they default back to comfort champions, which is the reason why they were able to win Spring Finals, the reason why they were able to win MSI Finals, and now, I mean, potentially even Summer. So LNG, I mean, what do you have to really stop that from happening? Because you know that JDG, they can default to this.
Yeah, and again, I mean, look, we have to see what gets matched in mid, because I feel like so far some of these drafts have really come down to what's been available in mid and what Scout or Knight have been able to get away with. You know, we saw the Annie game and we're like, oh, well, you know, it wasn't built a certain way, of course, with the Proto Belt coming through. The Annie didn't have the same impact, but the Ari this game did, which, by the way, picked up MVP, if anyone's wondering. Knight with a Game 4 MVP. Damage was huge, but Kitty, even though it hasn't been the pure definition of this series, I feel like mid-lane champion pool has at least been one of the most interesting and at least helped influence a lot of the state of the game.
We see Scout defaulting back to champ, like you said, in terms of the crowd control, like the Azir, but of course, Knight on his Ari. I mean, he's been playing excellent on this champion ever since the start of the year, so I'm not surprised that they bring it out. I believe in the previous LNG versus JDG series, back in round 4, the reason why JDG was able to one-up LNG at that 2-2 score was because of Knight on his Ari in particular, and also missing on his Rakan. But that also reminds me of something, because although JDG, their entire top side, including the AD carry, was playing relatively, I would say, aggressive, I also want to give a bit of a warning to the fans of how Missing's been kind of playing in this series, right? Because I think Missing, as long as he steps up, JDG most likely will go into the next series with a bit of an upper hand, but still, that is still a point to consider.
I mean, Missing, just on that note, he's had some great games in this series so far, but you're right, there have been some psychotic engages where Missing's like, you know what, to the hell of it. Just going to try it anyway, as, you know, Knight has just been insane off the back of that.
Yeah, we also know now that JDG, their response to the Tristana isn't LeBlanc or anything else, it's an Ahri, where you lose the mid party in the early game, but Knight's willing to drop the lane party and go help out in these skirmishes and go fight for those dragons early on and really stumble or at least make LNG put LNG out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and again, as you said, it's the fact that JDG can, you know, play around drafts a little bit more than we thought, that there can be a bit more flexibility and that they're not just defined by the meta. A game 5 now as we look towards the drafts and the pick order, Kitty. Or rather, it wasn't pick order, excuse me. That's just draft order in the end. What brings us into a game 5? Because LNG have chosen blue for this final game. JDG are going to be on the red side. Run me through this a little bit and what you expect to be changing around, because this time around, things like LeBlanc, Azir was actually taken away. You know, we've seen the Kai'Sa consistently. Jace not let through once again. What comes through?
You see that JDG's approach into Game 4 was just shutting down the mid and jungle of LNG, and that's the Maokai, LeBlanc, and Azir getting taken away. But I think something else that will be considered by LNG coming into Game 5 or potentially banned by JDG on the red side is that Xayah champion, because we see both of these teams now kind of adapting into a type of style where they are willing to first pick the Xayah in the blue side, and then they don't really care if they get Rakan or not. This Xayah champion is just way too broken, because LNG coming into this entire series, they've shown us a bit of a different type of playstyle. Well, if you think of LNG, you think of slower, more LCK type of games, but coming into tonight, they're the ones being the aggressors in the mid to early game, and JDG, they need to keep up with that with something like the Xayah.
And again, it's not something I thought we'd say coming into this, right? Like that JDG need to keep up with LNG's pace. You know, but again, this time around, Kitty, at least here with this draft, we knew that, all right, well, LNG needs some time to get going. We know these carries need some items to get going. JDG kind of going back to some of their old style with the draft. I know we're talking about the difference in meta and what's actually shown on our screen, but this is a very JD-esque draft where we know that they're going to be skirmish kings. We know that we're going to come out of lanes, usually with a lead. That's what JDG's identity was, that they just win the game through the first 15, and then they cruise on ahead because they have so much gold in their pockets. At least this time, we saw more of that.
Yeah. And that's exactly what JDG fans want to see out of this team, because going into the first 2 or 3, it was always LNG being the aggressors and being the proactive team out of everyone. But to be fair, I feel like JDG, they were definitely restricted with how they drafted around the games. I mean, think back to giving the Tristana and the LeBlanc over to LNG. You couldn't really see the potential of what JDG could play to in the series. And coming into a Game 5, I mean, we need to also talk about the top lane matchup, right? Because we have Zika popping off, honestly, in the first 3 games.
Yep.
Game 4 was a little bit silent, but to be fair, that's because JDG snowballed the game out of control. But Zika, when he is on a champion like that, Cassante, where we did see him putting a lot of pressure onto 369, it really does seem like JDG, they don't really have an option to play for side lane, and they need to force 5v5s.
I wonder if it changes 369's champ pool then. Because again, the Gragas 2 games in a row hasn't surprisingly been as influential as it has been in the past. You know, you backstage were talking about some of the explosive casts that put JDG into a strange position, or rather one that wasn't ideal. I think more importantly, 369 in the past has struggled with the Gragas, been great through this year, but this series has not hit the mark. Is it the Ornn through earlier priority, or is it something that, you know, again, maybe Cassante for 369 himself, that needs to be prioritized a little bit more?
Ornn could potentially be considered, especially being on the red side. We often see the counter pick getting saved for 369 or either support, but I feel like in the support, they're more than happy to just trade for something like the Rel or the Nautilus in that bottom lane 2v2. But like you said, the Ornn is a great answer to champions like the Jace and the Azir, which will be a high priority for the side of LNG in this Game 5.
Well, we're getting moments away from introducing our Game 5 draft. Mark Z not on the stage, but you're feeling it as the audience. Oh, they're ready. JDG for the Golden Road. It has been the story through and through today. This team trying to break League of Legends history. Now, of course, there have been spring and summer finals, or rather champions. There's also been this Golden Road that's existed since 2018. People remember RNG. People remember the journey that Royal Never Give Up made all the way to the quarterfinals. People remember G2 in 2019, Kitty. We're talking about that backstage. They were so close. Of course, stopped by FPX in the grand finals. The Golden Road's never been achieved. And we've been talking about it all day. And I know, JG have to go to finals, or rather, excuse me, they have to go to the world finals. They have to win the world championship. But first here, the stop is against LNG. A Game 5 versus Li Ning, who have been so surprising here today. Kitty, I think it's fair to say, in the series overall, LNG have been the better macro team. For me personally, I feel like LNG have been the better team. I know what that says. Kitty, translate.
Jacob, JDG will bring you to the world stage. We will bring you this year.
What a chat. Visick draft that backstage. He's like, the world has to know. He's still holding it. He's still holding it. What an absolute beast. Take it away. He's done his job.
What an absolute brother for the BLG teammates. I mean, the Fallen brothers will still be mentioned on the summer final stage, but like we've been saying, JDG, they have yet to lose a single best of 5 this year. Will LNG seek for revenge from their previous best of 5 and take this final game away from JDG and force themselves to go through, or at least BLG to go through the regional qualifiers? We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, again, look, LNG, I felt like should have won that one, Kitty. Should have been in 3-1. LNG came into today to show us that they could be the better team. They could be the underdogs, the unexpected. The 3rd seed from hell is what we've called this team. JDG were always going to be the champions in our eyes. We always knew they were the best team in the LPL. But now we're not sure. We're in a Game 5 out of nowhere that came in with match point set up by LNG. This 3rd seed, running champions themselves, is now going to look to test JDG as we go past the Silver Scrapes. We go into a Game 5, JDG versus LNG. The epitome here of our Grand Finals in 2023 summer begins now as we hand it over to Mazel and Nymera for the final call of the night.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone, and welcome back after a sweet, sweet Silver Scrapes. It could not go any other way than this. 2 best ofs between these 2 teams going the distance. LNG, the 3rd seed from hell, they're looking to take down the demons that were already there in hell with them. And it is something where JDG have roared back to life, but they need one more step to make it to another brick in the golden road.
And at this point, you get to do 2 very important things. One, you look at everything, and you throw it out the window because none of it matters. It is 1 game and 1 Nexus explosion away from all the marbles here at the LPL. This could be the moment that LNG kind of solidify themselves in the pantheon of the LPL. They were not supposed to be here. Pre-playoffs, it was all about BLG and JDG. Then they took JDG to 5. They take them to it again.
JDG on the cusp of taking back-to-back-to-back championships. LNG for the first time ever here in the Grand Finals, and something that's been building towards this moment. We get LNG on the blue side, they ban away the Ahri and that Rakan. We also get the Maokai and the LeBlanc banned by JDG.
I mean, if it beat you, why not ban it? They ban away that Ahri, which Knight was so spectacular on in Game 4. Kai'Sa, blue side banned. There are going to be a lot of power picks left open. Tristana, Azir, of course the Maokai's already gone. That's important to keep in mind. Xayah, is that going to be a first pick? I wonder if JDG need to ban the Xayah right now. What can't they afford to give through as a first pick?
Oh man, we've had like the Jace still being up. It has to be banned, I feel like, at this point. And JDG maybe not wanting to give that one over to Scout. It's actually the Tristana, so Jace is available.
So we're getting either one of the Xayah or the Jace locked in. It is the Jace. It will not be comboed up with a Maokai, which is his premier pairing from the jungle. But Sejuani is up and available. Both of these junglers very proficient on that. JDG, what's your answer? I have to imagine that you're going to lock in that Xayah. That was so important for the rest of this series. The hovering it, not locked in just now. And when you come to this Game 5, again, every single game has had a different draft attempt on it. It's been back and forth. You can see the adaptation, and it will be the split up of the Jason and Xayah.
The Xayah, I think, for Ruler has been so clutch, and I think the fact that we've seen him able to pilot this one in so many pressureful moments, it is something that JDG can rely on in a game number 5. Everything comes down to this one, and Sejuani will be given yet again to Kanavi.
I like this a lot. It stops it being hammered down with that Jace in the mid lane, particularly with the Maokai off the table. Sejuani is a tank engaged jungler, can help Jace again, kind of find those kills and keep him safe. Zucker on the top side gets that Cassante that will protect them against something like the Renekton, but this is a pick we haven't seen in finals. Gala's Ziggs is going to come out. Knight hovering that champion. It is a melee synergy with the Sylas, with the Sejuani. He's hovering through. He's giving us a lot to get excited about. We've got a champion of renown for Gala from this summer. Is Knight going to match it?
Knight was so confident in his words against Scout. You might be the regular season MVP 2 times in a row, but I will not let you break this team of JDG. It is the Nico that makes it on through.
So, Knight going to pick up the champion, which Scout lost on in game 1 in the same matchup.
Yep.
When you are playing against the Jace as the Nico, you need to close that distance. You need to get beyond those tanks, which tend to shield them, and get those kills in the big team fight. Much like game 1, but with the flipped team compositions, JDG already with the Sejuani and the Nico need to get on top of the Jace and the Ziggs.
I like the Leona ban from JDG as well. I could actually expect maybe a Nautilus to join that one as well. Just take away all those engage tools from Hung. But on the other side, we get that classic ban towards 369 of the Ornn. We'll see what these final bans are going to end up being.
LNG are going to face 2 problems here. They're going to have a couple of the premier engage supports gone, and even with that, well, Trundle being banned, that's one of the old counters as Sejuani, of course.
Yeah.
But even with that, if you're going to engage onto the backline, you're going to have to do that into a Xayah ult. It's not the same as the Varus we saw earlier in the series, where once the Flash and the Cleanse are down, you kill them for free, pretty much. Ruler will have that extra degree of safety, which means that even with the double long range of the Jace Ziggs, there's another hurdle of execution to overcome to kill the backline.
Wondering now, obviously LNG taking a lot of time here to make sure that they can actually find some good bans. It is the Nautilus that gets banned away by LNG, so not wanting to give over some more engage to JDG as a team. It is some big picks still left on the table, and I would wonder, okay, 369, bringing out the Renekton.
Sejuani Renekton combination, incredibly high kill threat if you leave yourself open to a topside early gank, that permafrost and the Cola Meek, so much CC and damage there. This will be one of the last remaining hard CC picks, which could go into that support role. Of course, could technically go into the jungle as well. You're going to have to lock in both in this rotation from LNG. What's that pick alongside it? What are they feeling like? You've got to have engage enough to combo up with the Ziggs and the Jace, allow you to lock down targets so those skill shots are point and click. And as Lilia Ultimate will add into that. We started off the day talking about unorthodox jungle champion pools, but we were talking about that largely from Kanavi's side. Lilia for Tarzan in Game 5 for the LPL Finals.
All right. The Melio has made it through for the first time of this series. Is that what Missing wants to lock in? But the Lilia for Tarzan, the new jungle king, it feels like, of the LPL, will be a pivotal moment for LNG. It is the Alistar comfort coming back in for Missing.
The 4th game of it in this series for Missing. Took the game off in the last one to head towards the Braum, back towards the Cow in that support role. Very important job for Missing. He has to try and soak some of these shock blasts and these engages if at all possible. And particularly, he can pop that ult when that Lilia ult comes in, cleanse himself, and potentially stop a follow-up engage coming through. Very different compositions yet again. We have had 5 different games of different thematic drafts from each of these teams. It hasn't been one team sticking to one style. They've been trying to flex their variety of compositions.
And you hear those Silver Scrapes playing yet again in your ears. It could not come down to anything but a game number 5. Throw everything out the window. It is one game that means the difference between you going home a sore loser and you lifting that trophy in the middle of an 18,000 person packed arena. It is a game 5 to live for. It is one where we have everyone coming down to the last seconds. We've got Ruler making his legacy known in the LPL, going for a 2-peat in his first season or first year in this league. You've got Tarzan, who hasn't seen this stage. It's so long. They've been trying, but for the first time, LNG are here. They're in the grand finals. The moment is nigh. The time is now, and we've seen so much influence from all these carries, from all these names, all the accolades that we have in this best of.
LNG 1 game away from their first title as an organization and from Worlds. JDG looking to continue with their golden road. Look, we've talked about this all day. It's down to 1 game. I'm so glad we've got 5 games. I'm so glad that we get to go the distance with these teams. I was praying for it, much like they're praying on stage. I don't know who they're trying to send Divine Intervention to. JDG, their logo's a demon. They've played like demons in the games that they've won, but they've had to fight some devils too, as LNG have given them so much to think about.
We're getting into game number 5. That trophy right there on your screen, that is what all 10 players on this Rift are fighting for. They want the confetti, they want the celebrations, they want that Silver Dragon Cup. It is a game 5 between JDG and LNG, and as we get into the Rift, nothing else matters. It is League of Legends at its finest, and it's our best doing what they do best. Game 5 starts now! As we get into it now, Kanavi on this Sejuani will be so pivotal earlier on as well. The fact that we have the Sejuani taken away from Tarzan, but Tarzan also taking away Kanavi's pick of the Lilia. We're trading places here, it feels like, in a game number 5.
Tarzan, what a different pick to bring out at this point. It's another kind of CC threat to help the Shock Blast and the Zig skill shots land later into the game. Of course, Lilia is a champion which is very famous for being able to be on that first clear so very quickly. One of these AP junglers looks to invade into the enemy Raptors. That's something which Kanavi would like to defend against him, and Knight will have to be on the same page to stop Tarzan from really getting ahead of this game on the Lilia.
Love to see the Jace also come through for Scout. It has been such a pivotal pick for him, as a whole for Knight too. I do want to take a look though. We have those opposite side starts at least coming through for both junglers, switching it up a little bit from the opposite side that we had the last couple times around. But it is still looking at that early proactivity for both sides. We don't have any double marksman comps this time around. We have a lot of siege potential on the side of LNG.
Particularly interested to see what happens in this bot lane. Someone like a Ziggs can struggle if you take one bad trade, but has a surprisingly large amount of burst damage, particularly with that fast fuse passive. If you manage to kind of get a good auto attack off, reset that cooldown by throwing out all of your basic abilities, the double reset on that passive effectively can be really, really high damage. Gala has shown that he can be strong in lane with this champion, which typically doesn't thrive there.
And I think this top lane, even though we can talk about Kanavi, Tarzan, we can talk about Scout, Knight, we can talk about Gala, Ruler, this top lane actually has been really interesting to me. We actually have an adaptation here. We've been talking about the changes in each game, but 369 on the Renekton actually has a lot of influence in this game.
He absolutely does. Of course, he's comboed up with that Sejuani. That'll help. And in this kind of game, too, he needs to try and pull ahead of the game because the whole idea of LNG's composition is to absolutely explode the squishy targets. If 369 gets ahead of the game, he won't be squishy. He's going to be very, very annoying to take off the board, and he can stand in between LNG and their target and hopefully threaten those same artillery pieces as well.
We'll see the early pushes coming through, at least from Knight on this Nico, as should be done. Should be trying to pressure as much as possible into this 1v1 matchup because I do want to see the connection between Kanavi and Knight come really alive this time around with the Nico, because we've seen Nikos throughout the LPL. It's been actually very interesting the amount of times we've seen Scout on the Nico and a lot of the flanks that he's been able to pull off, but it's going to be so crucial for Knight to find those angles this time.
We talked about exactly the same stuff for Scout in game 1. So can Knight one-up him? Can he do it yet again? He's done it in so many series over so many different years, different teams, different faces. Scout has lost to Knight an awful lot of times, but it doesn't matter if he walks away with this game. Doesn't matter at all.
Again, LNG have not beaten JDG since 2021 summer. JDG have not lost a best of this year. It is a lot going either way. JDG with a lot of the fate on their side, but LNG trying to upend that as our 3rd seed from hell.
Getting back in towards this game, though, one of the interesting things, I suppose, from this draft, a little bit of a funny coincidence. Talked about Lilia being great at stealing Raptors. Not really going to get the ability to do that if mid lane's pushed in, and of course, you're going to get the Renekton pushing in towards top lane as well. So Tarzan not going to get that kind of free extra camp a lot of the time. You leave that alone for like a couple of seconds, suddenly it's just eaten up.
Yep.
Raptor popcorn chicken taken away. Zucker going to take a...
Popcorn chicken?
I know, it's great. It's a great little snack. Probably not the healthiest thing, but it gets you a lot of gold in pocket and gets you a little bit ahead of the game.
And speaking of, they actually will spot out Tarzan trying to path up towards this top side. We'll end up getting that early vision actually meaning a lot for JDG in terms of trying to play a little bit more safely around the top side.
But this is what pushing lanes get you from JDG. Because the Renekton and the Nico both won their early lanes, it gives the entire top side of the map some free reign to be able to get something in terms of vision towards that enemy jungle. You see that right now, 369 is beyond enemy turret. He's contesting this, and Tarzan has to back away from the Grom. Might have to, I mean, he has Smite up right now, but without it being upgraded, doesn't have the damage to finish that one off. Delays the Lilia a little bit.
And the thing about the Lilia is the quick clear speed, but that's also true on the Sejuani side of things because you have such skirmishing potential earlier on. I am wondering how kind of that early proactivity around the objectives comes down. We do have our first dragon, and we've seen literally those timers in the top left and right. Those are literally fight timers, it feels like, in this best of.
Tarzan didn't actually manage to take that top gromp. Now Knight's trying to stale away something as well. So the Lilia being put behind a little bit. Some of those mini raptors taken by Knight at that point. JDG as a whole team effort, keeping Tarzan in his jungle, keeping him away from the river. First dragon easily taken with the laning priority from JDG.
That's something that you'll love to see if you're looking at a lot of the strengths for JDG. Just getting some early stacking, getting Ruler to a place of confidence is going to be so key for them moving forward. Do wonder how these trades do come down, though, because we have seen that LNG are kind of willing to give over some of these objectives to JDG to find promise elsewhere. Knight got ulti, though. Pop Blossom comes down. Got to be really careful for Scout there. He didn't burn the flash, though, staying calm, cool, and collected.
He is going to be pushed out of lane, which is, again, another thorn in the side of LNG. Tarzan's been kept in his own side of the jungle. Scout's been kept under his tower for so long as well. He's now 20 CS down. Yes, there's a crashed wave, so he's going to get a little bit back up and towards that point, more towards that 10 CS mark. But Knight, Kanavi, and the rest of the team doing very well to stop LNG from taking flight.
Wondering exactly how they find that flight. It is going to have to be around Gala, getting a lot of siege potential in the side lanes, finding that early gold if possible, and just trying to get as many plays, because that's the style, right? You have an APC who will be very strong in the late game, has a lot of spacing tools as well, but if you can get that early advantage there, get some laning priority going, and take down those turrets, at least get some plates for him, it'll be huge for a guy who is also just so huge for LNG.
Yeah, so JDG, they can't really afford to make big mistakes. If you do that suddenly, you know, the satchel on tower from Ziggs takes the tower down much quicker than you give it credit for. Someone like Jace as well with Hypercharger can do a lot of tower damage. So JDG, they need to keep up the quality of early game they've done so far, make sure that LNG don't get themselves angles into this game, as you said, to allow Gala and the carries to come online.
Yeah, actually early flash from Ruler there, the Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well, just knowing what was coming and maybe playing a little bit of that 4D chess. Kanavi up here in the alcove will be trying to get this fight going with 369 if Zika steps up at all, but Zika playing even more reserved now that he knows there could be some pressure up there.
Our first resets of the game coming
through. That's the flash. That's huge. That's big. And that's 369 with the thumbs up kill. First blood, JDG.
Sejuani renekton, everyone. That is a top laner's nightmare. K'Sante, one of the better champions, is surviving it. But you can see how that worked out here. It's a plate. It's a kill. Ruler doesn't have flash or level 6 in this bot side.
You got to be a little bit careful, though. Missing. Does have his health bar going down a little bit low. Hung is the one that's getting aggressed on by Ruler. And you got to be careful there. Flash coming out from Hung.
Ruler turns around some good damage, but he doesn't have the flash to follow up that kill. JDG strike first towards this top side, and it has been so oppressive from their side. At least LNG find a little bit of something towards bot side, but it's not enough right now.
And this man, Ruler, on the Xayah, he has been so clutch in so many moments. Again, creating this legacy in the LPL since his fandom and his craziness over in the LCK. It has been a new chapter in the book, but it has been an impressive one at that.
So Herald has spawned. We were talking about JDG's topside priority so far, but they haven't managed to hold on to that long enough to deny a Herald as well. Kanavi instead focusing on some jungle advantage, getting away a Raptor steal, maybe feeling like they didn't have the tools to fight towards topside. I'm a little bit surprised at that myself, but
There's your popcorn chicken again.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice again. They're going to keep Kanavi well fed, and again, keep Tarzan behind an individual gold if nothing else.
We're going to look at a lot of pressure from JDG down towards this bottom side. Going to be taking away this red buff as well. We'll see if they want to collapse on bottom lane, though, if Hung and Gala can play pretty safe.
Kanavi doesn't have his ult right now, so they can't push the go button as hard as they'd like to. Tarzan has walked in towards enemy Raptors again. We say Lilia very strong at taking those, so it's some gold back. Herald in pocket as well. Need to be very careful now, JDG. If they lose a fight at some point while that Herald is still in inventory, just expect one of these towers to explode and the place to go along with it.
So I feel like there's a lot more stability and a little bit lower of a bar of execution for JDG when we're getting into these team fights. They just have to find access to the back line, find Knight getting some big flanks, but Ruler is going to have a lot of safety in that. The other side for LNG, they've got a lot of poke, but they're going to have to layer that in there with either the sleep or a big engage from Hung or Zika.
No, the real stars of the show for LNG are not the people doing the damage, it's the people doing the CC. It's on Tarzan, Hung, and Zika to get the CC down so the skill shots aren't skill shots. You put them onto the back line and then suddenly carries are gone for JDG. So really watch out for the Rel. I think Hung has a huge barrier of execution himself. It's going to be a little bit difficult because Alistair at some points can just punt you out of the fight. It's not as much of a hard counter as it was before the Rel rework because, of course, you crash down with everything. It's all of your kit. Now you can play some flash stuns from your Q and get a little bit more guaranteed engage. But still, nonetheless, missing can be the big blocker for Hung.
They have a big push going down here on the Ruler, or with Ruler down here. It does get the Mega Inferno Bomb, try to clear that one up. They actually had some nice hovering from Missing and Kanavi there as well. We do have a Dragon in about 25 seconds, and with the priority on bot side, this should be JDG's.
Should be, but again, just keep an eye on that Herald. LG have that in pocket, they can throw that wherever. Tarzan is not heading towards the bot side of the map. I think that's importantly so. Kanavi has himself his ult again. They can force the play wherever he is on the map, and with the vision into the enemy jungle, as the observers are showing us right now, LNG, they need to be very respectful of the next play to come out of JDG.
We got the Rod of Ages there for Tarzan completed first. We got some first item completions as well coming up clutch. We got JDG, though, taking that second Dragon for themselves.
It's, I think in this case, because Tarzan needs to be kind of doing the CC rather than doing the carrying, the Rod of Ages, the extra HP makes some sense. He's heading towards top side now.
Can get the all out here. It does put 369 in an awkward position. Has the slice and dice, but you've got actually Tarzan going around the other way. 369 realizes he is not where he needs to be, and it's 4 members of LNG who will strike down the Crocodile.
Takes them a while, but at the end of the day, it's a 4v1, and that's not something which 369 can outplay. So suddenly, you've got this Herald towards top side. The Zig's not on the same side of the map, so it's not going to be a Herald charge with the Satchel on top of it, but with this amount of people towards it, JDG, they still want to defend.
You got TP coming in now as well. Nice little engage with that Glacial Prison, and the re-follow-up by Missing. That'll be the quick flash by Tarzan to get him out.
That does mean that it's going to be not as many plates picked up as it could have been. You can't really shepherd in that Herald towards that top lane turret. LNG, they'll at least get some value from that neutral objective they took.
And now actually seeing a little bit of that proactivity from both sides, I do want to check in now as well. We were getting that Thorn Mail completed first for Zika, but my biggest thought process in this whole thing, bot lane has been untouched, and we've seen in the past, if you do not focus Ruler, he can become such a pivotal moment for JDG.
I mean, that's true and all, but again, he's still playing him against this Ziggs, will do so much damage. Scout has to be very respectful towards that, flashes out early. But as much as we talk about Ruler, I mean, it's not like Gala won't have agency in this game. Sometimes that Ziggs can suffer in the laning phase, but is up CS right now, has a first item completed, and is so core when that CC comes down from LNG that it's not like LNG don't have anything to play towards that.
I'm looking forward to them utilizing this siege potential. Also, the Satchel will be available for Gala to take this turret. And we're right back to normalcy. Last game, JDG got first turret, but, you know, this time around, LNG right back to graces. We'll be slowly burning this one down. We'll get all 5 plates in that top lane, too.
And he'll get the first turret bonus. He's making sure that more minions die to that turret. And now this is an issue. LNG, they managed to get a huge amount of gold onto the big damage threat of the composition in this Ziggs. A lot of gold on top of that. If the CC lands, that again, the skill shots aren't skill shots. JDG needs to be very, very careful about how they approach fights.
I'm really looking at the cooldowns for Ruler. Anytime those are up, if Knight's up, he's got the defensive tools. I think that makes it a little bit more difficult for LNG, but the timing has been key, and it feels like Tarzan was able to try to bring some of that into the fold in game number 4. See if that can happen in game 5 here as well. Scout did just complete his Duskblade though, so we do have those first item spikes for everyone pretty much coming up here. And another Rift Herald in about a minute.
Of course, JDG sat on 2 dragons in terms of the other neutral objectives on the board, but it's a Chemtech Soul. It's not the greatest thing ever. There are some edge cases where maybe it saves one of the carries' lives as they get burst out, but if the damage is happening while you're over half HP, Chemtech Soul doesn't do anything for you. It only gives you damage reduction when you're below that point. So LNG, I think they're really happy with the Soul that was rolled this game.
The amount of siege that they have, the amount of range that they have here with Scout and Gala together. I look to put some poke down. Doesn't do too much early on here, but as that damage starts racking up, that'll be even more detrimental to the health.
Yeah, give it an item. Give it an item.
Give it another item and a half, maybe.
Suddenly that's a dead Zaya. Ruler, he has to, he's got a hard job keeping himself safe in this game. It's really on his team to make sure that he doesn't have to tank up all of those skill shots possible. Back into this mid lane now. As you said, Herald coming up. You still have that Ziggs. It's still going to be very difficult to defend towers if that Herald is taken. JDG, I would really suggest to them that they want to contest this.
Tarzan already starting that one up. We got Kanavi right around the corner here as well. Level 11 just got hit for Zika. He does have TP. He's looking to get that back off first and try to get back into the fight potentially if they do want to contest this. Knight. He found Gala and the Glacial Prison on the backside. I don't know if they can get him. That satchel charge was so big. The TP coming in now. Mega Inferno Bomb goes wide. JDG try to strike, but they can't find him.
That is so close to taking down that Ziggs, who has so much of that gold. It will, however, still by JDG at the Herald. I think that's a very big win for them. We talked about how difficult it is to defend against Ziggs. Herald pushes. So, important neutral objective victory for JDG. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to reset in time for this Dragon, at least get themselves the vision control around it.
Just wondering now exactly how they get this control around this now, because I do see the reset coming out from Ruler as well. See if they can get back down to the bottom. Kanavi's already on the way there, and you're wondering if that 20 minutes, or 20 seconds rather, is going to be enough. We see actually Tarzan taking some heavy trades on a 369 there, but LNG will be here first.
It will be, and they don't have themselves the Mega Inferno Bomb. Of course, that's a big cooldown for them. They do have themselves that Lilting Lullaby from Tarzan, though. We've not really talked about the Lilia too much in regards to these fights. It's not really that time yet. Maybe we'll see what happens around the second item. Maybe when the Demonic Embrace comes through, have to expect that comes in at some point in this build. Tarzan, another part of this composition, which could be another engaged threat.
Get that big 5-man Lilting Lullaby would be really nice. Give up your life for that engage, though. But it is still Knight able to take down some objectives in the side lane. Gets a turret for JDG, first one of the game for them. But this will be Tarzan taking LNG's first Dragon of the game, too.
Top side of the map is very open now with both top lane and outer turrets being down. None of the other towers touched on that side of the map, but the more that tends to happen, the more, of course, vision can start to sneak into the enemy jungle. You can see a couple of wards put down by JDG. It's probably more important for them than it is for LNG. If they manage to get that vision, then maybe Knight can get one of those big engaged players in. Again, almost did it through the lane with the minion play. Sometimes you can still catch those pros off guard.
It's something that you never think of until it's too late.
Count the minions, man. Gotta count the
Just
minions.
gotta count the minions. We've seen Nico. Everybody's ready to count here in this one for sure. I do want to say, though, actually, the vision control from JDG has been really good. Being able to spot out the kind of pathing that Tarzan's been taking with all those aggressive advances you can make with the Lilia has been really clutch to keeping this advantage very, very close-knit between the two. Now, we do have Kanavi back on the map. Does have the Rift Herald available to him. Could be looking to respond in mid lane, maybe give a little bit of gold to Ruler as well.
Going into a larger map again, playing those side lanes. Does feel like with the longer lanes, JDG maybe have themselves more options. It's much easier for them to force plays. They have themselves the Sejuani ult, which can fly in from way off screen. Missing is caught on this mid-vision line as well. He's over the wall. He has flash. There's a chance of an engage coming through.
Just wondering if they can actually find that level engage. We get the charge coming through. Will be denied any more damage on that turret. And the defense is there. That wave clear from LNG is something to be dealt with.
It is still, however, a big chunk out onto that mid lane outer turret. So if LNG leave that unattended, JDG can take that one for free. That's the Herald value coming in from JDG, the one which they fought so hard for at that point. They didn't get any kills, but getting that objective still important to them. Slowed down yet again. Hung's towards top side now, though.
A little bit of a weird Pop Blossom engage here, trying to get over to this turret, but it's Scout, and actually, they might, oh, okay, he doesn't get him in the end. Knight just goes down to Scout, and 2-0 for the Jace of this mid lane of LNG.
Okay, is this going to cost them anything in the mid lane? No, it's not. So LNG, they get themselves a completely free play towards the top side of the map at a point where we're saying, hey, you know, JDG, they have the ability to force the play. Hung beats him to the punch, gets that kill onto Knight.
And I think that being so crucial of a factor. Again, Knight so confident in his takedown of Scout, talking about it, you know, you might be the regular season MVP, that doesn't mean anything to me. And the fact that we actually get to see some of this proactivity, yeah, unfortunate there, just a little bit out of that vision.
Sucks. So a couple of pixels off being able to spot that rel towards that top side, catches Knight off guard, finds himself in a 2v1, unfortunately for him. Goes down for that play, more gold into that Jace. That's a scary thing, especially given the quality of Scout's Jace.
It has been so incredible. Honestly, the Jays for both these two guys, right? There's a reason why it's been banned away so much in the series, but now we get a little bit of skirmishing coming through.
369 is charging his rage. He's going in.
He's got it. And Tarzan's going to flash out there as well. The Glacial Prison does get utilized. Zika, though, with the all-out, that means 369 needs to be a little bit careful. Does have the healing back. Gets stunned down. Mega Inferno Bomb there as well. Doesn't get the Q3, but the TP is now coming in from Knight. He wants to try to get an influence here, but Tarzan getting run down by JDG. He has that speed coming out of him from the Lilia, and LNG make it away, licking their wounds.
Lilia's just too fast. At the start of that play, you look at 369 and charging up his rage, and LNG, they put a lot of cooldowns into him. Maybe not the best target they could do so, but they still nearly take him down. It's a lot of very close team fight. Well, it's not even really a team fight. It feels like it's just a skirmish which evolves over time, but LNG not able to capitalize. JDG still finding it hard to go on the board, though.
And I think that's a crucial factor. We've seen both teams really being willing to take punches, take blows in this best of, right? And this is a situation where we have so much track record going into it, but it is a best of 5 that comes down to one game, right? This is all that matters. Any catch-outs, any mistakes, you will be thinking about that for a long time to come. I think that we get this adaptation, we get another Dragon coming in about 50 seconds, maybe taking priority for JDG to get to Soul Point.
That player gold is not good signs for JDG. Those champions are going to do an awful lot of damage from an awfully long range away. Baron being started, well, rather being spawned, rather, changes the dynamic of things, though. If you commit to one side of the map a little too heavily, there's every chance that Baron gets started with stuff like the Lilia being in the game. Has a lot more Baron DPS than someone like a Sejuani can do on the other side. JDG, they cannot afford to let that Baron go off of vision.
Get the full reset actually coming out from JDG here as well. They will be back on the map with a Navori Quick Blade there, second item completed for Ruler as well.
Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Those items, as you were talking about, may come to be very, very useful very soon. But LNG, they're on the bot side of the map first. They get themselves the vision control first. JDG have no deep vision. They don't have something like a teleport on Knight anyway to make the most of it, but they're still angling for this fight. LNG, if they get to close the doors in front of them and play front to back, this is a really good moment for them.
There's 3 Poros here. Nightmare, I don't know what to do. JDG going to pull the Dragon out as well. LNG a little bit hesitant to get into the pit, but JDG, they know where they need to go. They take this Dragon started, and it's already about half health, a little bit lower, missing, able to block away, and the Dragon goes over to JDG. Scout finds the flank. That's the double knockup, and the big pulverize. I don't know if they can get the damage down. Look at Ruler putting the feathers into the backs of LNG. Zika gets out alive. Tarzan's still there to poke down some damage, but my God, what a flank from Knight.
Knight gets the angle onto Gala. The Ziggs with the gold gets to use none of it, and with these kills onto the Ziggs and onto the Baron, they're going towards the Baron. LNG, if they couldn't win against the Dragon with a 5v5, what can they do with the Baron with 2 people dead?
I don't know if they can even contest this at this point. Tarzan's just going to try to find a Miracle Steal, but missing, is able to headbutt him away, see if that cooldown comes up fast enough. LNG do not want to give this up. This gives so much power to JDG, but there's nothing they can do about it.
It is daylight robbery from Jingdong Gaming. It's a Dragon fight gone awry for LNG, and suddenly it's an objective into the favor of JDG. It's the Baron afterwards beyond that point. And now you have to play this siege, long-range poke composition against the powered-up minions. That is disaster in Game 5.
Oh? They actually saw Scout over here. Scout being greedy. Oh no, the Dominus is popped. He does have the flash. He'll probably have to burn that one, and he does indeed. They're going to follow maybe. The crash down just there in case Hung able to be the bodyguard of Scout.
So teleport for Flash in that case, but still, Flash away from one of those carries you need to reach from JDG. They'll take that every day of the week, and they'll take it in a Game 5, which could send them one step further on that golden road. Again, it's so hard to forget the weight of this series. LNG pushed this to 5 games. JDG had to fight from 2-1 back. This is how they found their advantage in this game, though. Knights off of vision. That is the Nico play you're looking for.
It's incredible and decisive from JDG. And I know you were talking a little bit about the narratives coming to this one, but again, these are demons to LNG. They have not beaten them in years, and they are just trying to hold some sort of value, some sort of candle to the demons here in game number 5. That is JDG on the front foot with a bit of a lead, but a lot of confidence in their play.
This is another big problem for them now, too. You know that big chunk taken out of mid lane turret earlier? It's going to lead to the full turret going down right now. Ruler takes down That one easily. Slight gold lead for JDG, but honestly, beyond just the gold, it's more about the control. JDG, they're on the other side of the map, they're pushing in lanes, and they have the Sejuani ready to go again. LNG, they would love to be pushing in lanes with Jace and with Ziggs, but they can't do that against Baron.
I will say, though, third item was completed for Scout. You see how much damage he can do to even Missing, who, yes, is a couple items behind. But it is the strength of this 3-item spike for Scout that I look for LNG to capitalize on.
Singh has himself the ult. Is he going to use it now?
You're going to have to flash out early there. You do get some good poke damage from Scout, though, on the back end of it. Some sieging from JDG. They're trying to take down mid and bot here as they're spreading out LNG a little bit. The Lilting Lullaby is coming down. Every combo there. Boom! Straight to Knight.
Pop goes the Nico. No ability to defend against that one. No stopwatch, no cleanse, no HP bar. Tarzan on the Lilia. Haven't had to see much of him from this game. He's struggled to have an impact. The fight happened too fast around that dragon last time, but in the split play, uses that flash. It's going to be the end of the Baron push with that kill from JDG. Yeah, so Knight, obviously, no real way to play against this one. Gala is in range of a CC target. That is absolute lights out. But again, my real worry about this is Tarzan used an important cooldown for that point. If we get a fight around this next dragon in a minute or something like that, you're only relying on the stopwatch for this Lilia to give you an extra degree of safety when you're looking for those engages. That might not be enough.
And again, this is a Chempunk Soul for JDG if they can get this one. You already see pings coming around the Dragon Pit here from them as well, wanting to try to get some vision there. The Spirit Massage actually completed for Kanavi as well as his second item. And you see a lot of those niche moments, a little bit of those edges being given over, but now it's actually looking at those item spikes that are leaning a little bit in LNG's favor.
I think Kanavi has taken his assignment to be, I'm going to eat Ziggs Qs. Build up some MR, got the Merc Treads, got the Spirit Visage as well. Wants to stop Ruler from eating skill shots like that. Xayah kind of struggles into these long-range artillery mages. You can force the ultimate for not that much. Kanavi, you can see him there. He's just trying to get as many of these skill shots into him as possible. JDG, they're not angling towards this dragon. They don't want that early soul. They'd rather push out the map. And as it stands right now, they do have some vision control to enter the river, but they will be there second.
And LNG, what they really want to do in front of these objectives is get as much poke down as possible. It is a 5v5 that JDG want, but if they can get their health bars down, it'll be a difference.
Angles starting to show themselves again. How slow can LNG take this fight? Missing's been spotted. Knight has not just yet. He'll be spotted. If he walks up towards Scout, JDG, they found their victory here. Can this send them to a finals?
See,
to Worlds.
They can get this one under wraps. It is a heavy stress put onto all 10 players here. It is a soul point for JDG. It's another advantage that they could find for themselves. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to be used. We'll see one tool down. Dragon about half health here, though. They got to be a little bit more careful in how they get this engage. 369's about half health, too. There's more poke coming down from Scout on the edge, but it should be a commitment from JDG. Missing going to go in, tank up so much just so they could get the soul, and that just means that they have a lot more strength coming into the fights as well. You have the Lilting Lullaby available if they want to try to pull the trigger on that one, but they get a ton of poke down in JDG in the end of things.
So it's soul over to JDG, but they can't find the fight.
Trying to cut them off. I don't know if they can, actually. Tarzan just looking for those swirl scenes on the back end. Ruler's all by himself. That's the Featherstorm used, the Blade Color too. Hung's taking so much. You come at the king, you better not miss, baby, as he takes them down. And JDG respond.
In the LPL, we have one way to measure a bot gap, and it's with a Ruler. He's had some difficult games this series, but in the weirdest of situations, after the Dragon's been finished, LNG over-engaged yet again. The Xayah, with the extra degree of safety, stops the Rel from really being able to land that punch. It's a big mistake from Hung. Ruler always had the ability to get out of that play.
How many times have we seen this happen? You think you get him, but he baits you every time.
I really don't get what LNG are going towards here. Maybe they think that LNG have already completed their recalls, but that is such an overstep. And that could be the play which maybe gives over another Baron.
We saw JDG literally in the game within a couple minutes of taking a Baron last game. We'll see now if they can take this one easily, as LNG are here to try to contest. The Baron's going down a little bit lower. It does go to JDG. LNG are still here. They're going to pull the Lilting Lullaby on the two members. Glacial Prison goes a little bit wide, though. You got to be a little bit careful now for JDG. A poke goes down on a Ruler. He does not have his cooldowns except for Flash, and that just means that Missing is just going to be left out to be carved up into beef patties for LNG. You got 369 on the other side getting engaged on now by the rest of LNG. You got to be a little bit hesitant to continue going forward as JDG will be taking a ton of damage on the back end of it. And 369 might get that. Oh, he heals so much. Missing goes down to Gala, but it's 369 that stays alive.
LNG, for the life of them, can't find a solid engage onto the grouped up members of JDG. Missing goes down, but no one else bites the dust. So JDG, still advantage for them. They take themselves the Soul before this. They take themselves the Baron. They get to reset and once again hem in LNG to their side of the map. LNG, job for them to stay alive, to get themselves to Worlds themselves, to win this finals, is to survive this push and find a pick onto a split JDG team to stop this Baron push again if they can.
They've still got 2 minutes on this Baron buff though. They will be able to push down so much. Although Hung looking for Knight, does have Flash, does have the Pop Blossom. That tier 2 will go down to JDG.
Okay, important items which have been picked up right now. Of course, third item for Ruler was that Bloodthirster. Extra sustain will be able to shrug off some of that poke. That's very important. If he gets access to a minion wave, it's going to shoot back up to full HP beyond that point. Baron push in full flight from JDG. They're looking to push in mid and bot lane again, but they can't afford to get picked off like they were in the last Baron push.
They've got about a 3K gold lead, trying to make it some more. They have so much potential with this Baron buff on bottom side. That'll be another tier 2 going down, and JDG starting to take down the structures one by one of LNG.
Tower finally goes down. LNG, they can't find the engage angle right now, and the poke is only hitting the tanks. That's not where they need it. They're not finding the damage onto the right members, and they don't even have any flank wards really to get behind JDG.
They can just get one big engage. They can state this defense going through for them. If they get one big lilting lullaby for Tarzan, could be the difference maker, but the siege is still there. The defense is right as rain. They're able to stop these inhib towers from going down.
You know what, Mazel? I've got a sinking feeling. Maybe a slightly excited one. We are in Game 5 of the LPL Finals, and it might just be coming down to the first Elder Dragon of this. It's 2 minutes. LNG, they need to hold on for it. If they can see off the last 20 seconds of this, it could come down to that big objective.
We all know how much the Elder Dragon can influence. It is a game-winning objective, and it's something that LNG are going to have to try to flip over. It is this siege that's coming to an end as the Baron buff falls off JDG.
This is LNG's third Game 5 in this playoffs. One of them is against JDG.
Five
best of fives, and they have gotten a lot of mileage out of them. 1.5 minutes until the Elder Dragon. We are perilously close to other items being built up again. Knight, if he gets himself a death cap, I don't care how much magic resist you've got. You're going to take so much damage from that, from all rolls. JDG, they got themselves the full push across the map. They get their choice of resets now as well. If they can control vision control, they have double teleports to threaten LNG around what could be the entire split defining objective.
It's one game that's already 32.5 minutes in. A couple more decisions mean you are either a champion or you're going home a loser. And that does mean that the fact that both teams have so much going for them, it is going to be against these 5-on-5 team fights, but I want to talk about style into these fights. We got 50 seconds for the Elder. The setup has to be there with a poke from LNG.
Has to be, but they're entering an area of the map which they've had to clear out inch by inch in terms of vision. They've missed one ward quite deep into their jungle. There's a chance that that comes into play. As the objective spawns, we've got stopwatches, we've got a GA on the side of 369 as well. Everything rests on this fight.
We got those 3 items fight. It's going to be so crucial. You're waiting on a Rabadons right now for Knight, though. See if he can actually get that before the fight does kick off. But LNG are point and present for the most important objective of this entire series.
LNG, they've never been in the finals before this point. Knight has the minion trick again. I think he's been spotted out. It's going to fail. Sejuani ults.
Oh my god, they actually found the engage. Missing tries to go over the wall there as well. They've already gotten Zika down. JDG, that means it's a 4v5 in front of the Elder Dragon.
It's not even a fight which happens in the river. Zika, what a great playoffs he's had, but that's a bad moment for him. Separated from the team, LNG, they have no choice. It's a 4v5 for their lives in the LPL.
We were talking about flipping before this series even happened, but right now it relies on a flip and a dream from LNG. Can Tarzan get in there and be the miracle worker for his team? He can't! He's denied! At JDG, they have the clap of the Elder Dragon wings to ruin LNG's hopes. Oh
JDG, they find themselves the objective fight. LNG, they're scattered to the winds. They try and force a 4v5, but it is not enough.
Oh, the last one goes down. JDG, they're looking for one more clap, and Gala's gone. Ruler, he makes the difference, and JDG are on to the Nexus.
It is so much closer than we would have thought, but JDG, come what may, they will find themselves 3 titles in a row.
They are looking to try and break history. They are looking to put another brick in the golden road. Their mojo is mighty, their touch is golden, and JDG are back-to-back champions. As they take the walk of glory, as they take their 3rd consecutive LPL Summer Finals, or at least championship in the LPL, it is nothing but the hard work and dedication of what is our best team in the LPL, making a mark and continuing to build the mojo of this legacy. And as you see them take to the stage, they're going straight to that Silver Dragon Cup.
It could not have been harder fought. It was an Elder Dragon in the 5th game, but now the Silver Dragons are theirs.
See them lift this trophy another time. They are your spring champions. They are your MSI champions. And now they are 2023 LPL Summer champions.
It feels so special to witness a team with this level of power, with this level of performance behind them. So very few teams have that chance at the Golden Road. Elation on the faces of JDG.
And missing, this is where his dream started with WE in Xi'an, and here he is.
The audience here, let's shout out the name of the champion, JDG. Congratulations again. So we're going to share the moment and we're going to have an interview together. You know that you have gained so much in this summer finals, in this summer. We know that, you can create the success successfully, but maybe it's not hard, it's not very easy to defend your champions. All of players have been working so hard for achieving the peak, and now they have proved us they are at the peak of the LPL. So let's get started with 369. 369, you have played LPL Finals for 5 times, and it is your 4th LPL Championship trophy. And you just lead this record on the top lane positions. Looking back on the journey you have been experienced, what do you want to say to yourself? I do want to say thank you to JDG for inviting me joining last year. 3-peat is incredible. I'm super happy. This back-to-back championship showed us that 369 has improved so much, has improved a lot. Kanavi, you have played 4 years in JDG. So you, in this roster, you are the players who has played for JDG, your team, for the longest time. In this roster, as a big brother, is there anything you want to say to your teammates? I'm very grateful to all of my teammates so that we can achieve this championship. Knight. This is your 2nd LPL Summer Finals Championship. What does the trophy mean to you compared with the last one? Is there anything different? Because this game is like we bounce back, we managed to bounce back, so it means a little bit different. We have played maybe a little bit toughly, and finally we made it. Ruler, you gained so much this year. You won 2023 LPL Spring Finals, 2023 MSI, and Spring Finals. You performed pretty good today. Your opponent got 2-1. What was your mentality?
이렇게 그냥 앞도 잘 못 보여주고 이렇게 지면은 너무 분할 것 같아서 그냥 제대로 하자고.
If we didn't show our strengths, we will feel very regretful. At that time, we just want to perform team fights better. At that time, when we were in 2-1, LNG 2, and we were 1. That was what I'm thinking. And finally, missing. Here is Xi'an. You started your LPL professional career, your dream here in Xi'an. At that time, you were just a rookie player, and now you have achieved the 3-peat LPL champions. Is there anything you want to say yourself, and who is the person you do want to thank most? I want to say thank you so much for all of guys who supporting me all the time. This is Xi'an. I love Xi'an. I love you guys all here in Xi'an, where I started my dream. So our effort will pay off today. This repeat for amazing for all of JDG team. Now it's time to and also let's cheer for their head coach Homie. Homie has joined in JDG in 2018 and helped JDG won 4 championship trophies. He did a lot, he worked so hard. And also let's give credit to our translator on the stage and to all of staff. Now it's time to enjoy the success. Let's welcome the Vice General Manager of IEG K6, CEO of TJ Sport, Mr. Ibo Jing, to award this honor to JDG, sorry.
这份荣耀也是对北京 JDG 战队这一整个夏天的努力所带来的一份回馈。好，也请我们颁奖嘉宾跟所有的选手一起来合影，看向前方。好，谢谢金一波先生。
Take a picture to commemorate this special moment.
我们要揭晓的是今晚
Now it's time to announce the FMVP of Summer Finals. Are you ready?
各位，让我们请看大屏幕。
Please look at the screen.
磨掉想开塔
直接维鲁斯的先手啊，秒到了大树，牙膏也倒地了。这一波的控制连招，奈特再拿到一个双杀，已经完成了超神。
大的小连线被秒掉，而且大招进攻卷起4个人。接下来我交出了自己的大招以后，闪现撞到了墙上。哇，这一波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。
明星被找到了，明星这个位置和六四刚才羊撞得很好，撞到了双 C 369的羊，直接在正面开到了2个 C 位。 交了个闪现落来了，黄色闪光登场，闪现一斩而直接开团。路人出发了，还在拉扯，终于把奈特杀了，但是厄斐琉斯无敌了，都在让，都在上，入尔的5杀落袋，我们恭喜 JDG。
恭喜 Knight 获得2023
Tonight, winning 2023 LPL Summer Finals FMVP. Let's welcome CEO of TJ Sport, Mr. Li Jisoo, to award this honor tonight. Let's welcome.
恭喜 Knight。
Congratulations tonight. It belongs to you. So now please take a picture together to commemorate this special moment. Thank you so much for awarding this honor to our players. Thank you. Now it's time to have a conversation with Knight. First question for you. And you just won the Summer Finals Champions and FMAP. How do you feel? Is there anything you want to say to the fans or the audience who have been supporting you all the time? Thank you so much for your support, and I think I perform maybe stable. I do want to perform better and better, especially I want to give credit to me and to my all teammates. Hope we can perform better in the future. The second question. Winning 2023 LPL Summer Finals. Now you are the first seed for LPL to the World. What's your expectations for Worlds 2023? This is my third time making the Worlds. I don't think I performed pretty good in the last two World Championship. I do want to achieve the championship of World 23 and perform better. I hope I can perform better in the World 23. JDG players, you can lift the trophy, lift the Silver Dragon Cup. JDG once again. 2023 LPL Summer Grand Finals. Now we're going to have 3 days for the LPL regional qualifiers for the World 23. Thank you guys, congratulations.
Thank you very much to Christina for the live translation there, and thank you to Mazel and Naimira for the call as well. For a 5-game series for a JDG championship back-to-back, the Golden Road. It was tested, Kitty, but in the end, it still remains true. That story's still there, and now World Championship is first seed for the LPL with BLG to thank them. Billy sitting at home right now, is going, oh, 谢谢老板.
谢谢
老板. Because now BLG is second seed and LNG have to fight for third.
Yep, the golden confetti to celebrate the golden left hand's journey on his golden road to the world stage. What a narrative for them this year. I mean, 2023 has really just been JDG being the main characters and them delivering every single time.
And again, like, it was such a hard-fought victory. This was a crazy series where JDG dropped the ball quite a bit, Kitty. You know, we're criticizing them. LNG had a really good Game 2, Game 3. Hell, we're even saying Game 1 was worthy, right? But JDG, a draft unsuited for the meta in a lot of people's eyes, Game 4. And Game 5, as we finished off, I don't think we've looked at the stats yet, but like a draft again that I feel like only JDG could really pull off in the end too.
And that remains that JDG, they continue to have a 100% win rate in every single best of 5 they've ever played.
Yeah.
I mean, it is absolutely insane. LNG took them to 10 games this summer.
True.
And the final game was so close. It ended up being an elder flip.
And again, it was such a close call where Tarzan was in the pit. I know we have stats. We'll bring them up for you in a second, guys, as soon as we get that. But as you can see on the screen behind us, it was a back and forth game. If you've got sick vision, you can see that was a wave, a mountain, where JDG really had to climb their way up it. And Kitty, I think throughout the series, like, we had such big standouts, you know, like Knight saying he didn't play the best, but very deserving of a finals MVP. I think Kanavi had some sick games, like Game 4 especially on the Wukong. Fantastic. Even that last game there on the Sejuani. Overall, it was a fun series actually for the picks. Like, we had very unique identifiers in the champions that came through in the end.
I also want to congratulate Knight for getting back-to-back finals MVP from MSI to Summer Finals now. I mean, he is just collecting them all, right?
Yep.
But that final game, it swinged into JDG's favor because of Knight's decision-making on this Nico. If he didn't find that single engage onto Gala for that dragon, it would have never turned out this way.
That game was disappearing fast. I mean, again, the range was there, the damage was there. 3-4 item Jace towards the end. Gala as well, just chilling along with this Ziggs. The wave clearance, saying the Baron plays weren't really there. I was saying to you, I was sitting here, I'm like, it's going to come down to an Elder Flip. It has to. Imagine, you know, that Dragon Soul not acquired earlier on. Another 5 minutes. How to LNG not win the game at that point? How to JDG actually take a 5v5 without getting half chunked every time they step up?
And we always talk about JDG with the word adapting. And the most insane scenario that I thought JDG got away criminally was Ruler getting caught out on the Xayah, and you really thought LNG, they were going to get at least some gold back into their pockets, but no. Ruler on this Xayah remains only a single loss in the entire summer split, and I believe that he is now currently sitting on 19-1 in terms of his win rate.
Yeah, it's insane. And again, like, these players' win rates inflated by the regular season plus playoffs and the winning nature of JDG, but it still just shows you how good this team is, as now first seed at Worlds, Kitty, I mean, they've got an expectation once again to go all the way through to at least finals. I mean, at this point, with JDG winning MSI, I think the expectation now after this championship is like, this is the best team in the world. They have to secure that by getting that Golden Road finisher, by getting that World Championship. A lot of people will be expecting JDG to be the best team in the tournament.
Yeah, and to the teams overseas, it is going to be extremely scary for them at Worlds 2023. You have JDG, who have had such a dominating year so far, but LNG really put them to the test. They were just stealing JDG's lunch money nearly in that Game 5.
I mean, they've got to play again tomorrow. This is the thing. Regionals start tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We'll bring that up for you. You already know the MVP anyway. You know the damage you guys could see. You could see behind in the massive Jumbotron anyway. This is more important. This is what happens tomorrow because our regular season's done. Our playoffs are done. The championship acquired JDG in a Game 5 have 3-2'd LNG to get first seed. BLG have locked in the second seed. Now, a quick explanation. Due to championship points, LNG in finals here could only get 110. They didn't get enough in Spring, Kitty, where BLG did, plus BLG got third, meaning they had enough to lock in via circuit points, as stated earlier, the second seed. Even though they're not here today, and Kitty, I have to say, I think this is the first in a long time. I can't remember the last time when a team not in the finals actually got second seed in the LPL. I think if ever, since 2019.
It is definitely one of the
rarity.
first. It is very rare to see,
rarity.
but honestly, everyone expected JDG and BLG to have this opportunity to show up at the world stage, right? But the remaining 3rd and 4th seed will continue from the 6th to the 8th. And we will be in Xi'an live for you guys, of course.
I mean, again, tomorrow regional starts for day 1, day 2, day 3. We're going to find out who the 3rd and 4th seed are at Worlds. We've got an elimination match with Weibo Top Esports waiting. We've got LNG Kitty, who now after that grueling 5-hour series have to play EDG, who are going to fill out the stadium apparently with Uzi alongside them to see who gets 3rd seed at Worlds, to see who has to wait and verse the winners out of Weibo and Top Esports for the 4th seed as a commemoration prize. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you again to Mazel and Nymera who aced the call. Thank you to Kitty for standing by my side and everyone for enjoying the regular season and playoffs up to this championship point. Tomorrow starts the Worlds qualifier, the regional bracket, with 4 teams looking for 2 spots. It's bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you tomorrow for LNG versus EDG for 3rd seed.